She had it worked out by 2 in the morning, and I did not know a thing about it until much later. Her goddess does not take blood, her goddess takes the fall, so Mei Li was going to break the code herself, deliberately, where it would be seen. A fistmaster goes their whole life without a weapon in their hand, and that is not a rule somebody wrote on a wall. It is the entire discipline, and therefore the entire person. She was going to pick one up, in front of me, and let the goddess of cats and dance watch her do it and see what the goddess paid. She got the shape of the right out of a demon she caught 2 nights earlier and questioned for 4 hours. Then she killed it so that nobody would ever be able to say what she had asked. And there were 2 of her arguing about it the whole time, and she gave me both sides afterwards, and I am giving them to you because they are hers and not mine. One of them said, "This is what everybody does. This is exactly how my dark elf got her sacrifice, and she got a white dress out of it and a brand and a name spoken out loud." And the other one said, "Then how are you any different from the things you have spent your whole life despising?" The dark Mei Li had the better of it, and after Liu Chong's haul, after watching what the conservative faction actually is, the light ones stopped being able to get a word in at all. Doing good is like climbing a mountain. Doing evil is like a landslide. She changed into a human skirt with a small pattern on it, which somebody in my camp had made for her, and which she had never worn, and from behind she looked like a fashionable young woman on her way somewhere ordinary. Then she walked down the corridor to my room and counted her own steps. 1 step, 2 steps. This is a creature who has stood on her toes for an entire day in the abyss without her calves complaining. She was 9 steps in, and her legs were shaking, and she could hear her own breathing. I had never seen her frightened before. 10 steps, and she came round the last corner, and there was a meter-tall shape in a cloak curled up across my door, asleep, snoring very faintly. She backed off immediately, and I want to be exact about why, because it was not shame, it was arithmetic. Sprite's attachment to me is not affection, it is a pathological condition, and anybody who disturbs its master's sleep dies in the corridor. She did not want me to open my door in the morning and find pieces of her hanging off it. There will be an opportunity, she told herself, and went back into the dark. It was October by then, and the wind had teeth in it. The temperature is dropping, and it is not going to stop, and without a stable base, a great many people are going to die this winter, and most of them will not be killed by anything with a mouth. I had never seen it done before, and I have not seen it since. I was up at 6. Laziness is the original sin, and it is also the only one I have never had a problem with. The day's job was to walk Chaodong New City myself, in person, with my own eyes, because you sharpen the axe before you go at the tree, and I intended to go at that tree. And Sprite was already sitting outside my door. Its face changes the second it sees me. Sunflowers only open toward the sun, and mine is the same, and everything else in the world gets the other side of it. That smile is not something it does, it is something that happens to it. Although it has no heart, technically, so I do not know what to call the mechanism, it gets up before I do, every day. The door guarding job used to belong to the Thunder Prison Dragon Lion, until Sprite scared a silver rank dimensional beast off the post entirely, because the lion worked out that sleeping that close might make it desert. "Stay here, do not go anywhere, wait for me to come back." It nodded. It was disappointed, and it obeyed perfectly, which is what it always does. And here is the thing about my Sprite that I understood in that doorway and have not been able to put down since. When it is not fighting, it likes to lie in places that smell of me. That is the whole of its recreation. Not eating, not killing, not the abyss where it now rules a canyon. Lying near my coat, because holding down what is inside it is constant work. It has devoured too many lives. Nobody can count how many people are living in there, and their memories and their crying run into each other and generate a negative pressure that would put a professional in a padded room inside a week. I have since made it policy at home. Where there is a master, that pressure is less. That is the only medicine that exists for it. So I left it curled up at my door like a child at the school gate waiting to be collected, neither crying nor complaining, neither laughing nor sulking, and I looked back at it from the end of the corridor, and I felt something faintly warm that I did not examine. Mei Li and my necromancer went back to the abyss that morning. She has a tribe to feed. He has skeleton sea battles to fight daily, because status down there is measured in skeleton warriors, and his position is not secure. The streets were already full before dawn, and not with commuters, construction crews, housing, walls, watchtowers, defensive gear. All of it needs bodies, and a full day of labor in that city pays 2 steamed buns. Because feeding 200,000 people in an apocalypse does not work, and I have run the numbers on my own 14,000 often enough to know it. It does not work anywhere. The arithmetic simply does not close, and so some of the people already weakest will quietly starve, and it happens in that city every day, and nobody is doing anything wrong, and that is the worst part of it. Then there was a crowd, and in the middle of the crowd there was a body. Ears, eyes, nose, and all 4 limbs taken off, a torso, and a head, and nothing else. And from the chatter I learned this was not the first. 2 weeks of them, nobody caught. whip marks across what was left. My read was immediate, and it was not about murder. That is a sacrifice. Somebody is pleasing something, and to take a person apart to that extent is not a small evil god. Chaotic demons actively dislike an offering cut into pieces like that. They want it whole, and they want it frightened. That told me what I was actually looking at. That style belongs to a devil, which is a distinction worth having, because it is the cleanest bit of cosmology anybody down there ever gave me. Demons are chaotic. That is their dominant gene, and it is also their permanent handicap. Devils are lawful evil, organized, disciplined, ranked. They keep records. They execute a plan across a decade, and none of them wanders off halfway through to fight a colleague about a chair. I would rather fight a demon, and their standard sacrifice is not a body on a slab. It is a contract. Souls, information, supernatural power, and a life spent in the devil's service, traded against one mortal soul, signed, witnessed, and enforceable. I was close enough to hear it, and it woke my memory up properly, because in my previous life, the devil's believers ran rampant in this city in exactly this period, and I never found out who they were. While I was standing over that body, Wang Lin arrived at my door. She had been given to me like a piece of furniture by the man who had kept her for himself for months, and it did not trouble her in the slightest. She lives in an apocalypse, and everything she does is aimed at one thing, which is continuing to. Shame and disgrace are not in her working vocabulary, and she would tell you so herself. Her professional principle is simple. What she originally looked like is irrelevant. What matters is becoming whatever the strong expert she has attached herself to likes, and the strong expert in question is me. She found my door shut and a little girl squatting in front of it. Little friend, is Second Lieutenant Lee at home? What was actually sitting there had its head down and its eyes cycling. Cowardice, then violence, then cunning, then resentment, one after another, over and over, because it was digesting the personalities inside itself. That is a process much like feeding, and it was building a dominant one out of the pieces, and it has been learning words while it does it. I was standing about 40 meters from that. Nobody knows how many words my sprite has now. I do know which two it uses most. Hungry and owner. And it had been ordered to sit there and not move, so it was going to sit there all day and would have sat there all night. Master is not here. Master went out. Wang Lin misread the entire situation on the spot, and her misreading is the engine of everything that followed. She heard a small child say, owner, drew the worst possible conclusion about me, was entirely unbothered by it, and filed it as useful information about a client. Then she kept prodding. How long have you been following Second Lieutenant Lee? Does your master like anything in particular? Tell your big sister and I will buy you something delicious. And my sprite said nothing at all. And Wang Lin, who has been deferred to for years as the ninth master's favorite possession, discovered that she could not stand being ignored by a child. If she could not manage a little girl on a doorstep, how was she going to manage the man behind the door? I priced that the moment I saw it, so she did the single stupidest thing available to her in that city. Her body went soft like a candle and reformed, and what was standing there was Sprite. Exactly. Small, big-eyed, short hair, the same tilt of the head. She tapped its cheek. Ugly girl, look who I am. And then she did its voice. Master is not here. Master has gone out. And then she said the sentence that killed her. If you do not behave, I will turn into you and live next to the master in your place. I can become anything I want. Do you see what I look like? I can become anything Second Lieutenant Lee likes. With me here, you will not be important anymore. In my place, to be with the master, nonsense. And here is where it stops being a story about a spy. My sprite stepped closer and frowned and asked her a question. Am I not important anymore? Then, can't. Then, I do not want to be replaced. It is too dark there. There is nobody living there. I do not want to live there forever. And then it started to cry. A small face gone pitiful and pale and a little weak, with its eyes filling up, standing in my corridor in a torn cloak, crying about being sent back to a place with no light in it. And then, through the crying, it solved the problem. Eating you will not replace Sprite. Master is mine. Eat me? She laughed. She thought the child was having a fit. And then my sprite inflated until the cloak came apart. Tumors and silt turning over on themselves, a dozen arms coming out, 5 meters of it in a corridor with a child's face on the top. If I eat you, you cannot compete with me for my master. You are a bad person. You are a bad person. She got about 4 steps. Rosy hands took her, covered her face and her mouth, and drew her in. Legs, chest, head, arms. And the last thing left was one pale index finger with red polish on it hanging outside, and it drew that in too, the way you finish a strand of noodles. I put that in my own notes that night, and then the part that makes it a tragedy rather than a killing. It shrank back to a meter, standing in the wreck of its cloak, and looked down at its own body. Ugly sprite? The master will not like ugly sprite. Mud is not as pretty as feet. Master likes feet, not mud. No, I'm also needs hands and feet. And it said all of that in a voice with too many voices in it. Men and women and old people and children, all trying to use the same mouth at once. In the process of devouring a life that could be anything it wanted, my sprite mutated again, and what it acquired this time was the concept of beauty and ugliness. Feet, hands. It has never wanted to be a real little girl as much as it wanted to that morning, and I was 2 miles away, looking at a corpse. The public position on those corpses was 8 bodies in half a month. Both factions were patrolling. Both factions were investigating. The killer left nothing, anywhere, ever, and one war faction professional who got close enough to file a promising report was found dead herself 4 days later. I did nothing about it, and I am not going to pretend otherwise, and the interval was shortening, 1 every 5 days, then every 3, then 1 a day. A steel knife over the whole city, and nobody knowing whose turn it is. What I know from last time, and what nobody else in East Bridge knows at all. Those bodies are the opening movement of a long ritual, and it escalates. It starts with ordinary people, and it works up to professionals. Before it is finished, more than 600 innocent people go into it. It took me until the next morning to understand why, and the killer is never caught. Not that year, not later. The payoff for whoever is doing it is not the souls. It is that East Bridge's cohesion drops to the lowest point it ever reaches, and by my own estimate, roughly 30% of the reason the insect tide came through those gates as easily as it did was this. People will not stand in a line for a city they are frightened to sleep in, and there is one piece I have never been able to make fit. Last time, the sacrifices simply stopped when the tide broke out. Everybody assumed the devil had been eaten along with everything else in the outer districts and moved on because there was a great deal else to think about. That is the part I keep turning over. I have never believed it. Something that can commit 600 murders in a garrison city and never be seen once does not get eaten by an insect. In a cellar somewhere under that city, at about the same time, there was a bronze cauldron on a furnace that has not gone out in weeks. The vermin down there are palm-sized rather than monstrous, which tells you the place has been occupied continuously and cleaned. There is blood steam standing in the air because blood is being boiled, and along the floor there are human bones boiled soft and white, of every size. I had that from 3 separate people afterwards. 2 emaciated men feed the furnace, coal, wood, bone, and whatever came in that night. Both of them carry the same mark on the neck, an inverted pentagon with a black goat drawn inside it. That totem is not invented, it is inherited, and it has been passed down in families for generations. And I would like everybody who thinks the apocalypse created these people to sit with that. And out of the boiling cauldron, a figure rose, skinless, red all over, as though it had been melted and had then agreed to merge with every drop in the pot. I had ordered that. It gave 2 orders. The city has been shrouded in death. Continue the killing ritual and project the power of panic into every corner of the city. And then it made a promise, which I did not hear at the time and have heard since. The flower of hell's will is going to bloom here. I would rather have been at home. I want that in the record. East Bridge is too dangerous. There are 4 forces tangled together in it, and at least 2 of them want me dead. And I have a city of 14,000 3 days march away, with my name on every brick. But you can hide for a while, and you cannot hide forever. And when the tide comes up, my order does not get skipped because it was polite. So, the lecture, because you need it to understand what I was up against. Every high-ranking devil is a schemer. That is not a personality trait among them, it is the entry requirement. A demon suppresses you by killing you. A devil lures you into the dark and converts you, and then you do the killing, and you do it enthusiastically and for free. I have been on both ends of that. And a devil's believers are diehards, which is the part that worries me, because I recruit the same way. Once a child takes the devil as their faith, the conscience goes out of them completely, and it does not come back, and they are not tormented about it, and they will not break under pressure because there is nothing left in there to break. The 9 hells roster since I have had to learn it. Baba, Kana, Succubus, Bone Demon, Chiru, Hama, Deep Hell Demon. Under those, Hellcats, Hellhounds, Little Devils, Chain Devils, Nightmares, and Evil Beasts. And here is the war arithmetic, which is the single best fact anybody ever gave me about either species. Demons against devils run 6 to 1 in deaths. If a devil can put 10,000 in the field, a demon needs about 60,000 to hold the line, not because devils are stronger, because demons kill each other when there is no war on at all, and in an actual battle more demons die at the hands of their own comrades than at the enemy's. I have counted. My objective was simple to state. Stop the sacrifices, and East Bridge gets more time to prepare for the tide, and more time is the only thing I actually need from that city. My problem was that the devil leaves no trace at all, and finding it was going to take time I did not have. And then, in a side street, somebody grabbed my sleeve. Please, please save my sister. She is only 13. She cannot just die like this. Chaodongnu City has 5 healers. They treat wounded warriors, professionals, and researchers. Ordinary people do not have the right to walk through the door, and I mean that literally. There is a man on it. And before you decide who I should be angry with, here is the actual position, because I checked it myself before I did anything. Drug production stopped in May, and restarting it needs research nobody has had time to do. There are 5 healers for several 100,000 people. And the moment you set the precedent, the queue outside that clinic never ends again, and the healers stop being able to treat anybody at all. Wu Jian cannot fix it either. He has tried twice. It may look cruel, and it is also true that in that city, the life of a professional is worth more than the life of an ordinary person, because one of them can hold a gate of mine. The elder sister was about 20 and thin as a rake with her eyes sunk back into her head, and I put her at 20 because I already knew exactly who she was. She was wearing her clothes over the front only, with her entire back bare in an October wind, because her back was festering and bleeding, and cloth either stuck to it or tore it open when she moved. My own camp runs on the same arithmetic. The younger one had her legs fused together and could not be separated. The whole of the lower half was covered in a dense skin disease, and the smell had cleared the street, and she was barely breathing. I would have done exactly the same in his position. The crowd pitied them from 3 meters away. 2 nice girls, hard-working, sensible, terrible business. And then everybody went back to work, because everybody had work. Then the patrols moved the 2 of them out of sight into a corner, which is procedure, and the corner was a muddy alley that the district uses as a rubbish tip and a latrine. I have since had that alley filled in, and the corpse draggers positioned themselves at the end of it. That is a real profession now, and I employ 11 of them at home. They collect bodies off the roadside and cart them away and burn them, and they do it to stop plague, and they are not villains. They stood at the mouth of that alley like a pair of vultures with no cruelty in it at all, because they see people die in accidents every day, and they have somewhere to be. Sister, I do not want to live anymore. Mimi, do you know what you are saying? You are 14 years old. But it hurts too much, sister. My body hurts so much, and I am so hungry. We cannot take any more of this. The elder one held her and cried without making any noise, and the little one's body was extremely cold. The detail I got later, and the one that decides how I feel about all of this. Whenever the younger one found a pancake, she cut it in half and brought half of it back. And their mother used to tell them that as long as people are alive, hope arrives eventually. And the elder sister sat in that mud and thought, all I can see is darkness, and I have been looking for a long time. Hope. Does it actually exist? Then there were footsteps in the mud, and a figure came into the alley with the low sun behind it, and she told me afterwards that it looked like a deity standing in the light. Her last conscious thought was, hope, Mr. Fortune. And what I actually said, looking down at the 2 of them, was this: a bleeding back, legs fused shut and festering. The East Bridge area truly is a blessed place. My first day here, and I have already tripped over a fortune. Their names are Lin Yue and Lin Shu, and I knew both of them before either one opened her mouth. And what is wrong with them is not an illness. It is a latent awakening. That is the rare third path, and almost nobody knows it exists. Not the day one awakening everybody understands, and not nothing. A slow transformation that presents, in every respect, as a terminal disease. I have used the same trick twice since. The textbook case is a fire elementalist mid-latency who runs a persistent 40-degree fever and sleeps 20 hours a day, and whose families sit around the bed making arrangements. I have signed off on those arrangements. Lin Yue's festering back is a pair of pure white wings coming through the skin. She is going to awaken as a light priest, a healer, in a city with 5 of them, and a queue that has no end. Lin Shu's fused legs are a mermaid body finishing its fusion, and when it completes, the skin disease turns out to have been scales the whole time. Once she has them, she gets 150% attack power in water and the highest water affinity there is. I did not find any of that out until later. Finding those 2 in an alley was like looking down in the street and picking up a 10-carat diamond. And in my previous life, because East Bridge never lifted a finger for her, Lin Yue refused to join any faction at all and founded her own battle group. It grew fast and pulled in silver rank members, partly on ability and largely on charisma, because a light priest standing with her wings out looks like something people want to follow. And there is one thing I can now correct that I could not last time. Her sister was too weak when she awakened. Her head was permanently damaged in the process, and she came out of it intellectually disabled and unable to look after herself, and she stayed that way. A pretty girl with abilities she could not reach. Nobody told me any of that. I worked it out. If I can get that child's health up before it happens, that does not have to be how it goes. Now, my honest tally, since I am being honest today. Out of every single person I have recognized from 12 years of memory, I have genuinely won exactly 1. Gao Wei. Songjia was never one. She was a potential star that a ground dragon was in the process of eating when I arrived, and what I did to her afterwards is not recruitment. All the rest are dead, killed or slaughtered, or simply gone before I got there. And the cold half of the thought, which arrived at the same time as the warm one and has just as much right to be recorded. Those two are sisters. Blood relations are easier to control than individuals, because each of them is the other's lever. The more weaknesses a person has, the easier they are to manage. Take these two back, clean them up, get some food into them. And my men moved like they had been injected with something, which I noticed, because Gao Wei and Wei Shun run the day-to-day, and I deliberately stay off the floor. A leader who does everything himself has no authority left to spend when it matters. Apparently, I do not need to be on the floor anymore. Then I went to look at the Iron Demon Army, because I wanted to know exactly what I would be fighting if this went wrong. A square under a giant banner with the character Shu on it, a soldier every 5 paces, black uniform, rifle held like a nail driven into the ground, 2 rows of them running off like long dragons. I filed that under things to steal. Those are the best in that army. All-rounders, shooting and melee both, and any one of them can kill several mutated creatures with a pistol and a few of my grenades purely by moving correctly. And in the houses around that square, I could feel 3 or 4 silver rank presences sitting still. And then the artillery, 5 magic crystal cannons, built by Hao Ran, steel guns with shapes moving on the surface of the metal. Those shapes are souls. He extracts them out of monsters and fuses them into the weapon, and a soul-loaded shell will shake a hide like the earth-drilling giant earthworms. The limit is 3 rounds per cannon. After that, the soul power is spent, and it is a tube. And all 5 of those were loaded with silver rank souls, and I stood there and listened to something roaring on top of the barrels, still unwilling, still arguing about it. 5 cannons is 15 soul-carrying shots. 15 of those would have killed my insect king with room to spare. Walk into that camp carelessly, and it does not matter that you are Silver Peak. Machine guns and cannon and professionals in the same 300 meters is a meat grinder with a flag over it. Whoever built that understood people better than I did. That is her Iron Demon Army. The War Faction's trump card, and the only formation in East Bridge that matches the Corpse Fiend Legion, and its captain is my former slave. I got challenged at the perimeter and recognized by a soldier who had been at the banquet and given an apology and an explanation. Captain Song went to the training room early this morning and left instructions that nobody was to disturb her. A training room, nobody allowed in, so she is alone. She was sitting on the steps inside it staring at nothing, and she had been holding the same position for a long time. Since the banquet, she has not left the camp once. Not for a patrol, not for an inspection, not for anything, in case she meets me in a street and does not know what to do with her face. The room has specially reinforced walls, and it holds insects and beasts and zombies for her to train on. In 1 hour that morning, she had put more than a dozen mutated beasts through that room, one after another, venting. The ones still alive were crying in the specific way that makes soldiers on the other side of a wall stop talking and trying to find a way out. And the doors need a key, so nothing in there could open them with force. Which is why nobody in that camp came running when the noise changed. There was a bronze rank shadow cat chained by that door as an alarm. I killed it before it made a sound, which took longer than I would like to admit, and then I went in on fire. Full flame demon form. Burning body, the tattoos out, the curved goat horns, and a voice that comes out of the flames as something nobody would recognize. I did not expect you to enjoy spending your time in here. What kind of monster are you? How dare you trespass in East Bridge? This is the famous training room. There is not one decent sparring partner in it. And then she stood up, and I saw what she actually has. Red mist condensed in her palm and became a blade. 1.5 meters of curved edge made out of pure energy that behaves in every respect like steel. The martial soul blade. The whole room filled with blade aura, and every caged thing in it started screaming at once. Now. This is the one fight I have lost since I came back, and I am going to give it to you straight, in order, including the part where I was wrong. I opened with the whip of flames, 6 meters of it, the thing that has not failed since the day I took it out of a dragon. She cut it in half. And then her blade went from pale red to orange, and from 1.5 meters to 2 meters. She did not block my fire. She absorbed it and added it to herself. Silver Peak has mutated her ability, and nobody outside that room knows it yet. It is not sharpness anymore. It is fusion. So I conjured the blade of flame and blocked properly with a real weapon, and she cut through that as well, and buried her blade in the floor, and the tiles went across the room like a deck of cards. I was driven back 5 meters by a girl I once put my hand on the head of, and a beat later, standing there having decided the exchange was survivable, blood came out of one of my horns. A crack opened up in it, then the whole demon horn split symmetrically down the middle and fell off onto the tiles. Her cutting range is not limited to what the edge touches. It condenses into blade energy that travels, and it kills silently, and I did not feel the horn go. The name God of War, it does live up to itself. I did not panic. I want that noted, because everything after this depended on it. I let the flames go out. The broken horn on the floor dulled over into something like burnt charcoal, and I grinned at her. You did not disappoint me. It is you? Yes, it is me. I told you we would meet again soon, Captain Song. Her shock was that she remembered a summoner who stood behind his beasts and let them do the work. Mine was larger, and I did not show any of it. I had gone in there to test her. That was all it was. And her strength had grown to a level that was not in my estimate anywhere, and if I had been a half-second slower on the dodge, she would have killed me in one exchange, in a locked room, with nobody in East Bridge any the wiser. That is a hero template. That is what one actually looks like from the other side. From an unknown girl being run down by a ground dragon on a road to the Valkyrie of East Bridge in 8 weeks. And then the room turned, because she started seriously considering murder, and I watched her do it. I know what was going through her head because she told me later, and because I would have been thinking the same thing. Kill him, and all of it is over. There is nobody here. Kill him, and not one person will ever know. Strike while it is hot. Go on. Do it. Do you want him to ruin the whole of your life? Her front foot came forward about 10 centimeters. You want to kill me? She came off the floor like a startled bird. No, I did not think that. You can try. I will not be angry. And then I closed it, and I did not close it with strength because strength was not available to me in that room. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Right now, the conservatives and the war faction are oil and water, so you had better be 100% certain that you can kill me, because if you let me get out of this room, do not blame me for joining with the conservative faction to finish the war faction off. No. The blade went out of her hand instantly, not lowered. Gone. That threat outweighed everything, including her own life, which is the thing about her I should have found frightening and instead found useful. Then I gave her advice, which is the part I am least willing to defend. Do not lie to yourself. You clearly had the thought, but there is one condition, which is that it has to be fast, and preferably when I am not looking. I am telling you this for your own good. And then the real one. And killing me is not enough on its own. You would have to hide the secret afterwards. If it comes out, my people come to your door and ask you for an explanation. Do you think that being a martial god protects you from the anger of an entire power? And then I used the actual weapon, and it was not the sword. I congratulated her. Compared to the you who did not dare resist me at all, I prefer the ruthless and vicious one from a minute ago. And then, you are the Valkyrie of East Bridge now, and to you I am a stain on your life. I can genuinely understand why you would want me dead, and then the one that did it. Gratitude is worth nothing against self-interest. Do not feel guilty about it. You are an ordinary person and you have selfish motives like everybody else. The apocalypse is a dye vat, and even a white cloth comes out black if it sits in there long enough. Really, I understand your ingratitude and I agree with repaying kindness with harm. You simply made the choice most people make. I said all of it smiling, gently, like an older brother giving somebody helpful advice about a job. No, that is not how it is. How could I be that kind of person? I have never forgotten that you saved me. And there it was. Because everything that has kept that girl upright since May is the belief that her cause is righteous and that she personally is selfless. That is the whole load-bearing wall. I intend to be on the other end of that arrangement one day. And in 4 sentences, I reclassified her as an ungrateful schemer, using her own thought, which she had genuinely had, which I had genuinely witnessed. I turned a noble and virtuous Valkyrie into a small selfish person, and I did it with a compliment. She looked like a white rabbit in a snare. The blade is already in, and the more it struggles, the more it bleeds. Here is my method, said plainly, since I have just used all of it. Hunters set traps. To control Songjia's heart, I do not need to beat her, and I have just proved that I cannot. I need to undermine her from the inside, plant a dark seed, break the belief, overturn the path she thinks she is walking, and make her doubt herself, and the doubt makes the opening. And why I need her. Since this is a lot of effort for one girl. As an outsider, I can never break the East Bridge deadlock. Backing either faction is icing on somebody else's cake and doing somebody else's work with my own people. But Songjia is a Valkyrie, a newly promoted major, and the commander of her Iron Demon army. Prestige, power, ability, and official rank in one person, all of it earned in public, none of it owed to a faction. It is the sort of thing I am supposed to have stopped noticing. The economic development zone is not enough for me anymore. East Bridge is next. The program is 3 words: seduce, control, support. And here is what I actually think about the world I am doing it in. The apocalypse is a dark forest, and everybody in it is a hunter with a gun, moving through the trees like a ghost, holding their breath. And if you find anything that threatens your life, it does not matter what it is, a hunter or a demon, a delicate baby or a frail old man, a girl like something out of a painting or a god, there is exactly one thing to do about it. It cost me nothing and it told me everything. Destroy it. Lawful evil. That is my principle and I have never pretended otherwise, and I would like you to notice which of the two categories from earlier that puts me in. And the difference between me and her is not power. She has more than I do, and we both know it now. She is in the same forest with enormous strength and none of the awareness or the skills of a hunter. I have been in it for years. I started as the weakest thing under those trees, and nobody hunted me because I was not worth the round. And there is the other thing, which I planted the first day we met and which has been growing ever since. That hypnosis was a knife mark cut into a sapling. The tree does not heal it. The tree grows, and the mark grows with it until it is a scar you can see from the road. To destroy a person, you first drive them mad. And I will be honest about why I enjoy this one. Corrupting Songjia is as absurd a project as making the goddess of cats and dance chaste, or persuading Rose to stop plotting, or asking the blazing flame demon to stop killing, which is precisely why the more impossible it is, the better it feels when it moves. Her side of it, and I will give it to her fairly. The murder attempt was not calculation, it was impulse. I have been a nightmare in that girl's head for 8 weeks, arriving most nights, and if there had been a way to end the nightmare in that room, she would have taken it and slept. And she has a genuine dilemma with a genuine stake in it, which she worked out before I did. She has to either submit to me completely or kill me, because advancing past Silver Peak is not about talent or resources, it is about mindset, and I am sitting in the middle of hers like a stone in a shoe. If she does neither, she is Silver Peak for the rest of her life. Then I pivoted, because a trap that only closes is a cage, and a cage makes people fight. How about we pretend none of it ever happened? Really? But are you willing to help me? And the condition. I am going to place some of my people in the Iron Demon army. If you say nothing and I say nothing, nobody ever knows who they are. And in return, you improve your own position, not only in the Iron Demon army, in the other departments of the war faction as well. You need to plan further ahead and put your own trusted people in place. She is not stupid. She understood in about 2 seconds that placing my subordinates in her army while placing hers throughout the rest of the faction is, described accurately, a conspiracy against the man who made her. Colonel Wu has been kind to me. I will not do anything that betrays him. And then I made the offer that stopped her breathing. I will not harm Wu Jian. I do not want to. I have exactly one goal, which is to support you until you are queen of the whole of Eastbridge. You want to support me in unifying Eastbridge. She had spent 8 weeks assuming everything I did was for my own ambition, and in that moment she thought she had been wrong, and that all of it had been for her. Her loyalty is real, and it is specific, which is why this was hard. Wu Jian took her in when she was stranded with nothing. He supported her. He walked her up to Major in front of 200,000 people. He is a mentor, and he is her friend. I stood there and let it finish. So my argument had to be good, and this is the part that I want you to look at properly, because everything I said to her was true. 1. Have you looked at the white in his hair? She had not noticed it. Nobody notices it, because he is on a platform, and they are in a crowd. He is an ordinary person, no ability at all, not one point of it. However beloved he is immortal, and insects and monsters and the conservative faction are all standing on him at once. Have you thought about how long he can hold that? I counted them on the way past, and I was not lying. In my last life, the insect tide killed more than half of Eastbridge, and it broke him. Chronic illness afterwards, hair fully white, and at 51 he looked 70 and moved like it. 2. Right now, this city is in a panic. Even senior officers have crossed to the conservatives. The war faction looks glamorous from the parade route, and it is not what it was 3 months ago, and she knows the transfer lists better than I do. 3. And this one was aimed at the only thing she actually wants. If the war faction loses and you cower behind that wall, the monsters go on doing what they do outside it. If you stop fighting, how exactly do you avenge your family? How do you get justice for the people who died for nothing? And by then, however strong you have become, you will be doing it alone. I have thought about that one since. 4. So if you genuinely care about Wu Jian, take the banner off him before it kills him and carry it yourself. 5. And now that I am here, Order provides everything. Professionals, food, personnel, whatever you need, on request, without conditions. We are the same kind of people. Should we not help each other? She held. I will give her that. No, I am not you. I cannot be like you. I am sorry, I did not mean it. She is Silver Peak and she has enormous inner strength, and my words could not move her values in one afternoon. But she had stopped refusing outright, and that was all I came for. It is all right. Just remember that I am here for you. I will support you quietly until you are standing on the brightest stage there is. In a few days, I will send you some professionals. Stop talking. Can you give me some time alone? And there is the tell, and it is the reason I walked out of that room satisfied, despite the horn on the floor. She was not thinking about whether to accept my agents. She was thinking about where to put them. One last item of business on the way out, and it was practical. If it is possible, I would like you to get me a few silver rank monsters. On the last hunt, I captured 2 mutated lizards. They are strong. I kept them to spar against. Since you are of use to me, I will have somebody contact you. She left almost at a run, and I stood in a training room full of screaming cages and picked my horn up off the floor. The flower of evil has already opened. What comes next is the harvest. There was a letter waiting for me downstairs, signed Zhou, a banquet in 3 days, and not one word of reproach in it. No mention of Liu Luoyu, no mention of the lion, no mention of the captain whose arms I took off in the street. Nothing but flattery, elegantly done. And a woman sent along with it, which is how I found out what had happened at my door. My read on the letter was immediate. To a man in power, subordinates are pawns. I killed Liu Luoyu, and Liu Luoyu was worth nothing to him, and being annoyed about it would cost more than the man was worth. Liu Chang had clearly reported what he saw in his own hall. The necromancer and the sprite made them wary. The hard approach failed on the first attempt. I paid a man to tell me the rest, so now the soft one, and I wanted to go for a reason that has nothing to do with Eastbridge politics. In my previous life, after the insect tide broke and the city fell, Zhou vanished. A man surrounded by 4 Silver Peak experts, sitting on half a city's resources, simply gone, with no body and no explanation, and it caused a considerable sensation at the time among people who had very little attention to spare. That is the version I believe, and I have checked it. I would like a look at his actual face. And I had a practical need on top of it, which is that my Headless Horseman contract went into the earth-drilling giant earthworm and has not been replaced. I am walking into a room with 4 Silver Peak experts in it, holding 1 card fewer than I did last month. Hence the lizards. Halfway up my own stairs, I found a pile of rags on the floor, and my sprite curled against the door, having retreated into the corner beforehand because it expected to be blamed. What is the story with these clothes? And my sprite answered me in Wang Lin's voice. Li Quan, is Second Lieutenant Li here? That is how it told me where the woman had gone. It did not have the words, so it used hers. I rubbed my forehead for a while, and then I let it go entirely, and I want to be clear that this was not mercy, it was accounting. That thing is my senior lieutenant. It has followed me since the first week and solved more problems for me than every human I own combined, and I know exactly which of the 2 items on the floor was more valuable. What can be done about it? We pretend it never happened. Poor Wang Lin, the esteemed favorite of the 9th Master of Eastbridge, treated as a pawn by a man who killed her without troubling to stand up for her afterwards, and whose only comment on the matter was about the mess. I remember the exact hour. Clean this up. Do not let it happen again. I know. Sprite knows. Its speech is nearly fluent now. There is only a small stutter left at the front of a sentence. And then, after I had gone in and shut the door, my sprite swallowed the clothes and curled back against the wood and rubbed its face against it and said something quietly to nobody. Legs. Bad women have legs, and sprite does not. Wants legs too. It learns from what it eats. That is the whole mechanism, and I have watched it for 2 months. It takes the cold-bloodedness out of thugs, and the cunning out of merchants, and the clinginess out of children, and apparently, the vanity out of women, absorbs what is useful, and discards the rest. It could not tell beauty from ugliness at all, until Wang Lin explained it, and her words had stayed in there with the rest of her, going round. Ugly girl, I can become any appearance I want. I will turn into you and live next to your master in your place. No one can steal my master. And then it strained, with everything it has, to change its own body. And the mud stayed mud. It shut its mouth and sat there being aggrieved, and a tear came out. It simulated a tear of sadness against my door because it could not make itself pretty, and then it cried itself out and went to sleep there like it does every night, and nobody saw what happened at the very bottom of it while it slept. A thick layer of silt slowly disappeared, and in its place there was a human toe about the size of a peanut. While that was happening, 3 hours' march away, the Westbridge Junction stronghold was being surrounded. That industrial park runs several thousand acres, and it is the second most important position Wujian owns. Westbridge itself has been abandoned since the earthquake on day 1, and the uncounted dead under that rubble are the resource that let the zombies and the insects rise as fast as they did. That is my own reading of it, and I will stand behind it. So he garrisons the junction with elites to watch that side and to screen East Bridge from it, and he has put 30% of the main base's resources into it. It is his second base, and it is his fallback if the city ever falls. I have never been able to unhear it. The two men on watch that night were called Tiger Head and Carpenter, and both of them were ordinary human beings, and both had been with Wu Jian since the first week. It is the same lesson I keep being handed. 3 o'clock, 2 more hours, and I get a proper night's sleep. Careful you do not alert them. If the higher-ups find out you are wasting bullets like that, you will be in trouble. The boss said practice shooting. What I did was training. Then it started to rain. 9 minutes past 3. Dozens of zombies moving around out there. No danger at present. Carpenter's survival trait is that he is extremely cautious about small things, and he saw the soil rise 100 meters out. That is a strong aura of death. A hand came up out of the ground with corpse worms crawling on it, then a 2-meter zombie with actual muscle on it and very little decomposition, which is a bronze, and it stood up and howled at the stronghold. None of that was my doing for once, which was fine. They are war faction elite, and Tiger Head had a light sniper rifle that Hao Ran had loaded with a monster soul. He brought it up, put the crosshairs on it, and froze. Carpenter shoved his shoulder and the man had gone to stone, so Carpenter looked over the parapet himself. More than 1,000 zombies, standing in orderly rows, coming out of West Bridge. A short, pitch-black corpse child at the front, bloated ones that had been in water long enough to have burst and no longer had faces, and a few burning silently as they walked, like will-o'-the-wisps out on a moor. I could not have arranged it better myself. The gate approach was completely full. The stronghold was surrounded on every side before either man got a word out. And here is the part that should have emptied that city overnight. Zombies and insects have fought each other since the second week. That war is the entire reason there are any human beings left in this province. Those zombies were engrossed in fighting the insects. And they stopped, and they gathered, and they came out of West Bridge in rows. Something is organizing them. Since Silver, I have stopped dreaming. Every second of the night is deep sleep, and it arrives like a switch. I got up and transformed alone in my room to check the damage. One intact black horn. One sheared off with a clean flat cut, and I stood in front of a mirror trying to work out what kind of weapon takes a demon horn off like a cigar. It had not recovered at all overnight, which told me the important thing. Her ability does more than absorb, because after she cut the whip of flames, her blade did not merely lengthen, it behaved like a flame with petrol thrown into it. She takes an enemy's energy and uses it, which means in a long battle she resupplies herself off whoever she is fighting, and never needs a healer standing behind her. I watched the whole of it and did nothing. Put that together with blade energy that kills at range without a sound, and she outclasses almost every professional in that city, and none of them know why. I did not look away from it. Song Jia was born for battle. They did not name her Valkyrie for the hair. Then I forced the horn back. Every degree of heat I owned driven into one point on my own skull, held there, while the sweat came off me fast enough to fog the entire room, and it took 10 minutes and I do not recommend it. Then a new horn punched up from underneath and knocked the broken stub off onto the floor. The new one came in straight instead of curved, sharper, with color patterns running through it that give people a wild and lost feeling, and which ordinary people cannot look at for long without becoming unwell. I have a file on every one of them now. My honest post-mortem on that fight, for the record, I lost. And I was not using my real strength, which is not the excuse it sounds like, it is the actual point. I still have the myriad manifestations and I did not open it. And above everything else, I am not a combat class, and I never was. I am a summoner who has been dressing up as a warrior since June. Songjia is strong, and surrounded by 4 summoned beasts at once, she suffers a defeat with a great deal of resentment in it and does not get the chance to run. The sisters woke up the next morning. Lin Yue was in white and could not settle. The last thing she remembers is kneeling in the street holding her sister in the mud with the corpse draggers waiting at the end of the alley. Now there is a warm bed, clean clothes, oatmeal, and bread. And she understood immediately what the bread meant, because she is not a fool. Soft bread is upper-class food. Somebody at the bottom does not get the chance to smell it, let alone eat it. Their ration was relief food, small portions, usually moldy or already sour. I have kept that detail for a reason. Lin Shu was visibly better after 1 night of treatment and 1 breakfast. Legs still fused, spirits considerably up. Sister, can we live here? And Lin Yue's instincts were entirely correct, which is why I wanted her. She is a good student who has seen enough of the world to know that this room is beyond anything ordinary means can buy, and the armed men standing outside her door made her feel, in her own words, like somebody watching a pack of animals through a fence and not being sure which side of it she was on. Then I came in, and Wei Shun and everybody else went silent because I had. And I asked her the question I had come to ask. Do you want to become a professional? She did not react. She thought she had misheard, or that it was cruelty of some kind, so I showed her. I let the power out, and my own body cracked with it loud enough to fill the room, and that girl went down like a hamster in a thunderstorm. Then a glowing blade materialized out of nothing in my palm. In this world, weakness is the original sin. You live at the very bottom, so you should feel that more clearly than anybody in this building. So, do you crave power? She stammered a question at me instead of answering. You have not understood what I am asking you. And I brought the killing intent down on her, deliberately throttled, because at full pressure I could have stopped her heart on that bed, and I needed her alive. Here is what I was actually doing, and it deserves to be stated in plain words rather than left as atmosphere. There is no such thing as being convinced wholeheartedly. I wanted absolute obedience from those two. I wanted a state in which the only available answers in a conversation with me are yes and no, and questions are not one of the options. That is a form of forced hypnosis, and its purpose is to leave a mark of obedience that sets like concrete. A clean bed, food, your sister's injuries treated, and power of your own. I can give you every one of those. Do you want that kind of life? I want... Here is what Lin Yue was actually weighing while I stood over her bed, and she gave it to me later, and it is fair. She watched a beautiful girl from her own school trade her body for a steamed bun. She watched a man abandon his badly injured wife in the street and run, alone, at speed. So she agrees with me about one thing. Weakness is the original sin. She worked that out without my help and several weeks earlier than most professionals do. And her ledger reads like this. A warm home. A reputation as the cleverest girl in her year. Boys who looked at her. All three of those left her in the same week in May. What she has left is one younger sister. So even if the man standing over her bed is a demon, what exactly is the objection? Since you want it, then kneel and worship me. From today you are loyal to me alone, and I will give you everything you want. She was on the floor before I finished. I worship you here. If you can cure my sister, I will serve you faithfully. If I disobey, let me be struck by lightning and my bones ground to ash. And I felt it arrive. Faith. Extremely devout. Completely open, trust and dependence and vulnerability all coming across at once out of a girl who has nothing left to hedge with. The power in it is nothing, a drop of water going into a river. And if hundreds of thousands of lives were doing that at once, I would gain more in an afternoon than I could buy with every rare treasure in this province. Now, the mechanism I was about to exploit, because it is the whole trick. A latent professional is not broken. They are not ill and they are not dying. They are simply short of energy to finish the transformation, and their own body cannot generate it fast enough, so the process stalls halfway and eats them. It is the cheapest lever there is, and I pull it constantly. Supply the energy, and they awaken. Go to the property management office. Bring me 2 bottles of royal jelly. Wei Xun's face did something. In order, ordinary blood honey is rare enough that it goes only to people who have earned it, and I know of at least 4 civilians who received a bottle as a reward and have never opened it because they are keeping it in the house as life-saving medicine for whichever of their children needs it most. Wei Xun himself has had royal jelly a handful of times. 2 bottles for 2 ordinary girls off the street looked insane to him. He did not say one word and went and got it. Lin Yue drank first, and not out of greed. She drank first because she did not know what it was and would not put an unknown substance into her sister until she had tested it on herself. Wei Xun watched with open contempt, entirely certain it was being wasted on an ordinary body. Royal jelly, incidentally, is not sticky and it is not sweet. It has a smoothness to it that feels like it has its own opinions, moving on the tongue. Then the heat came up. Then it went through her meridians like a river taking a bank out. Then light came out of her chest. And Wei Xun stopped being contemptuous inside half a second, because what came off that girl was a holy radiance, like a white rainbow going up through a ceiling, and the 18-beast phantom on his arm curled its wings in and whined. Nobody understands what is on that arm better than he does. It was frightened of her. Then her back tore open properly, and a pair of pure white wings came out and unfolded across my room, and every feather on them was as bright as a star. Light priest. Wei Xun told me afterwards that he had to physically hold himself in place because what came up in him was an urge to kill her, and it was not personal, and it was not reasoned. Light and darkness do not coexist, and his arm knows it even if he does not. She hovered off the bed with her hair gone white and tested it the way anybody would, which is to say at random. She waved a hand at a long dead flower somebody had left in a jar on the table. That is the part I keep turning over. It came back. Am I dreaming? How can I have this? And then the turn I had actually paid 2 bottles for. Because of him, I changed. Because of him, my sister has a chance. Because of him, my life is not the life I had yesterday. In an apocalypse, a person needs a source of emotional support more than they need most things, and after everything that had happened to her since May, she had finally found one, and it was standing at the end of the bed with its arms folded. That one I did arrange. On my side of it, the faith changed character. Before her awakening, it was a drop of water. After it, the drop became a spring. Fanatic believer. And I would like the record to show that I noticed the joke. A man on his way to becoming a demon now owns an angel, and she is one of his 2 fanatics. 2. That is the whole list. Lin Yue and Li Guang, the boy in my personal guard who cannot run 20 kilometers without stopping. And a professional's faith comes across far stronger than a mortal's, which means those 2 between them are worth more to my ceiling than the other 13,998 put together. Light priest, on my paper. Holy light heals quickly, and with skill, it regenerates flesh and bone outright, and it does overwhelming damage to dark creatures, with a particular emphasis on zombies and the undead. She is bronze, and she is worth as much to me as a silver expert and possibly more because I have never once had a medic. She landed and went to one knee. Thank you for your grace. From this day, I am loyal. I am willing to give you everything I have. Which told me she is intelligent. Somebody who has survived this long at the bottom knows how to take an opportunity and climb it immediately without being prompted. I like intelligent people. They are easier to use and they last longer. And here is what she is actually for, since I have never pretended otherwise to myself. Wu Jian manufactured a god of war out of a girl on a unicorn deliberately by committee, and it worked on 200,000 people. I now have a better one. Song Jia earned her glory in battle, and it took her 8 weeks. Lin Yue has an innate advantage no amount of fighting produces, which is that when she opens those wings, everybody who sees her stops arguing. Her job is temple priest, my spokesperson. She recruits believers for me, and I never have to appear. It is, in every functional respect, a celebrity endorsement. The priest of a bloodthirsty demon turning out to be a holy angel would be considered an outright fantasy even in the deepest part of the abyss. Then I collared her before she could get up because gratitude has a half-life. Remember what you said today. I can give you all of this, which means I have the right to take it away. And I let her feel what was behind it, which she could not have felt an hour earlier. I do not like listening. I only like watching. Prove your promises with actions. And she answered with the only collateral she owns. My sister is my last remaining family. I swear to you, if I betray you, my sister and I will both die badly. She will not go back either, and she knows it. It is easy to go from simplicity to luxury. Going the other way is almost impossible, and she has been fed soft bread, and she has flown. There is a second bottle. Go and give it to your sister. The moment between them is the warm one, so I will give it to you properly. Lin Shu could not look at her. Her older sister was standing in the middle of the room bathed in light with wings out, like something out of a painting on a wall of a building neither of them was ever allowed into. And for about 4 seconds the younger one felt small. I would like the record to show I noticed. Lin Yue picked her up off the bed. Drink this. Then you will be the same as me. Hers did not come as light. It came as water, mist over the fused legs, her hair going sky blue from the roots down, a crown-shaped phantom settling over her head and staying. And then an energy burst that put my furniture against the far wall. Outside, the weather turned over in about 90 seconds. Thunder, a dark red cloud coming across a clear sky, and then a downpour with drops as thick as a chopstick, and the whole of East Bridge went into chaos because everybody had washing out. I want that standing next to everything else I have told you. When it settled, she had a golden fishtail where the legs had been, ice blue hair to the waist, and deep blue eyes, and she was not bronze. Silver rank, in one step, out of a child who could not sit up that morning. And the thing that mattered most to me happened invisibly. The royal jelly held. She did not run out of energy in the middle of her own awakening, which means the head damage does not happen, and the girl who spent my previous timeline unable to speak or feed herself with abilities she could never reach is going to grow up. I fixed something. I would like that entered in the ledger next to the rest of it. Strategic value, since I did not do it for that and would have done it anyway. Mermaids control water and have a strong affinity with everything that lives in it. That river the ogres held is currently unusable. Every creature in it is mutated, and any professional who cannot swim who goes in is committing suicide slowly. With her, that river becomes mine. An ecological park that feeds my order fish and meat indefinitely, and nobody else in this province can take it. The tail transformation hurts, apparently, so her sister put holy light on her, and Shu described it as a gentle drizzle in spring, and then, more accurately, as sunbathing on a cool blue beach wearing sunglasses. Nobody told me any of that. I worked it out. One light and one ocean, standing next to each other, complementing one another like 2 goddesses somebody had ordered as a set. They are my household staff now. Attendants and a healer. Nothing else. And anybody in my camp who thinks otherwise will find out how I feel about it. Wei Shun was genuinely rattled for 2 days afterwards. He received those 2 personally. He carried them in himself. They were filthy and covered in sores, and one of them was 5 hours from the corpse draggers. A fine horse is common. A discerning eye is rare. And the thought he could not shake, and which he said to Gao Wei and not to me, was, can the master see the future? He dismissed it as absurd, obviously. Then he arrived at the explanation that satisfied him, which is that some people can find gold in silt, and ordinary people simply cannot do it. There are no plans for you for the moment, but I need servants. You two will stay and look after the house. And Lin Yue, who understands precisely what it means to live under somebody's roof, answered without a flicker. Yes, my sister and I will take good care of the adults. Orders to Wei Shun. Clean clothes for both. And a few bottles of blood honey a day, because their abilities are not stable yet, and I am not losing either of them to a seizure. And Wei Shun recalculated his politics in real time, which was funny to watch. He started being warm to them. If you have any questions in future, ask me any time. Because whatever those two are going to become, he cannot afford to be the man who sneered at them on day one. Then he came in with a message. Major Song Jia has sent word. The things you asked for are ready. The day after she promised them. I had not expected her to be that efficient, and I should have. The training room told the rest of the story before anybody said anything. Every cage was empty. Dozens of monsters killed overnight, all of them, and the floor cracked open in tortoiseshell patterns from one wall to the other. That is what one night of Songjia's mental state looks like from the outside, and I admired it, genuinely. If she were a timid girl who had been wronged and had gone pessimistic and heartbroken about it, I would not have taken her seriously and would not have gone to this much trouble to break her. You do not spend 3 weeks destroying somebody's beliefs unless the beliefs are load-bearing. The delivery was 2 blood-fang lizard dragons. A trace of dragon bloodline in them. Thick hide that resists elemental and physical damage both, 4 paws and teeth that go through refined steel. Their weakness is that they have almost no intelligence, which is why only a beast tamer can ever do anything with one. They had been chained to the floor through pierced abdomens so that any movement at all tore the wound wider. That is Iron Demon Army practice, and she did not do it herself, and she knew about it. I did nothing about it, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. I killed them without ceremony, and I want to be accurate about it, because it was not a hunt. The first one got the blade into the abdominal wound that was already there. The second one whimpered and begged, in the way that things with no language beg, and it got the whip of flames around the neck, and the heat blistered it before it went. That was not extermination. That was a massacre in a room, and I am the one who did it. And I did it because I needed 2 things sacrificed at once and had a schedule. Double summoning. That is new. It comes out of increased control rather than increased power, and it is the first genuinely new capability I have gained since the dragon. What came up first was a null. Hyena head, gray-green fur, yellow teeth, blood-red eyes, claws an inch long, a tongue a foot long that it hunts by scent with, and a breath that arrives before it does. Null society is worth understanding because it explains the fighting. The strongest rules by intimidation. When a leader dies, the rest fight over the position and the tribe splinters every time without exception. The strongest is the chief. My own answer to that question has not changed, and the weakest are provisions. Living in a null society is therefore an extremely high-stress activity, since any visible sign of weakness is fatal, and out of that you get a creature with 1 combat trait that matters. The worse it is hurt, the more ferocious it becomes. They are natural warriors, many times more ferocious than catfolk, and unlike catfolk, they have never needed to be persuaded of anything. And the second one that came up was a mutated tentacle monster, silver rank. 3 meters, a huge fleshy ball with a dozen whip limbs of solid muscle coming off it, barbs along the length of everyone, corrosive slime that blackened my floorboards where it stood, a single cunning eye set in the center of the mass, and 1 bright red conical horn. It cracked the boards on landing, and this one has abandoned every one of the habits that make its species notorious. It is not interested. It has mutated into something that pursues pure power and destructive force, and nothing else. And as a siege weapon, it is the best thing I own after Sprite. I fed both and dismissed both. 2 more trump cards. In the whole of East Bridge, the threats that can still reach me are getting difficult to name. The rain stopped and the city went back to work, and the workforce includes the old and the children. Nobody supports idlers, not there, not anywhere. In order, the old and the weak get light work, which I arranged deliberately because a person doing something has a reason to be alive, and a person doing nothing becomes a problem for the whole street. In East Bridge, there are children in the hauling teams, and nobody looks twice. However powerful that city is, feeding hundreds of thousands is not a thing that can be done, and everything ugly underneath follows from that one fact, and there is something underneath it. There are places in that city where people go in and do not come out, and everybody knows what they are, and the men who run them will not work and have found something else to sell. Wu Jian cracks down on them hard. He has executed people for it publicly, and he cannot eradicate it because they come up like weeds. Every batch he clears is replaced inside a month. I was close enough to hear it. And the root cause is not evil, it is hunger. The way to solve that problem completely is to make sure everybody has enough to eat, and the arithmetic on several 100,000 people does not close, and he knows it, and it is killing him. I have stopped being surprised by any of it. I walked back through that city with the sun full on my back and felt like I was walking into a dark room. This is not a world you survive by being kind at. If you are ruthless, I will be more ruthless. If you are evil, I will be more evil. I did not invent that rule, and I have never once lost by it. The highest alert siren went 2 days later. Street rumor, within an hour, and street rumor in that city is faster and more accurate than the officers. Our base outside has been besieged by zombies. Over 1,000 dead overnight. Countless zombies, including mutated things that shrug off swords and bullets, and cannon shells that hit them and did nothing. I was told all of this by somebody who was there, and my memory supplied the shape of it, and the shape is the cleverest thing anybody has done in this province since May. East Bridge is the human base. West Bridge belongs to the zombies and the insects. And those two races have been fighting each other continuously since the second week, and that war is the only reason there are humans left here at all. I have built my whole position on people not noticing that. A month ago, the insects went dormant. They stopped hunting. They withdrew, and inside half a month, nearly 70% of them were gone out of West Bridge entirely. Every analyst in East Bridge read that as the insects losing. It was the insect emperor. It is an insect, and its intelligence has gone past ordinary human beings, and what it did was simply stop feeding the zombies. With no insect flesh available, a zombie population that had been stable for 2 months went rabid and needed fresh meat, and humans became the new target. The mindless zombies were being used as pawns. That is a 1,000-strong army raised, aimed, and fired by something that has never once been seen, using an enemy species as ammunition. What happened last time is that the stronghold fell after several defensive battles, more than 6,000 soldiers and civilians, and not one intact body left afterwards. Wu Jian built that place as a two-way offensive and defensive position, and as his own fallback if the city ever went, and it fell outright, and his prestige went with it. Subordinates defected in numbers after that. Anti-war sentiment spread through the whole camp within a fortnight. I was standing about 40 meters from that. That was the final straw that broke the war faction. I did not warn anybody. I am going to set out my reasoning in full, because I have gone over it since, and I want it written down the way I actually thought it, not the way it sounds best. 1. Nobody would have believed me. I have no evidence and no source I can name. 2. Even if they believed me, what does it get me? It makes several intelligent people wonder very hard where the information came from, and it produces no benefit at all. And 3, which is the real one. As long as the war faction stays strong, Songjia belongs to Wu Jian. She believes completely that this man is going to bring hope and peace to East Bridge, and while she believes that there is nothing I can offer her, the zombie siege was an opportunity. What I needed was for Songjia to feel helpless. To find out herself in the field that Wu Jian is not infallible and cannot protect the survivors the way she has been imagining. So, driven by my own interests, I sat on the knowledge that thousands of people were not going to be reinforced in time and were going to be pulled apart by zombies. I closed my eyes for a moment on that street and the sunlight felt like a cold wind coming off a river. Then I opened them. One general's success is built on 10,000 sets of bones. I have my own view of the relative weight of a few thousand lives at a base against control of hundreds of thousands in East Bridge, and I did the sum, and I have not revised it. Wu Jian lost his composure that morning, and it was the first time anybody in that camp had seen it. Can somebody tell me, what on earth is going on? What are the scouts doing? Why are we only finding out about a siege of this size now? The veins were standing out on his neck. That is a man who has given 200,000 people a sense of composure since May, purely by never once appearing to be anything else, and it went out of him in front of his own staff. I priced that the moment I saw it. He lost nearly 4 professionals and thousands of soldiers in one night. In a faction war, every professional is a tenth of your strength, and none of them can be replaced this year. And what actually enraged him was not the numbers. It was that it had not been a fight. It was an ambush. The scouts on the walls were torn apart before any of them got a signal out. The officer who escaped to bring the report took it standing up. I risked my life to get out and report and to request reinforcements. I bear undeniable responsibility for this, but lives are at stake. Tell me, if I killed you, would the thousands of people who died come back? Your subordinate is incompetent. I will go and fight the horde. If I die, I will die on the front line. And then Wu Jian gave the closest thing to a genuinely heroic speech I have heard since the world ended, and I am giving it to you without editing it, because I did not deserve to hear it, and I heard it anyway. On the front line, on a wall less than 50 kilometers from where you are standing, our families and our comrades are fighting off zombies right now. I do not want to blame anybody for who was right and who was wrong. I can only say that this is the most devastating day in the history of East Bridge. Now, follow me forward. Avenge our comrades. Avenge our families. Avenge our incompetence. Revenge. Revenge. Kill them. Put them back in their filthy graves. And the thing he knew, and none of them did, is that the base is the last barrier East Bridge has. If it goes, then in a large-scale war, humanity here does not even get time to prepare before the enemy is at the wall. I put that in my own notes that night. Song Jia addressed her Iron Demon army from the Unicorn. The base is in an unprecedented crisis. Thousands of lives depend on us. We have the best of everything in this city, the best weapons, the best food, even the best beds. We have trained for this exact moment, and today we go out. But do not be afraid. I have set a rule. Even if you die in battle, East Bridge will take full responsibility for your family's affairs. Which is my promise, word for word, made at a stone monument in another city, and I would very much like to know who told her about it. Her unit is several hundred soldiers, and 16 of them are professionals, covering combat and management and logistics. That is the backbone of Wu Jian's entire force in one formation, and they eat meat at every meal in a city where children haul bricks for 2 buns. I had that from 3 separate people afterwards. This is the most dangerous mission we have had. Do not be afraid. I will be with you. Whoever kills the most will be rewarded by the colonel with rank, food, and status. When it starts, I have the courage to go forward first. Do you dare follow me? Fearless for East Bridge. And at the base itself, the zombies were coming in like surf on a beach, in rows, continuously, from every direction at once. The civilian laborers who built that place were on the wall fighting beside the soldiers with stones and steel bars and their own tools because there was nothing else to give them and they did not ask. I have since made it policy at home, and then it got worse. Hundreds of skeletal white crows came in over the horizon like a mist rolling the wrong way. Long dead, most of the flesh gone, tattered wings and bone. Somebody on the wall said, out loud, that this was adding insult to injury, and somebody else answered him, kill all of them. Do not underestimate human beings. Songjia took her Iron Demon army and every reinforcement the war faction could spare out to the base that night. The conservative faction moved too, dozens of corpse fiends and several high-ranking professionals marching in good order, arriving late. None of it was my business. I was a guest in that city with the right to decide my own movements, and I exercised it by staying exactly where I was. 2 days later, East Bridge got its breath back for the first time in a week. Soldiers slept. The labor team slept. And in the mansions, the ruling class started whispering. At night, ordinary people in that city are in bed by 8, and I walked through it and counted the lit windows. There is no entertainment left anywhere in the apocalypse, and going to bed early reduces how much food you need and lets a body recover, so a city of 200,000 goes dark at dusk like a field. And in the middle of all that dark, Zhou Ning's house was lit from top to bottom. Soldiers at the doors, soldiers on the stairs, soldiers along the corridors, and between them, at intervals, corpse fiends standing with nothing behind their faces. I went in with Sprite and nobody else. It was wrapped to the ankles in the cloak with only that small face showing. It has no legs. It walked perfectly evenly anyway, and it stayed exactly half a step behind me the entire evening, which is a thing it started doing on its own, and which I have never once had to correct. In the reception room, everybody was standing, and one man was sitting. The temperature in there was not low. He was in a padded coat, curled in on himself, hands inside his sleeves, like somebody trying to keep out a cold that was not in the room. Behind him, the corpse barrier, Zhao Ming, who I had already met. And a new one, stripped to the waist, built like something cast rather than grown, shaggy-haired, full beard, a face somewhere between a man and a lion, and eyes with genuine appetite in them. Guo Tao, the wild man. Third of the 4. He scanned me the way an animal scans, and his eyes lit green while he did it, and wherever the look landed, it went in like needles and brought the hair up. That was a provocation. That was a completely blatant provocation, and it was meant to be seen as one. My Sprite had been sitting at my feet, warming itself against my leg the way a cat does in winter, with its head resting on my knee. It felt the look land on me and came out from behind my back. It does not like people looking at its master like that. Historically, everyone who has done it is dead. The cloak went up and dragon's might came off it and filled that room. Killing intent shaped like the roar of an enormous dragon in a drawing room in the middle of a city. Guo Tao is not weak. A lion is still not a match for a dragon. He gave ground by 1 step, and I do not think he chose to. And Zhao Ming moved in the same half second. A white bone slid out of his palm, and it is his own arm bone, and his ability is that his bones grow without limit and become whatever weapon he needs. I put my hand on Sprite's head. It pulled the pressure back in and returned to its place. And Zhou Ning's eyes flickered a deep red once, and he shook his head very slightly, and Guo Tao went back to being furniture. When masters clash, they do not necessarily need fists. A tiger will never make friends with a mouse. That was a provocation, and it was also a test, and if I had failed it, there would have been no conversation at all, only terms. Li Quan, you are the leader of the Economic Development Zone. It is a pleasure. He raised his head slowly, as though it were heavy. The Economic Development Zone is nothing much. To hold a force this size in East Bridge, you are the real article. 2 old foxes in a room, being courteous at a level ordinary people never have to encounter. And here is the thing I want to flag, because it has been sitting under this whole account. That was the first time I had ever seen Zhou Ning. 12 years of memory, a man who ran 70% of the effective power in a city of 200,000, and in the previous timeline he never left his residence, was never photographed, was never described to me by anybody who had been in a room with him, and when the insect tide broke, he disappeared, and no body was ever found. You are a distinguished guest. There has been a misunderstanding between us. Tonight I apologize with a meal. Serve it. The servants came in wearing livery worth more than most people in that city will earn in a year, and they had been selected to match the dinner service, which is a sentence I want you to sit with for a moment. And then the food: leopard tail, bear paw, tiger head. I put my nose over it, and the aroma was genuinely irresistible, and there were powerful life elements running through it, which meant the raw material was mutated beasts of at least bronze rank. And I frowned, because I recognized them. Those were the ferocious beasts chained around the courtyard of Liu Chang's residence on the day he tried to have me killed. Zhou Ning had cooked every tamed animal his own senior ally owned. All of them. The leopard, the wolf, the tiger, the ape, the beast. The entire life's work of the beast tamer they call the king of beasts, laid out on a table in gold dishes to make a point to a visitor. I could not have arranged it better myself. The table he laid for me was 10 paces long. Goose, chicken, suckling pig, and the dishes made from the ferocious beasts arranged around the edge like stars round a moon. Every plate gold. Wine poured from a bottle that could have bought a district, and in the middle of it there was a hole cut into the table, and the main course came up through it. A 2-meter ape, bronze rank and larger than a tiger, and dead, and served entire with its skull opened. That is a challenge dish. It is not food. Everybody at that table knew exactly what it was and what it was for, and Guo Tao stood beside it with a hammer he was not going to need, watching my face. If Liu Chang had walked in at that moment, he would have gone down on the carpet, because for the sake of an evening's rapport with me, Zhou Ning had boiled every one of his allies' pets, and that mentality is not something ordinary people can get their heads round, and it was not the point of the exercise either. The point was to watch me react. Brother Li, you and I found common ground immediately. Let us forget the past. This table is my greeting to you. And then, mildly, eat. Do you not like it? Continuation of pressure. Same test as the doorway, different instrument. So I picked up the gold spoon. I did not look away from him while I did it. I went into the skull, took out a full spoonful, and swallowed it without chewing. Then I pointed at it with the spoon. Delicious, but this is too inconvenient. Take the head off and give me the whole thing. One glance from Zhou Ning and Guo Tao put a sword through the neck, and blood went the length of that table and over the gold plates. I laughed, took the skull, used it as a bowl, and ate nothing else for the rest of the evening. The servants stood along the wall shaking. They are professionally trained, and they have worked in that house for months, and none of them had seen anything like it, and one of them dropped a jug. And Zhou Ning smiled, picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of bloody meat, and chewed it with obvious enjoyment, and the two of us went back and forth across that table until half of it was gone. I want to be clear that I won that exchange. I also want to be clear about what winning it required. Your Excellency is very sincere, I said, wiping my mouth. It would not have been possible to prepare all of these ingredients at short notice, which is a polite way of saying, I can see exactly how much you burned for one evening's theater, and I have priced it. He sat back and put his hands into the fur because he was cold again, and said the following clearly and with spaces between the words. East Bridge is a large place, and we only occupy half of it. East Bridge and West Bridge together hold hundreds of thousands of people and supplies nobody has counted. Brother Li is an intelligent man, so I will not go round it. How about we cooperate and manage this place together? Oh, is that not a little ambitious? Besides the two of us there is Colonel Wu, and he will not agree so easily. And then he stood up. He is an ordinary person with no ability of any kind, and he came out of that chair with a smoothness that made the hair go up on my arms, like something in a riverbed that has been holding still for a long time and has decided to move. Wu Jian is obsessed with fighting and does not understand recuperation. He will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Brother Li is different. As long as you and I join forces, the whole of East Bridge is ours. And at that point, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people will be in Brother Li's hands. And then, with something moving under the surface of his voice, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I had gone in expecting to be offered peace. I had not expected to be recruited onto the same ship, but my objective is not half of East Bridge. It is the whole of it, and I am not signing away the top half at the halfway point for a share. We will discuss it later. My camp is newly established. There is a great deal to do. I will wait patiently for good news. And through the whole of that, his eyes kept going back to Sprite. Not nervously, curiously, as though there were something there he wanted a closer look at. I refused the escort and walked home alone through a dead city. My assessment of the man, and I will be fair to him, compared to Wu Jian's strong will, Zhou Ning acts entirely as he pleases with no regard for consequences at all. Objectively, that is a kind of hero. There are not many people who can do it and mean it, but from the moment I saw him I was uncomfortable, and it was not caution, and it was not fear. It was disgust, and it ran up my spine, and it felt like something I was born with rather than something I had concluded. I had never seen the man before in my life. Where did that come from? So I put my hand on Sprite's head as we walked. Did you feel anything strange in that room tonight? It looked up at me, half asleep. You are so annoying. I softened it. Not the big stupid one at the start, the one sitting in the chair. It tilted its head and went back through the evening properly, taking its time. Then it said, more hateful than hateful. And that stopped me on the road. Because until very recently, my Sprite thought about exactly one thing, which was eating. If Sprite is distracted from food long enough to render a verdict on a human being, then an enormous change has occurred in my Sprite. And also, and more urgently, Zhou Ning is not a human being. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Go through it properly. He is ruthless and unpredictable and answers to nobody. And at the same time, he is iron disciplined, and neither Zhao Ming nor Guo Tao dares break one of his rules in his presence, and the wild man lies down like a cat. It took me until the next morning to understand why, and on top of both, he can seduce. He offered me half a city inside 40 minutes of meeting me and made it sound reasonable. Discipline, appeal, persuasiveness. And the word arrived on its own, walking down an empty street at midnight. Devil. The base they had all been counting on was rubble with bodies in it, buildings coming down, and nobody going to help because every person on that site was already at a post. Women on the wall, children carrying ammunition. Only the industrial district was still standing, and behind it was the perimeter, and behind the perimeter was nothing at all. That is not just the base's last refuge. It is the last checkpoint East Bridge has on that side. If it goes, the road into the city is open ground for 50 kilometers. The Iron Demon Army was at the front. Behind them, the civilians who had built that place, holding hammers and shovels, and in a few cases, bricks. It does very little. Standing next to somebody who is holding something does a great deal. My own camp runs on the same arithmetic. Most of the dead there died in the mouths of zombies, and I want you to hold the next part properly. Every one of those zombies used to be a person. When the apocalypse arrived, they embraced the dead, and now they come back for the living, and the men on that wall were killing their own former neighbors all night. Songjia was in black armor with her face gone to ice. She is a woman, and she stood on that wall with the air of somebody who could hold off 10,000 men, which is not a compliment I hand out. Hero template. Deep wounds to the bone close in a week on that girl. And she had not slept in more than 20 hours, and if she were not Silver Peak with the will to match it, she would already have been on the floor. That is the version I believe, and I have checked it. The zombies were coming in from West Bridge and also from inside the city itself, from the infected who turn where they lie. The industrial district was surrounded on every side, and then they started stacking. Zombies piling on top of zombies, building a wall of their own bodies several meters high against the perimeter, so the ones behind could walk up it and over. Then the top of that pile went up in a fountain. On the roof, a dozen men had chained an enormous barrel down, and above the barrel a smoky phantom of a monster hung in the air. A magic crystal cannon. Howran's work, and I have described the mechanism already, and this is what it looks like in use. Gunpowder plus a sealed soul, and one shell erases several hundred ordinary zombies. 3 rounds. Then the soul disperses and somebody has to go out and catch another monster to reload a gun. If there is any creature on this planet genuinely fearless in the face of death, and I have met most of the candidates, it is a zombie. Several hundred of them went to vapor, and the rest did not slow down. They came through the remains, covered in what had been the front rank, and got more ferocious for it. And then 3 giant corpses came up the approach, 3 meters tall, heavily decomposed, faces no longer identifiable as faces, arms out of all proportion, and things moving freely through the bodies, blood-red pupils, and they tear apart their own kind on the way in, and I recognize the mechanism because it is not cruelty and it is not accident. Their dark blue bodies go red with it, and what they are doing is generating cursed aura, which is energy taken by torturing and killing their own species. Ordinary zombies inside that aura go berserk. They tore their own tendons getting to the wall faster. Songjia understood the mechanism in about 4 seconds, which is the reason she is what she is. While a giant corpse lives, everything around it stays enchanted. She stepped up onto the parapet, standing there like a heroine out of a story on the last night of a country. You damned bastards! Then she stamped once and dropped off the wall like a phoenix falling in color. Martial soul, azure flame in her palm condensing into a long sword, and the first cut took half a giant corpse's head off before it registered that anything had arrived. Giant whirlwind. She dropped into a crouch, held the blade horizontal, and spun in place at a speed that produced a noise I do not have a word for, and blade energy went out in every direction, and every zombie within reach came apart at the waist. Elegance does not belong to Songjia. That girl with the pretty name prefers to kill her enemies in the fastest and most convenient way available, and I have never respected her more than when I heard that described. The two remaining giants swung fists the thickness of a pillar. Swallow's return. She sprang back off the ground and came in on the arm, and the arm came off entirely, and the blade energy ran up the stump into the chest, and the corpse was very nearly split in two, a group of rotting bodies. You have power, and no thought, and no reaction. And she did not stop to say it twice. She bent low and went at the last one, moving like a cheetah through undergrowth. Windblade. One sweep into the air, and a small hurricane closed round the last giant corpse, and in a little over 10 seconds, every piece of flesh on it had been taken off, and what fell over was a clean white skeleton. It is still in my ears. 3 of them dead, and a blood-red aura standing around her afterwards like smoke off a signal fire, and her sword holding a vacuum 5 meters across. And the zombies were not frightened. Their bloodlust replaced fear weeks ago, and there is nothing in them left to reach. She stood in the middle of it, breathing hard with one bead of sweat on her forehead, and thought, this is far more complicated than I expected. The night went in noise. Without the giant's aura, the horde slowed, and they held. And it cost 20% of East Bridge's entire ammunition reserve. In one night. The factories are stopped, and monthly output is a rounding error, and a portion of the barrels came out of that engagement unserviceable and were left in piles, and some of them had snapped in half. It cost me nothing, and it told me everything. Songjia sat afterwards in an empty room with her face and her eyes gone the color of paper. She is flesh and blood. The nerves had been held at full tension for 2 days, and she was at the edge of collapse, and nobody in that base could be allowed to see it. Her aide reported to her every 10 minutes, which is his own arrangement, and I have since copied it. The situation has stabilized for now, but they did not withdraw. They pulled back to the side and are resting. The zombies have formed a square formation, conservatively over 3,000. That aide is middle-aged, and I have taken an interest in him since. He pulled Songjia's family of 3 out of somewhere in the first week and has served her since without a single complaint. He can turn invisible for a little over 10 seconds and recharges it by resting, and he is a master of the sudden attack and the quiet killing. A square formation. Zombies do not form up. Which means the horde has a commander, and her conclusion was correct, and it was also her problem. You do not beat a commanded horde with 1,000 soldiers on a wall. You beat it by going inside and killing the thing giving orders with a small team. Fast. I counted them on the way past. And the commander is screened by mutated zombies, so anybody who goes deep gets buried under mass before they reach it. The conservative faction's experts had arrived, shown themselves twice, gone into a room, and not come out. She had never expected anything else from them, and had not planned around them. We do not have enough manpower. I cannot complete a sniper mission alone. I need to call for help. And her aide told her the truth. Help, Major? You already took 30% of East Bridge's combat-ready strength out here. Yang Lei and Hao Ren have to stay in the camp because of the conservative faction. Even if we ask, there may be nothing to send. He was right. Wu Jian cannot dispatch another soldier without the city tipping over behind him, and the Ninth Master is sitting there watching for exactly that. She opened and closed her fists a few times. The target of the distress call is not the colonel. And then, go back to East Bridge now, find 2nd Lieutenant Li, explain the situation and ask him to lend me a hand. And then the sentence that finished it. Tell him that I will consider what he said before. And after that last word, there was nothing left in her at all. The soldier did not ask a single question. A soldier's duty is to obey. Alone, she let out a breath and sat there for a while. She was not sure whether what she had just done was right or wrong. She has never once been in a room with me without being afraid, and she knows perfectly well that there is far more behind those words than the words contain. She knew it was a conspiracy. She had no other choice. With her strength, she could have walked out of that base whenever she liked. And then the industrial district falls, and the last barrier East Bridge has goes with it, and every person on that wall dies while she is walking. I stood there and let it finish. So far, apart from Li Quan, there is nobody who can turn this around. I got the message at home with Sprite asleep across my feet. It has been sleepy lately. It lies there humming to itself. Lulu, over and over, which is not a word in any language I have been able to identify. Lin Yue brought the tea in, and her hands were not steady because she had finally worked out who she is living with, not a wealthy professional. The Lord of Order, who unified the economic development zone, and the pressure I put on that girl goes up every day, which is deliberate. Holiness and evil were always going to be two ends of the same stick. She also, and I only found this out later, spent that entire week believing that the small girl in the cloak lying at my feet, rubbing her cheek against my trouser leg, was a child I had taken and trained, and she attached a label to me that I am not going to write down. She did not dare say anything. She and her sister live under my roof and are currently servants, and all she could do was pray I never turned my attention to them. Everybody in that house thinks my sprite is a victim. My sprite ate a woman in that corridor and then cried because it does not have feet. I was not thinking about any of that. I was thinking about the report, requesting help. Finally, could not hold out any longer. The prey has climbed onto the web. Now it is only a matter of hauling it in. Help. Of course we help. Songjia has staggered, and this is the moment to finish it and turn her into something that carries out instructions. Her inner world has come apart completely, which is precisely what I have spent 3 weeks arranging, and I decided to go without any further consideration of Zhou Ning's feelings on the matter, because that banquet had left me with a crisis feeling I could not source. Devil. Used about a human being, that word is not a compliment. After all this trouble, all of it for Songjia, I cannot slip out quietly. I have to leave openly. Wei Shun, go and tell Wu Jian that I cannot bear to watch the base fall, so I'm leaving the city today to help his soldiers fight the horde. Tell him to prepare food, weapons, and if at all possible, a few magic crystal cannons. 2 birds. I wanted Songjia's soul, and I also wanted several tons of military supplies out of the man whose position I was in the process of undermining, and I did not see any reason to choose. I addressed my 100 that night. We move to support the frontline outpost first thing tomorrow. The terrain is complicated and the horde is large. If we go in blind, thousands of people can be eaten alive out there, never mind 100. New insect carapace armor on every man, steel knives, firearms, and 5 high explosive grenades on each belt, and one of those is enough to put a zombie out of the fight permanently. And I had made a point of not hiding Songjia's request. I sent men to explain the whole thing to Wu Jian personally, which put me on the moral high ground before I had done anything at all. He had not slept in several nights by then. He cannot send more help because the moment he does, Zhou Ning takes the city behind him, and he cannot leave the base unsupported because then it falls and takes his prestige with it. I had never seen it done before, and I have not seen it since. And then an outsider volunteered, so he did not economize. Firearms, ammunition, grenades, and a full supply train with food and water on top. The balance of the 3 of us is worth stating, because it explains everything about that city. I have the skeleton warriors, Zhou Ning has the corpse fiends, and Wu Jian, besides the Iron Demon Guard, has a small arms factory. I have unified over 10,000 people, and almost all of them are ordinary. Without technicians and without experience, manufacturing weapons is a fantasy you tell yourself on a wall at night. He has most of the specialists in this province, and a factory he started building months before anybody else thought of it. And his ammunition is not ordinary. There is blood plasma from an explosive insect mixed into the powder, and it produces enormous heat, which means more propulsion, more explosive force, and more penetration. I remember the exact hour. Monsters bring more than slaughter. Sometimes they have other uses, which is why that city farms blazing insects in bulk purely for the blood, exactly the way I farm bees. Every skeleton warrior of mine got a steel sword. Under the necromantic aura, each one of them looks like a vengeful ghost with a job, and there was a second objective to that march that I did not announce. I wanted my people to find out what a real war is. Best estimate was over 3,000 zombies still standing, and half the original horde already dead. And my 100 were the elite of every department in my camp and the future middle management of everything I intend to build. A strong general makes a strong army. Only those who have been through a war can be called warriors. That horde was the final examination. The ones who came back would get a ticket to a much larger stage. The ones who did not would become dust, and I had already accepted the price before we formed up. While I was doing that, Zhou Ning was standing in a cellar covered in blood with a body at his feet. That cellar is hidden well enough that nobody in the conservative faction knows about it except 2 people. Young people simply lack willpower, a few deaths, and they volunteer for the front. Zhao Ming, not looking at what was on the floor beside him, observed that we had left in a hurry and taken supplies off Wu Jian, and asked whether we intended to use battlefield glory to establish ourselves permanently in East Bridge. I would have done exactly the same in his position. Inviting this person to a banquet was informative. He is meticulous and ruthless. His ambition, having unified the economic development zone, is certain to grow. But the city is already divided in two. How does an outsider who arrived 4 days ago put down roots here? He holds 70% of the real power in East Bridge, and he is secretly bloodthirsty and publicly beloved, and I would like you to hold both of those in your head at once because most people in that city could not. So we sit here while they fight at the front? No. Let him fight if he wants. The credit will still be ours. Send word to Qianhu. Tell him to watch the battlefield and seize the largest share of the glory at the crucial moment. Prestige is a good thing. Once we have killed the leader of the horde, support for the conservative faction increases, and how does Wu Jian compete with me then? And Zhao Ming, who I have decided I would enjoy killing, added the refinement. Let Song Jia and Li Quan lead the charge. Let Qianhu lie in wait on the flank and take the final spoils. Does Li Quan dare kill anybody? Qianhu is the fourth of the four, the Iron Demon. He does not eat food. He takes his energy out of metal, and over a long enough period his flesh and blood have become something close to steel. Alone in that cellar afterwards, Zhou Ning said several things to nobody. After preparing for so long, I do not want any accidents at the final moment. Human blood is the sweetest. Nobody can stop my plan. My power will awaken amid despair and the scent of blood, and at that point the will of blood and fire will descend on me. Human beings are my greatest sacrificial offering, and his eyes filled up with red. A river of blood leading to hell. 100 soldiers and several dozen skeleton warriors crossed open plain for a full day, and on the evening of the second we saw a high wall in the distance, and in front of the wall there was no ground. There was a horde, loose and roaming, and the smell arrived before the view did. I stood and looked at it in the last of the light. Zombies to the horizon in a solid mass, and something in the base of the skull that says lie down. I was not frightened because on the wall above them, Songjia was working, and zombies were coming apart in batches wherever she happened to be standing, and I ran the calculation again. Thousands of zombies moving in an ordered way means there is a leader. For everybody else in this province, that is the worst possible news. For me, it is the best news I have had all month, because my sprite mutated by devouring a leader, and that is how it grew into what it is now. And although it has the potential of a divine abomination, its actual strength is under 1,000th of the real thing, and the only way to close that gap is to keep feeding it. Without either of us deciding it, that creature has become the thing I am building, and I now spend my planning time finding powerful creatures for it to eat. Anything that can organize a horde of 3,000 has both strength and a considerable mind. Eat it, and my sprite grows in both. The wind came across the plain into my face. I could feel my own expression sitting there like a mask, cold and numb, and I did not adjust it. Attack! The skeleton warriors went first, led by the massive bronze one with the 5-foot steel blade, and it took 3 heads off in the opening 2 seconds without breaking stride. The rest came behind it. They have no life in them, so they have no fear, exactly like the things they were walking into, and to a skeleton the number of enemies is a useless figure on a page, and they are stronger than zombies. In purpose-made insect armor with blacksmith steel, an ordinary zombie cannot get through the plating at all, and simply comes apart against it. My human soldiers froze for about 2 seconds watching bone hit rotten flesh at scale, which I had expected and had built into the plan. Then they brought their rifles up and started firing. Blood flowers opened all across that horde. My order's first real battle had begun. On the wall it was worse than it looked from the plain. Several days of assault had told on the concrete, and steel reinforced or not, it was not holding well. 3 of the magic crystal cannon barrels had failed, and dozens of zombies had just come over into the industrial district itself. I filed that under things to steal. The despair on that wall was total. Women and children who had been carrying ammunition all night had stopped moving at all. And then there was noise out on the plain, and a soldier stood up and screamed at everybody to look. Because in the middle of the horde, there was a small figure with cat ears in a human tracksuit and plain wrappings on her feet, and she looked about 19, and she was completely calm in a place where grown men had stopped functioning. I have used the same trick twice since. Dozens of zombies swung at her at once. She did not dodge. She poured through the gaps in the horde like wind finding a window, opened one hand, and 10 claws came out. Shadowless claw. Her hands went faster than the eye tracks, and zombies went in every direction with their necks opened, and none of them got up again, and inside a minute there was a heap around her. Then a roar came from further along, and it had too many sounds mixed into it. And then Wei Xun took 1 step forward, looking entirely normal, and his right arm swelled, muscle coming up in shapes that should not exist, veins standing out, a cracking noise, and the whole arm became a 2-meter mass, with the ground fracturing under his boots from the weight of it. The arm took the shape of an enraged python with its skin webbed in blood vessels, and a phantom rose off it. He hit a zombie once, and it went into the earth and stayed there. And the skeletons came in behind him, and the industrial district, which had been 4 minutes from falling, was saved by people nobody there had ever met. Song Jia was on the wall with her face the color of paper, and it came back a little. She looked out into the mass of undead and my soldiers and found one face she knew. And for reasons she could not explain to herself, the face that has given her nightmares for 2 months brought her, standing on that wall in that hour, an indescribable feeling of peace. She got the last of her strength together and shouted it down the line. "Reinforcements are here. Hold on. We can win." The wall went up in noise. She made a glowing long sword with what she had left, and its faint light fell across their faces, and the soldiers took it up. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. It was like walking in pitch-black mountains and seeing the small lights of a house a long way off. But the horde was already halfway up the wall. Faces coming over the parapet with things moving in them, eyes with nothing behind them at all, and dozens of them stacking into a ladder. A poisoned hand took hold of a soldier. He put his muzzle against its chest and fired, and the special powder destroyed the heart and tore the body in half at the waist. The top half kept hold of him and took him over the side. As long as the head is intact, no injury at all affects a zombie's ability to kill you. "Kai!" somebody screamed, and a dozen of them were on him before the name finished. Head, arms, thighs. You could not hear him. You could only see it in his eyes. Then a whistle, and an arrow. His pupils contracted to half their size and went out. The shaft went into his forehead, through the skull, and ended it. Nobody blamed the owner of that arrow. He was bitten. Corpse toxin was already through him. If he survived, he would have got up again as a carrier and killed the men beside him. That way of dying is perhaps the greatest respect anybody can pay a soldier, and I am including everything I have ever said at a stone monument. 3 more arrows went out and pinned zombies to the ground through the feet, and something came through the horde at a speed that made men on the wall stop firing to watch. A prayer in a blasphemous language, and a figure broke out of the mass in a loose robe cut like a priestess's vestment, with a giant bone longbow in the right hand and a quiver across the back. Every shot killed one, and frequently more, because the arrow went through a skull and into whatever was standing behind it. A pile of disgusting, rotten meat. Lyra. The name my dark elf gave me the day she reached Silver Peak, which she had been carrying unasked for since June. Like Sprite, she is one of the first things I ever summoned. Her defects of character have never once interfered with my ability to rely on her, and with that agility and that bow, she is the assassin in every battle she is in, regardless of what the battle is. Melee threw a zombie 30 meters and looked over at the elf, who in her opinion was posing. The master ordered us to clear a path as fast as possible so our people can get in. We need to be quick and clear the zombies along the wall first. Lyra made a noise and turned away, because whatever she thinks of the cat, she does not dare disobey me. Then she said 2 syllables in abyssal, and the ground cracked open, and the wax-melting demon came up out of it. Like an enormous candle that has been burning for a week, with 8 thick tentacles and a single blood-red eye set into the mass. Every high priestess of Rose can summon one. Lyra received it the day she entered Silver Peak, when Rose crowned her in front of a dead insect king in a cemetery, and I did not know she had it until that evening. 2 meters. Heat coming off the body in a wave, and liquid dripping off the tentacles that melt stone where it lands. It went into the mass at the base of the wall and cleared it with the tentacles, and then began spinning in place, and a vacuum opened around it, and creatures with colossal vitality did not get the chance to move before they ran. Whoever built that understood people better than I did. I stood in the last of the sunset and shot with total indifference, and every bullet was a life. In my previous life, I spent several years going from a novice with a rifle to somebody who does not miss, and it is the least glamorous thing I own, and I have never once regretted the hours. Their reactions are slower than mine. That is the whole of the trick. We were cutting them, and they were not cutting us. The road to the gate opened up. Go ahead. And my soldiers went through it, back to back in a column, into the industrial district, past faces on that wall that had stopped expecting anybody, and the last man through was Li Guang, who shot a zombie at 4 meters, looked completely bewildered about having done it, tripped over the body, and ran to catch up with everybody else. Li Guang was throwing up bile inside the gate because there was nothing left in him to throw up. It was not the smell, or not mainly. Taking a zombie's head off with a rifle is exactly the same physical act as killing a person, and his hands knew it before he did. He had just shot a small zombie about his sister's age. There was a piece missing out of her neck. She had been eaten alive and had gone on being alive for some part of it, and her body was still in a running posture when it went down, arms coming forward, the way his sister comes across a courtyard at him every single time she sees him. He sat against the wall for a while, and then he got up, and what that did to him was harden his decision to stay in my order, because his arithmetic is not complicated. If there had been no adults near them, he and his sister would be exactly that, out on that plane, and somebody would have to blow his head off too. I want that standing next to everything else I have told you. There is no pity in it. They are monsters with human faces, and the faces are not an argument. So he learned, and he adapted, and the one thing he is certain of is that he should follow Lord Li Quan. Everything was given to me by the adults. If it is an order from the adults, you simply follow it. That is my fanatic. That is what he has in place of a conscience, and I built it out of a boy's gratitude and 5 pounds of insect meat a week. Outside, my necromancer raised the scepter. The dead are resurrected. Pale blue light went across the front rank of the horde, and the bodies came apart, and what stood up in the gaps were skeletons with rags of flesh still on them. Raising directly off zombies is fast, and it produces weak skeleton warriors. No insect armor, no blacksmith steel, nothing but bone and a soul fire. That is enough. Those skeletons were never intended to fight. They are a wall, and a wall of bone in a narrow approach buys 40 seconds, and 40 seconds was the entire plan. Open the door, now, open the door. She was almost screaming it, 2 meters from me. The main gate of that industrial district is reinforced to the point where it takes over 20 men to raise it, and several tons of steel started crawling upward at the speed of several tons of steel. All troops, accelerate. I know when to fight and I know when to move, and there is no glory in either. Somebody has to step up and make a sacrifice. I closed my fist and nodded at Lyra, and she said the prayer, and the wax-melting demon came back up as the second line. Lyra did not ask why. Why sacrifice the wax-melting demon? Why think about it at all? It is the master's order, and her job is to obey it. Their interests have been bound together since the moment she first summoned it, and she does not care whether it lives. And here is the part I want on the record, because it is the price of everything I am. The wax-melting demon is an intelligent being, and I knew that when I nodded. It looked at what was coming down that approach, and it was afraid. And because it had been summoned, it had to obey the priestess unconditionally for a short period, and the order it was given was to die there. It knew, and it went anyway, because that is what the contract does. Thousands of them tore the tentacles off it. When it ran out, it detonated itself, and everything within 5 meters stopped existing. And while the horde reorganized around the crater, my column was inside. The horde went from 1 step off the wall back to the start line, and the defenders got their first breathing space in 4 days. Songjia let out a breath and lay down on the ground. Not sat. Lay down, in the dirt, in front of her own soldiers. 31 hours without sleep, held together by nothing but will. And the moment the industrial district was no longer in danger, her mission was complete, and she went out like a light. I have stopped being surprised by any of it. What she dreamed about, she told me afterwards, and it is the only time she has ever volunteered anything. She dreamed of East Bridge taken, zombies and insects through the whole of it, the ground covered in bodies eaten past identification. An enormous city functioning as a hell with not one survivor anywhere in it. None of that was my doing for once, which is not a nightmare. That is a memory I have, arriving in somebody else's head, and I have never worked out how. Blood. Every single drop has to fall. She came awake screaming and threw a block up on instinct and then recognized my face. Thanks. Just for saving the industrial district. She meant it plainly. Just those 2 words? You know what I want. And then I put it in. Where was this Colonel Wu of yours during the most dangerous part? A hair's breadth. This place would have been leveled and you and every person in it would have been food. That is the promise from 3 weeks earlier being collected, and I aimed it directly into the crack I had spent 3 weeks opening. And I did not sit like a commander after an action. I sat like a tourist who happened to be passing, and I presented the invoice. You must give me an answer. Because of your request for help, 4 of my men are dead, and 2 more have the corpse virus. That part was true, and it is the part of the war nobody puts in a report. Some of them stayed under that wall permanently because there was no way to reach them, and the rest of us stood on the parapet and watched it happen. It is the sort of thing I am supposed to have stopped noticing. They should not have died. And she broke. I can pledge loyalty to you, but I cannot betray the colonel. Privately, I can agree to your request to place people in the Iron Demon Army, but I hope you will prioritize the overall situation in East Bridge. I do not believe in verbal loyalty. I let facts speak, and I will say it once more. I will not harm Wu Jian. My only goal is to raise you up. And then I took her chin between 2 fingers. Look at me. Her pupils moved, and the illusion took hold completely, because after 31 hours, she had less than half her strength, and there was nothing in her capable of resisting it. It is the cheapest lever there is, and I pull it constantly. I put her own nightmare back in front of her and let it run all the way to the end this time. Nobody knows what she saw. I know what I built, and I do not know what her own mind did with it, and when it dispersed, she sat back on that bed with her face completely empty and did not speak for several minutes. I dislike betrayal. Remember what you said today. If one day you do something against my will, then I will let you feel it. What is real despair? Breakfast at dawn was bread, boiled beef, and mutton, which is worth explaining because I did not understand the value of it until I saw the faces. Wild animals get infected at many times the rate of anything else, so unmutated cattle and sheep are now rare, and in East Bridge beef and mutton are issued only to officers of major and above. I had brought royal jelly. Half a bottle put her back to 70 or 80%, which nothing else on this planet does. Lyra spent the whole meal studying Songjia with open curiosity, which is the closest thing to a social grace my dark elf has. Mei Li ate and then went into meditation to recover because a fistmaster rarely bothers with anything external, and Songjia recognized Lyra, which I had not anticipated. That is the arrow that nearly killed her outside the nursing home in the first week of the apocalypse. She also noted correctly that the elf has become considerably stronger since, and she understood something that morning that she should have understood at the banquet. Li Quan is not alone. One dark elf was enough to take the pressure off an entire industrial district. Plus, a girl with cat ears who fights like a machine somebody built for it. Her plan was sound and she had it before I did. With that many zombies, there has to be a leader. I want to go in and take the head off the thing giving orders, kill it, and the horde collapses on its own. I tapped my fingers on the arm of the chair. I do that when I am thinking, and I have never been able to stop. Get high explosive grenades. For personnel, 30 to 50 is ideal. That kind of raid needs precise coordination and nothing else. One link breaks and the horde eats the whole team, and there is no version where anybody runs. I am not afraid of death. I am also not going to be a fool about it. Go and recruit. And I said it leaning back in a chair to a major in her own base. She nodded and went to recruit. If anybody had walked in on the two of us, they would not have had words for it. The martial god that 200,000 people worship, taking instructions like a subordinate from a visitor in a chair, and some people's faith would not have survived watching it. I did not find any of that out until later, which is the main reason I support Songjia rather than replacing her. Those insignificant people do not need to know who I am. I can stand behind all of it and control everything, and that is enough. Sometimes ignorance is a kind of happiness. 3 kilometers away, Qianhu was looking at a dirty sky. That Li Quan actually involved himself in this mess and beat the horde and got into the camp. The 9th Master's letter had told him the man is not simple and travels with a master-class servant. Qianhu does not eat food. He takes his energy out of metal and his skin looks like anybody's, and when he walks on bare ground it goes tock-tock as though 2 iron pillars were meeting. My own answer to that question has not changed. He absorbs any metal he can get, and it strengthens his defense, and the camp calls him the indestructible Vajra, and if he stood still and let a ground dragon bite him, it would not do anything. I paid a man to tell me the rest. Beside him was a short man with a weasel's face and no ability at all, who was eloquent, and who is described in that camp as a cunning strategist. Captain, this is nothing to you. I noticed, for whatever that is worth. The 9th Master's letter said clearly that I must be careful. If I underestimate him, I will make a mistake. At Silver Peak, talent is half of it, and the other half is intelligence, and Qianhu could not be bought with flattery, which I discovered later and would have preferred to discover earlier. However, I cannot disobey the 9th Master's orders. I am determined to seize the credit. So what if Li Quan is unhappy? We will compete fairly, and everything is for the sake of East Bridge. And he said the last 3 words in a way that made the sentence mean something else. Then he ordered his people to watch Songjia, took all 8 of his corpse fiends, and had the weapons loaded. We are well equipped. How is Songjia going to steal credit from me? She recruited 30 for me. Every one of them knew the mission was close to suicide, and not one of them showed anything. The first 10 in that line looked like tigers and leopards showing their teeth. Iron Demon Army, the genuine elite of the war faction, and the last thing Songjia has left standing behind her. I did not bring a single one of my own trusted people, and my reason was self-interested. If my order is fertile ground, those 100 men are the seed in it. Whether order becomes a forest depends entirely on how those specific people grow, and you do not grow them by keeping them behind a wall. The exit cost was the part that told me how serious she had become. 2 magic crystal cannons, 6 rounds between them, plus a mass of high explosive grenades, fired and thrown to open a 10-meter vacuum around the gate. That preparation burned 70% of the industrial district's remaining ammunition, all of it, for a corridor for 30 people. Boats burned. And her resolve at that moment made me look at her sideways, because failure meant she had spent the base's ability to defend itself on a gamble, and the payment for failure was going to be complete. For me, it was a plan. For her, it was do it or die. Go ahead. 30 people went through a disorganized horde comparatively easily, gathered into the shape of a blade, and cut everything in the way. And behind us, there were thudding noises because figures were coming off the industrial district wall. That wall is the height of a 5-story building. A person falling off it does not get up. Those got up in about a second. Empty eyes, ash-colored skin, puppets rather than people. Then the gate opened and more than 70 came out. Twice my number. Good armor, firearms and swords, heavy through the shoulders, and in quality only slightly behind the Iron Demon army. And at the center of them, a young man stripped to the waist, with no armor and no weapon. When you see that, there are exactly two possibilities. Either the man is an idiot, or he is skilled enough to walk through 100 people, and it is never the first one. Silver Peak. Song Jia identified him for me. That is Zhou Ning's confidant. Qian Hu, swords and spears do not go in. Water and fire do not affect him. He is completely open and unrestrained. No techniques at all, no forms. He relies entirely on his defense. And on the 70, those are bioengineered humans and corpse puppets the conservative faction makes. They have no consciousness. They are fighting machines. And then her actual question, which was the useful one. Qian Hu came out to the stronghold with me. He pretended to kill some zombies and then hid in the mansion claiming he needed to recuperate. Why has he suddenly come out today? His people were looking across at us with intent. I do not understand what Zhou Ning wants. Does he not know that when the lips are gone, the teeth get cold? He keeps suppressing everyone who disagrees. Even if he really does defeat the colonel, so what? Do you think the zombies and the insects are going to let it go? And I gave her the answer I actually believe. A fine horse is for riding. If it can be tamed, it is useful. What is the point of owning one that cannot? And then, no need for precautions. If something happens, remember what I say now. Strike first. You want to kill him first? What about his status? I want to make you the master of the whole of East Bridge, and people like Qian Hu are livestock. He is a dog somebody else keeps. That kind of person is an obstacle in your life, and if you intend to rise, obstacles like that have to be removed. Listen to me. The moment he shows a weakness, you and I kill him together. She stood there stunned. She had been thinking about being careful. And in the time it took to exchange one unfriendly look, I had decided to kill one of the four most famous experts in East Bridge and had described him as a farm animal, and what she felt off me, and later described to me in those words, was a will that says those who obey me prosper and those who oppose me end. Now the real reason, which I did not give her, there is no such word as caution in my vocabulary. Any creature capable of becoming an enemy gets permanent removal because the dead cannot talk and the dead cannot scheme. And about Zhou Ning, my feeling has not changed since the banquet. It is pure loathing, and it is not in my head, it is in the blood, in every cell of it, and from the first moment I met him, I was certain of one thing, which is that he and I can never be on the same side of anything, but the calculation underneath it is colder than that. It is precisely because of Qian Hu's status that I have to strike first. Wu Jian prioritizes the greater good, and has therefore already put himself second and will go on doing it until he is dead. If I kill Qian Hu, Wu Jian has no choice left. He has to gamble everything, break with Zhou Ning completely, and take drastic action. Deaths. There are always deaths in a war. Rather than let the conservative faction gain the upper hand and then watch the insects swallow the city, it is better to have a bloody cleanup now and put the pro-war faction in control of all of it. I intend to be on the other end of that arrangement one day. She had assumed I was acting out of self-interest. I had planned every step of it and written Wu Jian into the scheme without his knowledge and tied every faction in that city to the same cart. I have lived 2 lives, and I have seen a real sea of blood, a city underwater with tens of thousands of people in it. Set against that, what exactly are the deaths in a power struggle? I took a breath on that plane, and I could smell blood on the wind. Song Jia materialized the martial soul blade. Everyone, charge with me. The light off it in the rising sun hit people in the eyes at 30 meters. Tactics were simple. The objective is the leader. We do not engage. Close enough, shoot it. Far enough, walk round it. Then a roar ahead, and several hundred zombies standing in a wall across a narrow passage, and us in the middle of it. What is going on? Why are they not attacking? Why are they all standing there? And it was not only people in that wall. Rabbits, wild dogs, rats, zombie animals packed in with the rest. And behind us, pursuers we could not afford to turn and fight. 1 high-explosive grenade per person, ready. And here is a detail I enjoyed. The unicorns were in iron barding with thick leather wrapped round the hooves so that nothing could bite them from underneath, and the one carrying Songjia was screaming with rage the entire time because a sacred beast hates the undead in a way that is not strategic. But the first one out was my necromancer. One sweep of the scepter and several dozen zombies in that wall turned and started killing the ones next to them, and the whole formation came apart from the inside. What kind of tactic is that? Zombies are undead. Different structure to ghouls and skeletons. Same category, and my necromancer's aura takes a portion of any horde under control as a matter of course. The comedy was that my 30s saw a skeleton in a black robe and started shouting. Songjia put it down flat. Do not panic. That is Second Lieutenant Li's assistant. He is a professional as well. He only took that form when he awakened. Professional is a word everybody understands, and it is a fact that some people do mutate irreversibly when they awaken, and my necromancer was accepted into that unit on the spot as a man with an unfortunate condition. They have called him Lord Shadow ever since, and he has never corrected anybody. Death Harvest, the Will of the Tomb, summoned skeletons. He went through spells one after another, and skeletons broke out of the zombies' own bodies and locked the horde in place, and a corridor opened up down the middle of it. Rush! I went down that bone corridor like a gust of wind, and 30 people came after me, and we broke an encirclement of several hundred with no casualties at all. Songjia said it quietly as we came out the other side. Even with skin of bronze and bones of iron, without Lord Shadow, Shenhu is going to lose some warriors back there. Never mind him. Finding the commander is the priority. And she nodded without one flicker of pity for a man she has known for 2 months. After spending a few days near me, she has become somewhat dependent on me, and she has not noticed it happening. I read the ground. Zombies blocking a passage is a tactic this commander uses. It means we are close. 10 minutes later, the soul fire in the necromancer's sockets flared up like a torch, and I stopped and put my arm out. Do not go yet. Ambush ahead. Everybody, weapons out. 30 people brought weapons up, and every one of them was Songjia's, and every one of them had by then worked out that I was also a master, because this is a world where strong experts reign and people learn to read it fast. Their weapons are not ordinary either, and I priced every one of them on the walk out. Monster souls forged into the metal, weaker than a cannon but enough to hurt a mutant, and Lyra's quiver had been replaced since Silver Peak. The thorns are harder and sharper, and the barbs on them are shaped so that the only way to remove one is with the surrounding flesh. Her cruelty has not been moderated by becoming a priestess with power of life and death over most of her own people. If anything, it has intensified, and I have chosen not to interfere with that. Go and check. She went off bent low, moving like a clever hare, showing exactly how fast Silver Peak is when it is not showing off. And I took 2 steps backward, out of the front of the group. I have no interest in standing at the front of a crowd. Those people were not my core strength, and if they were spent, I would not have felt anything at all, and I want that written down alongside everything else. Lyra came back with a grim face, which meant it was serious, and then a noise like a herd coming down a hillside. 1, 2, 3, 11 mutated zombies. A commander keeps a personal guard, exactly like anybody important. 2 of them mattered. The first was a tyrant, built like a colossal elephant, and its footprints in the dirt were craters 10 centimeters deep, and it is pure strength and nothing else. The second used to be in a zoo. A zombie porcupine, fat, half its face rotted away, one eye about to come out, caked in earth, and along its back, quills like darts that go through steel plate. Heat came off me and the whip was in my hand. Tell them to be careful and prepare for battle. Aim and fire, indiscriminate attack, fire now. And I noticed that despite everything I have done to that girl, in front of other people, she is still exactly the same decisive and efficient major, because she is a valkyrie, and that is not a costume. I lowered the whip and stayed in the shade, because I intended to wait and hit at the moment it was worth hitting. Dominate the undead, and this time it barely worked at all. Out of 11, we took one. A liquor. The reason is that a commander's guard has already been seated with loyalty, and taming even one of them is a colossal piece of luck. The liquor is worth describing because it nearly ended several of my people. Its sight has degraded to nothing, and it hunts entirely by sound, footsteps, running, and at close range, breathing and a heartbeat, and none of those can be hidden. It cannot walk upright. It climbs walls and ceilings, and it jumps, and it moves fast enough that automatic fire has trouble tracking it. And its tongue is not a tongue anymore. It is a sharpened iron ruler, and it put that through the head of the mutant standing beside it before that one had finished turning round. That one I did arrange. The attack broke and my soldiers opened up, and the 10 Iron Demon army men did not aim. They fired in bursts on instinct, in groups of 5 per target, and stopped 2 mutated zombies in the first 2 seconds. That went through me cold. There are very few people in the whole of Order who shoot like that. Those are elite of the elite, soldier kings, and Wu Jian has a few hundred of them, which is the answer to a question I had been carrying since the parade. That is why an army of flesh and blood stands level with the Corpse Fiend Legion. Pound for pound, the Corpse Fiend is stronger. The humans have experience, intelligence, and coordination, and those 3 beat strength more often than anybody admits. The Tyrant, more precisely, is 2 meters with the right arm fully mutated and the nails grown into enormous claws. Its method is 1 arm to strike and 1 arm to hold. It sensed something wrong with the liquor and went for it, and from decision to impact took under 3 seconds, which is not something a mindless thing does. Claws through the liquor and teeth into its lower back. Vocal cords punctured, so all it could produce was a wheeze. Lyra put a thorn into the Tyrant. It hurt, and it did nothing, and then it did the intelligent thing. It picked the liquor up and held it in front of itself as a shield against aimed fire, which bought the porcupine the time to close. At 10 meters it crouched, and its back started moving, and then it fired. "Get out of the way!" 6 men in the front rank were punched through and thrown backwards. The quills would have been full of corpse toxin, and the wounds were enormous, and that was the squad's first losses, and 4 of the 6 were Iron Demon Army. The formation came apart, and Song Jia's pupils filled up with blood, because every one of those men is somebody she raised personally over 2 months and can name. The ground went down 3 inches under her foot. Then she went, and what left that spot was a blood-colored phoenix, high-speed movement. In a rage, she went straight through her own speed ceiling, arrived behind the porcupine, and cut the quills off it. Steel-hard spines sheared off flush like spring onions. Somebody in the line said it looked like a syringe with the needle taken off. Go to hell. The thing driving her is the contrast. Vibrant life one moment and withered life the next, like flowers in autumn, and it fuels a rage in her with no floor to it. Giant whirlwind, and the porcupine went over with its abdomen opened. It had the vitality to keep going. She did not give it the opportunity. Swallow's return, and the blade grew out to 2 meters like a gap that could not be crossed, and the head came off the body. I made myself watch the whole thing. That creature was a formidable general in the commander's guard, and it made one move and was annihilated. Not because it was weak, because Song Jia is too strong. The tyrant kept coming, holding the liquor up against the gunfire, seconds from contact. Its companions dying one after another had not produced fear. It had produced appetite, and the unexpected event was still under my control. I said something quietly to the necromancer, and the soul fire in his eyes came up brighter, the way it does when he has been handed something he finds elegant. Corpse explosion technique. The tyrant had not understood that the thing in its hands was a timer. The scepter came up. The liquor obediently presented itself, and it went off. Corpse toxin went across 10 meters of ground, and everything the fragments and the black blood touched, earth and stone both, went permanently black. The tyrant's claws were finished. 3 fingers gone. 2 hanging, disarmed in one movement. 1 eye out, and both cheeks turned into something that had been taken out of a fryer. I have built my whole position on people not noticing that. Excellent opportunity. I breathed in, and my pupils went blood red, and my body temperature came up like a mountain deciding to erupt, and the weeds around my boots caught fire on their own. The whip took the tyrant across the head and put it on the ground with the muscle blistering, energy-focusing shot. Lyra drove a thorn in with a recoil that cracked the concrete under her. The dust cleared, and a hand came out of it. Not dead. I genuinely had no words. An ordinary zombie would have been paced 4 separate times, and that thing was reaching for the edge of the crater. It lives up to its reputation as a rare species. The necromancer got there before I did. Dominate the dead. Everything went quiet, and I could feel 2 forces in the air, one subjugating and one resisting. An hour earlier, it would have been hopeless, but the tyrant was badly injured, and its will was in chaos, and the scepter came down, and it stood up straight and stopped moving. The soldiers stared, even her Iron Demon Army men. Lord Shadow, you actually subdued a monster like that? And without anybody deciding it, everybody in that unit started looking at my necromancer with a great deal more respect, which he has enjoyed enormously and has never once mentioned. Do not linger. Let the tyrant hold the other zombies. Everybody else, keep moving. Song Jia was not blinded by her rage. She left a portion of her men to support the tyrant and went forward. Flat meadow, nobody on it. And then, a few minutes later, a figure. The body of an ordinary person, and a head a full meter across, as though the man were carrying a tumor on his shoulders that was about to open. Commander, I have finally found you. Commander is the general name for a zombie leader. The appearance is arbitrary. Man, woman, old person, child. What scales with the level is the volume of the head, and that is a symbol of intelligence. And it was afraid. That thing feeds on flesh and blood, and it produced a human expression, and the expression was fear, and fear is that simple. Its intelligence has gone past human in some respects, which is how it built the pyramid. Strong ones under direct control, tyrants and mutants driving the low ones. And the commander in the middle in absolute safety. I have a file on every one of them now, and I had broken the pyramid because its guard had gone forward to intercept us and was now pinned by its own tyrant and 30 soldiers, and around it there were a few hundred ordinary zombies and 1 or 2 mutants and nothing else. A few small fry and you think you can stop me. Lyra, shoot all the mutated ones. Yes, master. 3 arrows in a row and 3 skulls opened. You have lost your last resort. Let us see what else you have. And at that moment Chen Hu came through behind us. Of more than 70, a little over 20. Of 8 corpse fiends, 4. Because he himself is invulnerable, and his subordinates are not, and several of them were simply dragged into the horde and eaten while he walked through untouched. 3/4 of his force, gone, in one crossing, and the survivors came forward covered in blood like hungry tigers. Songjia went white with fury and gave me 3 sentences that I am keeping. He sacrificed everything, and countless men he trusted died to hold that stronghold. What was Chen Hu doing? He had no choice but to ask Li Quan for help and put his own future at risk doing it. What was Chen Hu doing then? We were a hair's breadth from losing the industrial district and ending East Bridge. So what exactly was Chen Hu doing? Even a clay figure has some fire in it, and I laid the scheme out for her because she was going to need it to justify what came next. If it had been only Songjia out here, Chen Hu would very likely have succeeded in stealing the credit. He arrives at the end, kills the commander, and becomes the hero who saved the industrial zone, and Songjia loses. So many of her men dead, plus the civilians on the wall, over 100 killed in total. And afterwards, other people will name her as the one who caused it, and her prestige goes down as his goes up. That is not 2 egos. That is 2 powers, and if he wins that exchange, the 9th Master's standing goes up, and Wu Jian's support goes to the floor. If I were not here, Chen Hu would have had a genuine chance. Unfortunately, I am here. I will kill you, and I will use your blood as an offering for Songjia. You and the necromancer go and kill the commander. I will deal with Chen Hu. Get to work. She flinched. She did not argue. Mei Li, Dark Elf, follow me and slaughter the pursuers. Leave no survivors. Kill all of them. Leave nobody alive. Lyra's first volley took 7 men through the head and the throat. They had been within arm's reach of their objective, and none of them had predicted that the visitor from the Economic Development Zone would open on a friendly faction in front of 30 witnesses. It is the same lesson I keep being handed. Neither had the 30 witnesses. Li Quan, you have attacked and killed my soldiers. Are you not afraid of the 9th Master's wrath? He genuinely believed I had lost my mind, and from where he was standing that was the correct reading. What I had just done was a declaration of war between 2 powers in the open with 30 witnesses. He closed his fist, and the skin of it went the color of an alloy, and the muscle underneath went smooth in a way that suggested there was no end to what was in there. One step, another step. Killing intent and a merciless shine in the eyes. I did not move. Copper skin and iron bones? All you have done is absorb some metal attributes to strengthen yourself. It is nothing. If you want to fight head-on, I will go with you. And then, over my shoulder, come out and blast this one to death. A thin crack opened in the ground beside me, and something came out of it with dragon wings. My sprite, the one that has spent this whole week recovering and pestering everyone in my household for a look at their hands and their feet. It came out at about 1 meter, and then it swelled to 3, and the cloak tore off it entirely. And Chen Hu's eyes very nearly came out of his head, because what he was looking at is not supposed to exist. Human face, clay body, dragon wings, 16 arms. Every word for evil I know sounds thin next to my sprite when it is fully out. I hear you have a title. Indestructible Vajra. Today we find out whether your body is harder or my sprite's fists are. Show no mercy. Kill him. And I stood there in front of a burning plane with my summons at my back like an evil god who had turned up in person to a dispute about a wall. You should understand what my sprite actually is by now, because this is where it becomes visible. It is madness given a shape. The chaotic memory fragments it has eaten built it into an extreme individual, and it presents one face to me and an entirely different one to everything else alive. It does the things its owner likes, for example, murder. And then it said, in the child's voice, loud enough for the whole plane, "Come and play with Sprite." Its wings shivered and it went into Chen Hu like a cannonball, and more than a dozen fists came down like a meteor shower. He set his teeth and spread his arms, immovable as a mountain, every point of strength he has gathered into the body, so that what is standing there is a mountain that wind and rain do not move. Everybody watching had assumed the ambush had already worked. He came out of a hopeless position by pure technique, and his experience and his judgment in that half second impressed me, and I do not say that about people I am killing. Great reputations are never undeserved. He missed one thing. My sprite took a breath and its abdomen pulled in several inches, which means it is charging something. Not good. He jumped and put his right fist at its head, and he was one step slow. Dragon's roar. The sound wave went out, and every human being in a 200-meter radius felt their bones soften, and the urge to kneel arrive uninvited, because there is a trace of dragon's might in that roar, and the reaction is not a decision. I did nothing about it, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. 1 second of that, and a dozen fists came out of the wave into his chest. The immovable mountain broke. The mountain went 10 meters. Dark Elf, stay and support Sprite. Mei Li, get over there and kill all of those bastards. And I did not look at her face when I said it, which I regret, because she got the rubbish again. At the same table, Sprite and my dark elf are eating meat, and what comes to her is a bowl of the broth afterwards. Jealousy is the original sin of madness, and I have been feeding hers for a month without noticing. She looked at the two of them the way a child looks at somebody else holding her bear. Her eyes actually filled. She is a proud cat. The catfolk's ability to survive in the abyss owes more to her than to anybody in their history, and on that plane she was surplus. The necromancer, my dark elf, and sprite were at the front, and her job was mopping up worthless people. I was absorbed in the fight and did not see her face at all. I only noticed that she had not moved. Did you not hear me? Her lips moved. She did not dare say it. Then she went at the corpse fiends. Qianhu's men were shouting at Songjia while she came. Songjia, you have colluded with outsiders. If the ninth master finds out, nobody can save you. Meow! Her rage had nowhere to go, and they had just volunteered. 10 claws went out like lightning and left a fan of afterimages behind them, and 3 men had their throats opened before the first one finished falling. Their armor did not matter. Scaled plate did not matter. The claws went through it. Nobody told me any of that. I worked it out. I picked it up from there. The whip went back to being the blade of flame, and wherever it landed there was a cloud of red mist. More than 20 men. A full 20-odd genuine elites of East Bridge, gone in one sweep, which left 4 corpse fiends with no fear on them anywhere, and the same expression they had at the start. And I had a thought while cutting them apart which tells you what I am. It is a pity I do not know how to make corpse fiends. If I could get hold of the research, order would be considerably stronger. But the method is a secret, and the man who holds it is on the other side. Finish this quickly. Kill all of them. Corpse fiends, and I want a factory of my own producing them, are effectively immortal and effectively indestructible. They are not born, and they do not die. Take away food and clothing and shelter and movement, and what is left is a pure killing machine. They cannot awaken to anything, and the genetic modification put them past ordinary human limits a long time ago. An ordinary person does not get away from one. The 4 in front of us were not facing ordinary people, and inside 10 minutes everybody on that field who had come with Qianhu was dead, and 4 corpse fiends lay down with their necks opened. Whoever built that understood people better than I did. The ground was covered. Every step went into blood and slime, and it was difficult to breathe. And the irony is the part I enjoyed. In his hunt for credit, Qianhu brought only his best fighters, and now every single one of them was dead outside and he was the only thing left standing. Then he hit my sprite and took half its torso off in a spray of clay. He is Silver Peak. Nobody takes one of those cheaply, but he looked bad, dense all over the body, face, chest, and abdomen covered in fist prints laid one on top of another, copper skin, and an iron body. It looked like scrap metal. Is this all Zhou Ning's experts can do? You are pushovers, things to be squeezed and stepped on. You have killed this many people. Do you intend to kill me too? Unless you want a full-scale war with the ninth master. Even if Wu Jian stands up for you, he will not be able to explain it. And I gave him the version that was going into the report. With Major Song as a witness, you were greedy for credit and rushed recklessly into a zombie trap. Your entire group was killed. It has nothing whatsoever to do with us. He went gray, and then he drew the wrong conclusion, which is that the idea had been Song Jia's. I never imagined that Song Jia, who appears so righteous, is such a despicable wretch underneath. And then he changed. Blood came up into his skin. A deep red flicker went across both eyes. The aura came off him differently. His bones cracked and he grew several centimeters standing still, and something thick and evil came off him in a wave. I was close enough to hear it. Fresh blood. I put my nose up, and it was like standing in a river of it, and the ground under my boots felt sticky. And that is not his own strength. That is being channeled to him from somewhere. And I have seen the shape of it before. It is what Lyra does when she offers flesh to summon Rose. Except that Qianhu's was smoother and easier and cost him nothing visible, which is worse. That aura disgusted me. It was the same feeling I had the first time I was in a room with Zhou Ning. Qianhu, at this point, if you surrender and stop resisting, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. And immediately, in the same breath, deliberately fast. Dark Elf, now. Lyra did not need a second word. 5 thorns on the string at once, multiple arrows, and he had already finished the transformation. Strange patterns had come up over his body like a totem. His pupils were entirely blood red, and what was standing there was not a person. And from under his feet a crimson aura rose like a reef that the sea has been working on for 1,000 years. The arrows broke into pieces against his skin. He was inside blood-red armor, and his defense was off any scale I had. That would have held against a magic crystal cannon. 30 paces, 20, 10. I knew perfectly well that at close range he would take me apart, and I did not move, and I did not look away. He told me afterwards, in the 4 seconds he had left, that it was the look in my eyes, a gaze that seems to control everything. He had decided to take those first, and at the critical moment the ground 20 meters away came apart and my sprite put itself between us. His fist did not go into my chest, it went into my sprite's abdomen and punched straight through the clay. You hit my master, sprite will kill you. And then something happened that he had no framework for. His fist would not come out. The clay had closed on it and there was nothing to brace against, and all he could do was watch his own arm going further in. Become food. 16 arms came round him. And I want you to understand what those arms are, because I do. Among them are the arms of silver rank experts who were formidable masters while they were alive and who became my sprite's tools afterwards. The ring closed an inch at a time, and hardest at the neck, and his neck began to deform, and his face went the color of liver. He was still fighting it, so Lyra walked up and put a thorn through the joint of that blood-red armor at the temple, and his defense went out like a light. Then the sound of every bone in a human body giving way at once. Arms, shins, ribs, collarbone. My sprite opened its hands, and he fell. What good was superhuman strength? He was a cripple on the ground. And then I pulled his trouser leg up, because there was something I needed to check. On the outside of his right thigh there was a clear inverted pentagram. Qian Hu, an expert renowned across East Bridge, a devil's believer. An inverted pentagram is unmistakably a devil's symbol. The ordinary one summons demons. Inverted, looked at straight on, it resolves into the head of a black goat, and that mark was not drawn on. It had grown there. The red lines moved continuously, and looking at it too long produced the illusion of a sea of blood. So of course I put my palm on it. The sound I made was not dignified. A hideous power went straight up into my brain like water and fire being told to share a glass, and my hand would not come off because the skin was holding it. Not good. The force was coming up my palm toward my consciousness, and if it had arrived, my mind would have been mixed together, and I would have become a genuine cripple sitting in a chair somewhere. So I went into flame demon form on the spot, and the wave of fire burned the negative energy out of the arm. Afterwards, I hurt everywhere, and in the chest badly enough that I nearly went down. Nobody could have predicted that a tattoo carried that much. Curiosity killed the cat. A mouthful of royal jelly, and the chest let go. And it was confirmed. That is genuine devil power, and it explains the disgust I have been carrying since the banquet. So, the lore, since I had to assemble it standing over a body. Demons are the law of chaos. They worship strength, they spit on promises, they betray whenever it suits them, they have no concept of honor, and they kill indiscriminately, including their own. Devils are lawful evil. They keep the pride and the confidence of the strong. They value honor and they value promises. They are self-disciplined. Their rank grows through accumulated merit, and they do not commit pointless murders. I have since made it policy at home, and the two are hostile from birth. The first layer of the abyss, the plains of 10,000 abysses, is the only exit either side has into the material plane, and the war over control of that exit has been running for hundreds and possibly thousands of years. That is the part I keep turning over. That is the blood war. And it draws in mercenaries out of the material plane looking for profit. Humans, orcs, halflings, and the peoples who live between the planes, dark elves, minotaurs, dwarves, get hired by both sides constantly. I would have done exactly the same in his position, and the reason I cannot stand to be near a devil is not a moral position. My power comes from a Balrog. I can turn into a demon, which means my genes have already been altered, and the hatred for that mark is not mine, it is inherited, and it came with the contract. And it tied off the loose thread, because there is a devil hiding in East Bridge, and there are 8 bodies in the street with the skin taken off. The believer is dead. That should have been the end of it. I had never seen it done before, and I have not seen it since. Except, a sense of disgust is proof of the devil's identity. Qian Hu has now been proven. So what about Zhou Ning? And my aversion to Zhou Ning is several times stronger than what I felt off Qian Hu. What does that signify? Greater power, or something purer than a believer. And then the whole picture assembled itself on that field, and I stood there and did not move for a while. The conservative faction, led by an ordinary man with no ability, the anti-war movement, the mysterious disappearance after the insect hide, and the memory I have carried for 12 years, which I am going to give you exactly as it sits in my head. The conservative faction eventually gained control of the city. They abolished most of the sentry posts. Then they concentrated on finding nearby survivors and bringing them in to recuperate. Their good fortune did not last. The insect invasion was sudden, and without the sentries there was no reconnaissance, and by the time anybody reacted, the insects were already all around the city. In under half a day, East Bridge was breached. Countless survivors were slaughtered. Hundreds of thousands killed or wounded, and blood flowed like a river. Blood. Blood sacrifice. It is not only demons who love a blood sacrifice. Devils draw power from it too, and they do it better because they plan. And after the insect tide, Zhou Ning mysteriously disappeared, as though the tide had buried him along with everybody else. The fall of East Bridge is inseparable from Zhou Ning. He cannot command the Zerg. He does not need to. He is an accomplice. His whole political program is holding hundreds of thousands of people inside one city under the language of rest and recuperation, while the monsters outside fight each other and grow. I priced that the moment I saw it. Rather than recuperation, it is captivity. In Zhou Ning's eyes, the survivors of East Bridge are livestock in a pen. He does not care what the butcher turns out to be. Zombie, insect, dimensional creature, it makes no difference to him. The only thing he cares about is that when the city falls, it becomes a bloody hell, and his method is the one thing devils are best at, which is manipulating what people want. A head-on collision with Wu Jian would produce mistakes, so anti-war sentiment goes up gradually, like a frog in a pot that is being warmed at exactly the right rate, and an entire city slides into hell without one person noticing the moment it became inevitable. I have thought about that one since, and the thing he is leaning on is Wu Jian's decency. That man will not break with him openly, because if the two factions go to war, the survivors pay for it, and the casualty figures would be unimaginable. My own camp runs on the same arithmetic. His kindness is the load-bearing beam of the whole design, which brings me to my own position, and it is not comfortable. This world is full of dangers that ordinary people cannot even touch. What I rely on is a demon's bloodline and nothing else. Without it, I would never have detected Zhou Ning at all, and I would have died in that city like everybody else again. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. Ants have their own frogs to worry about, and above the frogs there are birds, and above the birds there are eagles, and whichever rung you are on is the only fight you will ever get to have. The ordinary soldiers in East Bridge could not have seen Zhou Ning, let alone exposed him. All they could do was wait for the tide, pick up a weapon, and become pieces on a board. How tragic. And that is possibly the ultimate reason I admire strength. Song Jia came back at a run and out of breath. The commander had been intercepted and the mission was complete, and she had been trying to get back the entire time to prevent unnecessary deaths, because Wu Jian drilled the greater good into every subordinate he ever had, and she has previously let credit thieves off with a talking to purely to avoid a break with the conservatives. That is my own reading of it, and I will stand behind it. And she arrived to find Qian Hu and his entire retinue in pools of blood, the whole squad, men and corpse fiends, 30 of them, killed, not one survivor. Dead, all dead. You really killed Qian Hu? He was Zhou Ning's confidant. His status was equivalent to mine. With somebody that important dead, the conservative faction will never let it go. What are we going to do? We. She used the word without noticing, which told me where we had got to. Major Song, the dead are not the point. I have something important to tell you. And I said it in a tone that did not leave room, which is closer to an order than to information, and she swallowed every question she had. Then I told her what was on his leg, and showed her. Her eyes went wide and her lips moved without sound. She is Silver Peak, so she could feel the evil energy in that tattoo herself, even without inheriting a demon's disgust for it, which meant it was probably true, and she understood the implication in about 4 seconds. What we need now is to block the news. If word of Qian Hu's death reaches East Bridge before we get there, we lose the initiative. She tried. My soldiers are all proven. I will vouch for every one of them. Special times call for special measures. When we go back, everybody goes to one location and communicates with nobody until a decision has been made. She nodded, and then I said the next part as though it were housekeeping. In addition, to prevent information moving by other means, all of Qian Hu's people are to be disposed of when we get back. Her hands and feet went cold. I watched it happen. Qian Hu had brought his staff and his trusted people into that stronghold. More than 200 of them. Are we going to kill all of them? Her teeth were knocking together as though she were standing in a freezer. Of course, a merciful general cannot command an army. Qian Hu was colluding with the devil and Zhou Ning is behind him. Once that is exposed, the other side rises immediately, and at that point, thousands and possibly tens of thousands of people die. And then the concession, which the two of us both understood to be the largest one I had ever made to anybody. You do not need to be involved. As long as it is under control, I will send people to handle it. And she surrendered internally, and she surrendered on her own logic, which is the part that will keep her awake for the rest of her life. Who can guarantee that among 200 people there is not one professional capable of getting a signal out? Better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty one go. For East Bridge, it may well be the best available outcome, and watching several hundred people die because she did not stop it is going to hurt regardless of the arithmetic. She said afterwards that being near me was like standing next to a block of ice that has been frozen for 1,000 years, and that no part of it melts. My own assessment of her that day. As a ruler, she has a long way to go. Her strength is respectable, and with that temperament she will never hold a room full of unruly professionals, but she does not have to. I am behind her. When Wu Jian has finished playing his part and the professionals find out that behind all of it there is a mysterious and powerful Lord of Order, the rest becomes simple. My prestige was earned through bloodshed in the first place. Death is the sharpest tool a ruler has, and everything else is decoration on the handle. Besides this, I am going to write a letter to Wu Jian. Get it to him as fast as you can. I think a bloody war is about to start in East Bridge. And something went across my face when I said it that she noticed, because knowing more is not always a good thing. The sober arithmetic. Even with Qianhu dead, Zhou Ning still has 3 experts of the same level, plus a very large number of ordinary fighters, plus believers nobody has counted. If that faction rises, I cannot suppress hundreds of thousands of people. Nobody can. And behind him there is a devil's power and an interdimensional barrier that is already thin, and nobody knows what can come down through it at the moment an apocalypse peaks. So the strategy is to combine the 2 forces and take Zhou Ning instantly before he can resist. That is the best case. If Wu Jian hesitates, then I am sorry, but I can share good times with East Bridge, and I cannot share the bad ones. My standard for making a decision has never changed. My interests come before other people's. And the clock was running, because if Qianhu stayed missing for too long, Zhou Ning would work it out on his own. Then they dragged the commander in. They had caught it on the way back, and to stop it struggling, they had taken all 4 limbs off, and part of the torso was lying on the ground looking pathetic. Eat it. A zombie with that kind of ability is a tonic for you. My sprite put out one arm and drew it straight into the clay. There appear to be countless spaces inside that body, and nothing that goes into one has ever come out. The commander's energy is mostly in the brain, so it will be absorbed slowly and integrated rather than digested, and I have stopped asking how. Then my necromancer asked me for Qianhu's body, and I gave it to him, and he put it into his own space without explaining what for. I assume he intends to breed some strange variety of zombie out of it. I did not ask. He has earned the right not to be asked, and I have decided I would rather be surprised. Take the soldiers. A horde that size does not leave nothing behind. Search the surrounding area, and then we go back. The tame tyrant walked behind us with Qianhu's corpse over one shoulder. Songjia kept looking at the body, and it was not fear, it was astonishment at what I have working for me. She had sparred with Qianhu before. His defense was such that she could not have killed him in one strike, and she had accepted that as a fact about the world, and that apparently unshakable rock had been broken into pieces by me and my people inside a quarter of an hour. The pride she had was slowly coming apart in front of that, and what was replacing it was a fear of not knowing what else there is. Of my 36 were dead. The remaining 24 went through the commander's ground in 3s. Without a commander, the horde had come apart like sand. They still came at people like rabid dogs, and they no longer formed up, and that is the whole difference. There was money on those bodies, expensive watches and jewelry on decomposing corpses, all of it still perfect. And before the apocalypse, any one piece would have been worth tens of thousands. I was not looking for that. I was looking for the rare things, of the royal jelly class. Because a commander controls tens of thousands of zombies, and at that level, it is not a rabid dog anymore. It is a savage who can think and plan. And the difference between an intelligent being and an ignorant one is that the former collects things that are useful to it. Reports came in, weapons found, ore found, an evolved zombie sighted, and then one that came in with the wrong tone of voice. We found a tree round the corner. On the clearing there were 6 of the heavy ones, the tanks, thick zombie bruisers with skin like bronze artifacts that had come out of the ground, and they were guarding something, and under concentrated fire they went down without a chance. I put that in my own notes that night, and there was a scent that made people slightly drunk. Round the corner there was a strange tree about a meter high, more of a potted plant than a tree, and on it there was a bright red fruit the size of a walnut with the texture of crystal and sharp facets on it. I filed that under things to steal. The smell was coming off the fruit, and the reason my soldiers had that look on their faces is that the soil in the pot was blood. And the pot was a zombie. It was standing upright with its head tipped back and its mouth open, and the roots had grown down into the mouth. And it was not dead, it could not move its body at all, and its eyes were still going round the clearing looking for something to eat. Blood core. I recognized it immediately. That is an offering that only a commander of that caliber can consume. The rules of it are worth knowing because it is the single most efficient thing I have ever seen a monster build, and I have been building things all year. The tree grows slowly, drawing energy out of the zombie as pure vital water. The container is replaced every 3 days, and the previous one comes out as a dried husk. The fruit is watered with the blood of a great many living creatures, layer on layer, until it reaches the size of an apple, and at that point the commander eats it and walks into gold rank. Survival of the fittest. Human beings did not invent that phrase and are not the only species applying it. Insects and zombies past a certain level arrive at the same method independently. That one was still the size of a walnut, and the life elements in it were enormous. And I am one step off Silver Peak. That core is enough. Outwardly, I was completely calm about it. This is useful to me. I will not take it for free. When we get back, I will send over 1,000 caddies of insect meat, and everybody here will get a share. The soldiers cheered, because in an apocalypse, meat is the currency underneath the currency. They had already understood that against me they are pieces on a board, and that they had survived the last 2 days under my protection. If I had put it in my pocket without a word, not one of them would have said anything. Rewarding them is also, of course, a form of bribery. Both things can be true, and the meat is real. Songjia nodded and did not ask me a single question about the core, which is another data point, and then a new report. Major, we have found a small boy ahead. I put the core in my pocket. This place is overrun with zombies. A professional would not survive out here, and they have found a child. Something is strange. In the bushes there was a boy of 12 or 13. Thin dark face covered in dust, hair like a bird's nest, and out from under the fringe a timid look with the pupils not quite focused. Songjia looked at him with something maternal on her face, which I had not seen on her before. Her entire family died in the first week, and she knows exactly what that particular despair feels like, and what she was looking at was herself at that moment. Same fear, same blankness. She took her coat off and started walking over. I got there first, smiling, being kind about it, and picked the child up by the neck like a mouse. The field went silent, and then it did not. Several of my soldiers are fathers, and they came forward to stop me, and Lyra brought the bow up, and the threat was not ambiguous because those men had just watched her kill people the way other people eat. Second Lieutenant Lee, what is the meaning of this? Songjia stepped out in front with her hand on the hilt, and behind me, my sprite stood up with open killing intent in its eyes, because even if I were murdering innocent people at random, it would not trouble it in any way at all, as long as the master is happy. I tightened my grip, and the child's face went from pale to the color of liver. You are quite patient. Let us see how long you can keep it up. And I let my palm heat until burns came up on the skin, which at that point is not killing, it is something else, and I am aware of how it looked. Songjia drew. She was going to fight me to the death over it, and she knew what that meant, and she did it anyway, because you do not kill a child in front of her. And then everything turned over. The boy's face went from dark red to pink, and then to a dead white, and the black pupils went red between one blink and the next, a chin that suddenly came to a point, and a numb little smile on the mouth with something moving behind it. Have you finally stopped pretending? And I threw it over my shoulder into the ground hard enough to break an ordinary child's spine. It bounced, landed on all fours, and roared at me like the Horde. What happened? How does a perfectly healthy person turn into a zombie? They do not turn. Ghouls, and I had 2 seconds to remember all of this, are a species that survives by eating human flesh, and they are the children born to mothers who were infected while carrying them. The first thing one of them does after being born is devour its own mother to grow stronger. They arrive with a limitless grievance already installed. They are masters of disguise. They hate everything living. And in the wild, their standard tactic is to pretend to be a lost child by a road and beat to death whoever stops. Their metabolism is enormous, so given plenty of food, the body reaches hunting age very fast, which is the part I intend to exploit. Most of them, permanently, have the faces of children, and they are a rare zombie, one level above a tyrant. If a tyrant is a general who commands, a ghoul is an advisor. Being half human and half zombie, they have real, if simple, intelligence, and they can carry out a commander's orders far better than anything else in a horde. I watched the whole of it and did nothing. That one had only recently reached maturity. Bronze rank, good potential, and with enough meat, it would take silver quickly. The problem is that they are wild and cannot be controlled, and a careless owner gets attacked in his sleep. Kill it or keep it. And then my sprite came forward, hid behind my leg, and put its head round it, because it was curious. The ghoul bared its teeth at it as though it intended to eat it. The bang was audible from the tree line. The ghoul went out in an arc and hit a stump 10 meters away, and the only thing left where my sprite had been was the cloak still going up. One punch. One. It had been driven into the wood. It got up, fell over, and coughed up things I am not going to list, and it survived purely because it is a ghoul. And my sprite watched the boy get up with its eyes shining and said in the child's voice that it was fun. Why fun? I have thought about this. I believe it is because that one does not break. And here is the point of the whole scene. That ghoul did not ask for mercy while I was burning its throat in my hand. It took one look at my sprite and lost its nerve and would not meet its eyes. Do you like this toy? I like the toy. It nodded. So the ghoul lives, and my necromancer put a curse on it, and with the intelligence it has, it will work out very quickly who it is supposed to listen to. And the reason I did it is not the one I gave anybody. My sprite is lonely. It is an outcast in both directions. It cannot live among its own kind, because there is nothing of its own kind left anywhere, and it cannot communicate with normal people because normal people leave the room. I have used the same trick twice since. Now it has a ghoul. It has a doll of its own that it can knock down as often as it likes, and that gets back up. Practically, of course, a well-fed ghoul reaches the level of an expert like Qian Hu. And I already command a considerable number of outliers, so one more is not a problem. Songjia and her people stood there completely at a loss, because none of them ever worked out how I knew. My own summary of that day said to nobody on the walk back. I never imagined I would come out of it as the biggest winner, the corpses of several experts, a blood core, and a ghoul. East Bridge is full of dangers, and tonight I am going to consume the core and break through to the peak. With the commander dead, the zombie threat came apart. Survivors still wander outside the wall, and none of them are a problem, and for the first time in days the base slept. That night, while the survivors were sleeping, the camp was not quiet. There was a smell coming from one of the buildings, and blood on the floor by the door, running toward the step. The door opened and Lyra came out, and something had changed among the soldiers. A week earlier they had looked sideways at her because of what she is. That night they bowed slightly as she passed. Iron Demon Army, the aces of the war faction, proud men who had walked out to face Qianhu with nothing but their own nerve. 179 people connected to Qianhu had, over the course of that evening, been turned into the silent people I required by one silver-haired girl, alone, working from a list. That is why those soldiers respect her, and there is also a trace of something else in the bow. She does not care about anybody's opinion either way. Her tribe performs blood sacrifice to please Rose regularly, and she has been familiar with the ritual since she was small, and this was not a ritual, it was an errand. It took me until the next morning to understand why. Master, the cleanup is complete. Quietly, with none of the arrogance she used to carry. Understood. Go and rest. And tell the others not to come near my door tonight. Nobody is exempt. Treat an enemy with the coldness of winter. It is a very simple principle, and it has never once failed me. I have no interest in knowing how many of those 179 were innocent. People who achieve great things do not concern themselves with details, and against the fate of hundreds of thousands, a few hundred lives are not a quantity I am able to feel. I would like that sentence read back to me one day by somebody who knows what to do with it. Then I sat down alone, because however strong Wu Jian is, he is an external force, and the only way to become genuinely difficult to kill is to rely on yourself. And I took out the blood core. Having been the offering of a commander, it was warm in my hand. Not warm like an object that has been near a fire. Warm like something that has not finished being alive. 1,000 caddies of insect meat for that is absolutely worth it. Here is what a blood core actually is, in case you were thinking of eating one. It is a layer of blood plasma wrapped around a person, full of the grievances of everything that died to make it. An ordinary human who takes too much of that has their consciousness destroyed and comes out the other side as a bloodthirsty thing in the shape of a man. I have kept that detail for a reason. I have a flame demon body, and to a demon, a chaotic will is functionally identical to a zombie's, which means the core strengthens the demonic half of me and barely touches the part doing the thinking. Only by becoming strong can you dominate anything. I took a breath and swallowed it whole. What happened next was a storm inside my own body. Energies the size of pythons turning over in there, and pain I am not going to describe because I do not have the vocabulary, and neither does anybody else. My clothes caught fire and charred off me. There was flame in both pupils that would have set light to anything I looked at directly. Come forth. The pinnacle. My body swelled. Scaled skin came out across the chest with strange totem markings running through it, and demon horns pushed out of my skull, larger and thicker and worse than the last pair. The energy tried to leave, and the transformation held it in, so it ran round inside me instead, going into the vessels until it felt like there were steel cables wound through my arms. The sweat came off me and evaporated before it reached the floor, and the whole house filled with steam, and the excess gathered on my back in 2 swellings that came up through the muscle. I said something in demonic that I did not choose and stamped, and a transparent ripple went out in circles and the floor sank and kept the print. Then they burst, and a pair of black wings came out of my back. Demon wings are the principal sign of an adult Balrog. Mine cannot lift me. At the moment they are entirely decorative, and I intend to fix that. One more step, one step from gold. And then I overlooked something, which is the part of this account I am least comfortable with. My breathing got heavy, and my eyes filled up with blood, and I felt as though there were a demon inside me trying to get into my soul and take the body, and my thinking started going thick. Because among the higher fire demons, reaching adulthood is not a state you arrive at. It is a transformation into a true warrior, and it comes with a ritual. The ritual is a sacrifice of battle. A Balrog burns the new power into itself by fighting something that will not run, and what it is measuring is not the enemy's strength. It is whether anything on the field is willing to stand in front of it. I hear it when the camp goes quiet, and if there is nothing to fight, the power turns round and works on the host. I did the only thing available. Royal jelly, and meditation, and holding it down. If I could get through 1 hour, the confusion would pass on its own. With no offering, there was nothing else to do but sit on the floor of a burning room and hold the lid on. And in the middle of that night, somebody came up the corridor on tiptoe, hesitated for a while, and then walked to my door. Mei Li had her own reasons, and I want them understood before anything else happens. Experts keep appearing. After watching Qianhu, she felt completely helpless. Once she was my strongest fighter, and now she hides at the back and handles the ordinary ones. For power, she had to do something, and her calculation was that Sprite had eaten a commander and gone into the abyss to digest it, which meant nobody was near me, which made it the ideal moment. And the detail that makes it real is that a fistmaster who tears ground dragons apart with bare hands walked 20 meters down a corridor and arrived at my door soaked in sweat from nerves. Why is it so hot round here? Then she knocked. Master, are you there? Inside, I was on the floor holding a storm together. If I had said nothing, I would have taken that power cleanly in about 4 hours. Her voice broke my grip on the last step of it. High-level demons simply cannot control their inner world. That is not weakness, it is architecture. The seal I had been holding broke, and the demon in my soul came out entirely, and I felt my own thoughts and perceptions going down into a dark place the way something sinks into mud. The door opened, and what was standing in it was not a face she recognized. It was a pure demon, and a high-ranking one. Every previous time I have transformed, the flame demon kept human features and a clear mind behind them. There was nothing human in that doorway in either respect. Run. She made that decision in an instant, and it was the correct one. She trusted her own speed. Get outside, get into cover, and it does not catch her. The whip took her round the waist before she finished the first stride, and it had been cooled to its lowest temperature, because even like that, some part of me did not want to damage her. Too fast. Why is it moving that fast? My face, as she described it afterwards, went through a smile that got worse the longer it went on, with the muscles pulling in directions faces do not, and a suffocating web of vessels across both eyes. And what came off me was a will, like a set of shackles nobody breaks, and the worse her pain got, the more that thing enjoyed the connection, and she got dragged into the room, and the door shut, and the whole outpost went dark for the night. And she did not run. She had already worked out the thing I could not, because I was not there to work anything out. If that came out into the corridor, the sentries would see a Balrog that had broken through from somewhere, and the alarm would go, and by morning there would be several hundred dead people and a burned camp, and no explanation anybody could live with. So she closed the door herself from the inside and stayed, and she held it all night. She is a fistmaster. Every technique she has is built to end a fight in one movement, and she used none of them. What she did instead was the hardest thing in her discipline, which is to be hit and stay in the room. She took what she could not avoid and moved what she could, and every time it went for the door, she got there first. I was told all of this by somebody who was there, and she remembered something while she did it. Her people are a weak tribe in the abyss. Their advantage is speed, and their numbers are lower than the goblins. They do not beat minotaurs, and they do not beat dwarves, and they spend their whole existence being hunted by both. It is the sort of thing I am supposed to have stopped noticing, and the men of the catfolk train anyway, out on the sand, in wind that darkens pale skin and puts calluses across the palms. Day after day and year after year, so that the tribe gets a quiet season. She used to sit off to the side and watch, because her father was among them, a catfolk man with one eye. He spent the first half of his life running. He was a coward, the kind who could invent 100 ways out of a fight before anybody had drawn, and after his daughter was born, he slowly became braver. Then the goblins came into the camp and took her mother in front of him. He tried. He was weaker, and he went down, and they walked past him. The tribe organized and went after them and got the prisoners back, and of the several dozen taken, 8 were alive. Her mother was one of the 8. And the girl overheard the part nobody meant her to hear, which is what was found in the goblin's iron cooking pot, a great many tails and skulls. After that, he trained like a man with a condition, and he did not have much talent, and it did not stop him. At night, she often heard him crying through the wall, and nobody knew what about, and she knew exactly what about. I have a file on every one of them now. And the coward became the strongest in the tribe, and was respected, and for a period he led it. Before he went out on the last campaign, she cried and held on to him and asked him not to go. The one-eyed man put his hand on her head and ruffled it and said one sentence. "This is our home, and I should protect my people." And then he left, and that was the last time she saw him. She waited years. 1 year, 2 years, from a girl into a woman, long enough that she began to forget what his face had looked like, and he never came back. Time takes everything away. Some things settle instead. She forgot a great deal, and she never forgot that sentence, and when she inherited his position as the strongest of her people and stood looking at all the timid, hopeful faces around her, she finished it in her own head. I intend to be on the other end of that arrangement one day. For this I am willing to give everything, including my life. And that is what she was doing in my room. Again. On a different planet. for people who did not know her name. In the morning, the house had burned to the ground and everything in it carried fire damage. And the strange thing, which two separate officers commented on and neither could explain, is that the fire never got outside, not one scorch mark on the corridor. What kind of force holds a fire like that inside four walls all night? It cost me nothing and it told me everything. There were two figures asleep in it from exhaustion, particularly the small one with the cat ears, round face covered in dust, curled up as though she were afraid of something, and both hands scraped open to the blood, and she had not complained, not about the pain and not about the weight of it. She simply shut her eyes and went to sleep because she was too tired to do anything else. And then divine power came together in that burnt room. Light became visible in the air, and the dust gathered into a shape, and what stood there had a cat's head and a body somebody had designed to be looked at. Meow. And the voice was the sound a cat makes when it is completely satisfied, arriving in your head as the feeling of the softest fur you have ever touched. The goddess of cats and dance. Mei Li's faith. An incarnation, exactly like Rose in the cemetery, an external avatar made out of the power of belief, weak in a fight, and impossible to kill by ordinary means. Her church, since it explains to me why she never comes. Her priestesses hold enormous feasts in the great cities, or attach themselves to dissolute rulers, and everything down there is sensual pleasure, banquets, bathhouses, and any luxury anybody can name. Against that, a burnt shack at a frontier outpost is beneath notice. Anybody else praying in that room would have got nothing at all. But that morning was slightly special. Her only fistmaster had summoned her with pain and had for the first time in her life offered the sacrifice that goddess actually wants. Not blood, not a life, a boundary broken. Her champion had chosen a demon over her own safety, deliberately, with the door shut from the inside, and had done it out of devotion, and to a goddess of excess and transgression that is worth more than a temple. It is the same lesson I keep being handed. A believer's object of corruption being a Balrog is, by any standard in the abyss, completely insane. My own state at that point was that the power had stabilized and the shape had not come back. I was still a full fire demon with the horns and the wings, and those two things are proof of what I am, regardless of what my face is doing. The light went across the room, and pale blue closed over Mei Li's body. From that moment, she is the favored of her goddess and has received the baptism of divine magic. And in her sleep, exhausted, with her hands ruined, she smiled at something. I do not know what. It was warm to look at, and I was not conscious for it. The side effects came out through the skin as a slime that carried the impurities with it, and while it was happening, every old injury and every old illness in her body was repaired. She came out of it at Silver Peak, and her talents changed. Her fist and her chi now go through armor and deliver what the abyss calls hidden force, which means that against an enemy with monstrous defense, the body stays intact and everything inside it ruptures, and the enemy dies without a mark. I was standing about 40 meters from that. Her speed is now above a cheetah's, and at the next level, she may be able to produce clones, and the goddess did not leave. She stood there for a while looking at me asleep on a burnt floor, with obvious interest, and then decided. A single note out of that mouth, and a translucent sacred symbol came up on my neck, a pair of lips. The sign of the goddess of cats and dance, a blessing, which is blatant courting, and I said so out loud when I found it. Her reasons are not complicated. A high-ranking demon is valuable, and the demon in question had managed to corrupt a fistmaster, which is the one thing her church has never been able to do. And it is possible at all because demons are born in chaos and have no concept of racial honor, so we can swear to anybody, and everybody down there knows it, what the blessing does. As long as I do not attack the cat peoples first, the overwhelming majority of intelligent felines will not attack me. Catfolk, the lion clan, griffins, my agility went up. I have gone from an enthusiastic amateur to roughly the level of a professional athlete in reaction, agility, and explosive power, overnight, for free. And long-term, the catfolk in the abyss will not reject me, and with more strength I could directly command simpler intelligent creatures of feline blood, griffins included, which means my collection now reads Rose's blessing over spiders, and the goddess of dance over cats, and the two of them together are the beginnings of a beast tamer. Flame demon body, Rose's blessing, the goddess of cats, and dance's blessing. 3 powers in one person is extremely rare even in the abyss, and I slept through the whole transaction with no idea that I had become a professional opportunist. The same night, in a residence in East Bridge, 4 men were awake because of a letter I had written. Wu Jian was walking his own floor holding an envelope the way you hold a weapon you are not sure of, and there was hesitation on his face, and struggle, and astonishment, and at one point he went red. Colonel, you have never once shown your emotions in front of us. Why are you in this state now? Ma Teng. The aide in the gold-rimmed glasses, and the one man in that room who never trusted me. Bronze rank and nothing more, and his authority is second only to the man himself, and several 100,000 lives run through his desk. 4 people in that room, and every one of them a power. Wu Jian, Ma Teng, Yang Lei, Hao Ran. Calling those 4 together at night is itself a statement about the size of the decision. How could I not be? Li Quan writes that he has killed Chen Hu, which is already enormous, and then says that Chen Hu was a devil's believer and the murderer behind the killings in the city, and that Zhou Ning and all of his subordinates are suspects, and now he wants me to devise a plan to suppress Zhou Ning. Hao Ran did not need to think about it. Then kill him. It is one life. I have wanted to kill that old bastard for months. Put a magic crystal cannon in front of his house, give me the order, and we wipe them out. Bald, past 50, hooked nose, eyes like an eagle's, 40 years in the army. A famous shot, and in his hands an ordinary pistol hits several times harder than it should. And his ability is that he absorbs souls and seals them into weapons, which raises their lethality enormously, and which has done more for the survival rate of ordinary soldiers in that city than anything else anybody has invented. I could not have arranged it better myself. Ma Teng pushed his glasses up. If we make one mistake, there is a large-scale war inside the city, and it is the ordinary survivors who pay. Or have you forgotten what happened last time? And here is what happened last time, and it explains Wu Jian to me entirely. When the conservative faction first appeared, he tried pressure. It went as far as refusing rations to people associated with it. The calculation was that people would be frightened and would turn away from Zhou Ning. None of that was my doing for once. Instead, there was a riot. Under somebody's influence, a group of fanatics attacked a granary. It started with a few hundred, and a spark is all it takes on a dry plain. Those people had been crushed and exhausted for weeks, and something in them broke open during it. Let it all out. Then it was looting and arson, and it went on for 2 days. By the time it was put down, more than 3,000 people were dead, and it was from that point that the war faction started losing ground and Zhou Ning started gaining it. Everybody in that room knew it had been engineered, and what exactly was Wu Jian supposed to do about it? Might order his own soldiers to open up with machine guns on a crowd of starving civilians? That produces a bigger panic and a worse number. That is where his timidity comes from. It is not cowardice. It is a man who has already made this mistake once and buried the result. Not taking action? Are you going to sit and wait to die? I think you have been sitting in that chair too long. Time to move over. And Yang Lei shut it down. Old Hao, watch your words. We should be united against a common enemy. He is the 4th and the best drawn person in that room. He looks more unearthly and more dignified every year. He has lines on his face and skin like an infant's, as though he had gone backwards. Against Hao Ran's belligerence, he has the weight of a long life, and by presence alone, he is the stronger of the two. The calligrapher of iron strokes and silver hooks, silver peak. And a voice as calm as wind that nevertheless has something under it, as though the man were holding an entire plane in one hand. Old Yang, you are the oldest and the most knowledgeable here. I would like your advice. I agree with Lao Tian. Let us act and suppress Zhou Ning. Every face in that room changed. Zhou Ning is too arrogant. I see the look of a wolf on him. His power is already established, and the heavy casualties from the zombie attack have handed him an opportunity to counterattack. If that happens, we are completely passive. And then, calmly, you have to give something up to gain anything. If Zhou Ning really is involved with a devil, suppressing him removes a scourge, and if he is not, he still stands against everything we believe, which makes him an enemy rather than a friend. Suppressing him can help the survivors regain their senses and understand that running away achieves nothing, and that if they want to live, they have to face things and take responsibility. And then the closer. And this time, we also have Li Quan's strong support. The conservative faction has just lost a powerful general. This is the best opportunity we will get. Colonel, make a decision. It comes once. Wu Jian shuddered and closed his fist slowly. Opportunity knocks once. Once lost, it is gone for good. East Bridge is my roots, and I cannot allow anybody to destroy them. And then, notify Li Quan. When he returns, we suppress Zhou Ning together and restore peace to East Bridge. I woke up alone on a burnt floor. I had been confused. I had not lost my memory. Everything that happened was perfectly clear to me, and I lay there for a few seconds going through it, and then my face went back to normal because control is not the same thing as abstinence, and the honest summary is that Mei Li turned up at the worst possible moment and paid for it. And then I thought about compensation, which tells you exactly what I am. Her loyalty needs some reward. What does the cat like? Royal jelly, insect meat, dried fish possibly. I nearly killed the one creature that stood between my camp and me, and my first coherent thought on waking was a shopping list. Then I transformed on purpose to see where I was. Flame demon transformation. pupils dilating, hardened leather armor closing over the skin, and the demon wings opening behind me, and in about 4 seconds there was no Li Quan in that room at all. An atmosphere of chaos and evil and destruction filled a burnt shack at a frontier outpost. Past Silver Peak, the transformation produces a complete demon rather than an approximation, and that matters strategically more than it matters in a fight. Balrog blood ranks high among demons, which means that when I go into the abyss in person, I will be able to recruit weaker demons by presence alone, a demonic being. That is a perfect identity for blending into that place. And then there was a roar in my ears, full of killing intent and heat past anything I have generated. The legendary blazing flame demon, the one that answered my blood sacrifice on night 1 and gave me the energy that made all of this possible, the source of my blood. Having reached Silver Peak, I have become visible to it. It could not have imagined this. The pawn it could have crushed with a finger has grown to this. The gap is still enormous. My rate of growth had alarmed it, which is why the roar was there at all, and the roar was a threat and nothing else. And I was not frightened, for a mechanical reason. The stronger a creature is, the harder it is for it to punch through the interdimensional barrier. That thing is not coming down here anytime soon, which is one of the reasons I have been able to be as reckless as I have. I have enough time to grow, and then find a way to defeat it, or enslave it. My indifference enraged it further, and the roar faded under the pressure of rules it cannot break, and I stood in a burnt room and felt something cold go through me, because I dislike being controlled and I dislike being monitored, and what that thing had just done violates my single largest taboo. Sprite, the Necromancer, Lyra, and Mei Li are all strong now, and I have blood sacrifice, and the insect tide is coming, and a tide is an enormous number of bodies arriving in one place at one time. After that, my overall strength goes up a level again, and at that point a Balrog is not an ant, but it will have absolutely no chance of resisting me. Then a phantom went through the room. A generously built figure with a cat's head, and my neck was warm. I touched it and made a face. The true form of the goddess of dance came down here and left a blessing. Love me, love my dog. Or is this a gift for the son-in-law? So I now carry the mark of the Church of Dance, and anybody who wants to deal with me has to weigh her power into it, and to receive you have to be prepared to give. When she asks, I serve. She did not hand me something that large for no reason, and nobody sits on an evil god's throne without a detailed plan behind every gift. The rule on stacking, since I checked immediately. 3 blessings do not conflict, because I am nobody's believer. That is also exactly why all 3 are weak. If I became a fanatic believer of any god or lord, the power would multiply, and the other 2 blessings would vanish automatically, which is not what I want. I do not like being controlled. Rather than being loyal to a god, I prefer the current arrangement. My relationship with every evil god I deal with is a transaction, and in an exchange of giving and receiving, neither party owes the other anything. And I accepted hers specifically because she is from the good-natured end of the abyss. She lives without restraint, and everybody likes her. She does not accumulate enemies, and she would rather have a party than a scheme. Unlike Rose, who is calculating every minute and is occasionally wrong, and I still cannot work out how I became one of 3 favorites of the abyss inside 4 months. It is genuinely unbelievable, and I have stopped trying to explain it to myself. I checked on Sprite and found it still asleep in the abyss digesting. It caught the smell of me, and its face relaxed visibly while it slept, and it was a beautiful thing to look at. And if I did not know what is underneath, I would have taken that figure for a small girl having a nap. I touched its forehead. As its strength grows, the devouring capacity grows with it, and the commander will be fully absorbed soon, and it has established itself. My Sprite now controls more than several thousand demons in the Valley of Poison, which is a good beginning. The plan can accelerate, but opening a supply line into the abyss requires gold, so until then expansion happens through Sprite. The stakes are population, strength, and resources. The abyss can be an excellent source of faith and could become the main body of my believers. And if it works, it delivers into the real world because the minerals down there are exceptionally rich and can be forged into weapons that may carry additional properties. Once the 2 worlds are connected, I am genuinely ahead of everybody. While the rest of this planet is fighting over the last of a dead civilization's resources, I will have an entire world to mine. Then somebody knocked and I sent Sprite back and answered the door. Second Lieutenant Lee. The Major requests your presence. She says there is something important to discuss. At dawn, Songjia's door was under Iron Demon Army Guard, which is the highest level of protection that Outpost has. Those men had come out of a battle and were exhausted, and they stood with their backs straight because the fight had not frightened them. A baptism in blood made them harder. That is a transformation of the soul, and you can see it from 30 meters. I stood there and let it finish. The one who showed me in was a fierce-looking soldier with one arm, and he looked at me with a great deal of respect. His story is small and I have kept it, and I intend to give that man his arm back. He was bitten by a zombie. Anybody else panics. He had an army knife out and took his own arm off in one movement, immediately, before the toxin could travel. He lost the arm, and he lived. Gold shines wherever it lands. He was promoted to staff sergeant and put on that door, and he carries it without arrogance and without ingratiating himself with anybody. And in a corridor of guarded looks, he was the calmest man there. That is the version I believe, and I have checked it. And I thought, since Songjia is under control, the Iron Demon Army is an asset of mine. That soldier has prospects, and the arm can be replaced. There is no human arm available, and I will find him something better, all of which is based on the assumption that those people will one day be genuinely loyal to me. I do not do things that are thankless and exhausting. Inside there was Wang Feng, East Bridge's representative to my order, worn out from the road and gray in the face. For a professional with enhanced speed to look like that means he did not stop. Second Lieutenant Li, Major Song. This is a letter entrusted to me by Lord Yang Lei. Please, both of you open it personally. Which told me something on its own. Wu Jian had hedged and put Yang Lei's name on the front of it. And Wang Feng himself does not know what it says, because his strength is unremarkable and his loyalty is not in question, but the matter is too delicate for a man who might be caught. Songjia took her time and sent the messenger away to rest. And there is the double image that has been running since the banquet, and I enjoy it more than I should. In front of me, she is a slave. To Wang Feng and every soldier in that corridor, she is a high-ranking major and a god of war, and both of those are entirely true at the same time. The envelope contained a clean sheet with no ink on it anywhere. Was that the answer? Of course it was. She put her palm flat on the paper, energy went across it, and words came up out of nowhere, lighting section by section as they arrived. Yang Lei spent his whole life on calligraphy and painting, and after Silver Peak his brushwork went past what it had been. I had heard about that in my previous life, and had never seen it. 8 characters. The day of return will be the day of suppression. Powerful and vigorous, every stroke like a sword forged out of steel, coming at you off the page with genuine killing intent in it. The hand shows the man. Yang Lei is nearly 80 and the calligraphy has gone into his bones. And the timing is intelligent, which is why I agreed to it immediately. When the victors return, the camp is obliged to come out and receive them. It is exactly like the old days, a general coming home with a victory. However great his merit and however furious the emperor is, the ceremony has to happen. I remember the exact hour. On a day like that, Zhou Ning will not start anything, which makes it precisely the moment to strike, take the head, and the crowd has nothing left on top of it, and without command, the rest are not a threat. Here is a bottle of royal jelly. Do not be sparing with it. Get your strength back as fast as you can. There will be a fierce battle when we return. And on the word battle, something came off me undisguised, and the temperature in that room went down like the first week of winter. My honest motive, since I have been giving you all of them, I am not raising that girl out of kindness. I want to control East Bridge. Wu Jian and Zhou Ning are both obstacles in the way of that, and killing Zhou Ning alone is not sufficient. Wu Jian on his own is not enough either. Drive the wolves out to devour the tiger. I am one wolf, and Wu Jian is the other, and Zhou Ning is the tiger. To repel an external threat, you first secure the inside, and the qualification that makes me something other than a straightforward villain, which I would like on the record. The insectide is coming. If this were an ordinary power struggle, I would have shelved the feud, and I would probably have allied with him, because a divided city dies faster. There is a devil behind Zhou Ning, and while that man is alive, everything will keep changing in ways nobody can predict. Publicly and privately, he has every reason to die. Songjia's expression while she read it was complicated. She had not expected Wu Jian, who has always looked for victory through stability, to agree to any of it. That completely overturned her understanding of the man. And something in her resistance loosened, and she found herself an explanation for it that I want you to notice. If even Wu Jian and Yang Lei have gone along with Li Quan, then he must have some way of bewitching people, which is either self-comfort or an escape from reality. What she was actually saying is that her own loyalty to me is caused by my superior methods and not by anything she did. People will build any structure at all, rather than admit a surrender was theirs. And while Zhou Ning was still waiting for Qian Hu to report back with the good news about seized war merits, the two forces inside and outside that city had already joined hands, from the inside out and from the outside in. Suppress the conservative faction. Time could not be wasted. Executing Qian Hu and nearly 200 of his people means his line to the conservative faction is severed, and if too long passes, Zhou Ning becomes suspicious on the silence alone. I kept my eyes on it deliberately. Kill him. Whether he is a devil's believer has stopped being important. What matters is that he is my enemy, and an enemy is equivalent to a dead man. I had already sent order troops into East Bridge before the decision was made, to reinforce and to cut off every route he might use, and even when he is dead, I do not intend to step forward. That would create hostility I do not need. Songjia governs. I believe she will make a qualified puppet, No, to be precise, a ruler. I traveled back in a plain cart pulled by 2 adult red rock beetles. Their wings are removed and a steel nail is driven through the mouth with a rope tied to it, and that is how you make one work. They are hardy and they need no care, and if one dies, you take another one. The cars that used to be on those streets have been phased out, and the horse-drawn cart, abandoned a century ago, is back in service. It is not progress, and it is not regression. It is a species adapting to the world it has. The cart seats 7 or 8. There were 2 of us in it. Mei Li could not settle. She had the power she went looking for, and she felt she had lost something in the transaction, and could not say what. Mei Li, about that night. No need to say anything. It is all right. And she shook her head, and she looked more like the guilty party than the injured one, which is what that whole system does to people. But it did happen. Do not worry. I will give you some compensation. As for supplies for your people, I will increase them on top of what they already receive. And that is where I hurt her, without intending to and without noticing at the time. Her original motive genuinely was her tribe, but hearing it come out of my mouth as a line item turned the whole night into a transaction, and she did not want it to be one, and she did not have the courage to refuse. She has learned to obey over months of service. She bit her lip and nodded. Eyes do not lie. Her mood got worse the longer the road went on, and what was on her face was inexplicably aggrieved, which is not the expression of a top-tier strong expert. I am not arrogant enough to attribute her breakthrough to myself. The person actually responsible is almost certainly the goddess of dance, who could hardly bless a stranger and step over her own believer. And with Mei Li's breakthrough, all 4 of my summons are now at the peak. Lyra, the necromancer, Mei Li, Sprite. 4 beings summoned out of the abyss, raised over months, finally at a level that satisfies me. But Mei Li's state is unusual. She appears to have developed emotions beyond loyalty, including a trace of fear and a hint of something else. I gave up tobacco and alcohol and everything else for power. That does not make me a dull-witted idiot who cannot read a face. Compared to the stubborn leopard she is more like a delicate kitten now. The biggest change is emotional. There is no numbness on her face anymore, and what has replaced it is a girl's dissatisfaction and a girl's hope, and set against 6 months ago, she seems like a living person rather than a machine for killing. I had that from 3 separate people afterwards, and I did not sever her feelings, and I want to be exact about why. There are many ways to raise a summoned beast: punishment, the whip, scolding, and psychological manipulation, which is cheaper and lasts longer. So I moved across the cart until I was close enough that she could feel me breathing, and looked at her. This is not charity, it is a reward for progress. Compared to the necromancer and the dark elf, you are my favorite. And I put my hand on the side of her neck, and a proud guardian who tears ground dragons apart lost her breathing and could not look up at me. It is that simple. A little vanity is enough. Love is blind, and it is blindest in somebody who has never encountered it. Curiosity with the taste of something forbidden in it, knowing it is dangerous, unable to leave it alone, and going under gradually. I paid a man to tell me the rest. There is no exploitation involved, technically. Compared to the blind Mei Li, I was simply the sober person in the swamp. She was born in the abyss, and she was different from everything else born down there because she had principles and she had faith. And after meeting me, all of that changed. Since we cannot reach the light, let everybody around us come down into the dark. A fistmaster, with no desires and no wants, having committed the sins of jealousy and vanity, has already parted company with who she used to be. Falling is easy. That is good. She will stay beside me and never leave until death parts us. 2 hours later, the cart started rocking, and there was shouting outside. Monster, prepare for battle. A group of monsters is blocking the road. Ahead of us, there were low, ugly things carrying clubs, goblins, an interdimensional rift somewhere nearby, which is ordinary. The number was not ordinary. At a glance, more than 100. An elderly survivor in the column started up with the noise about an ambush, and Song Jia cut him off flat. Be quiet, they simply ran into us. Goblins, since I now own 100 of them. Dark green skin, low ugly builds, red eyes, greedy, mean, inclined to evil, cunning, and deceitful. They live in the deep dark of the underground world, and they have their own order and their own system of action. Their culture is undeveloped, and in mining ore and building underground structures there is nothing in any world that touches them. I counted them on the way past. Their combat quality is poor, and they compensate with numbers, and the numbers are always available. One of them stood out. An old goblin in a hide, when the rest wore nothing at all, with intelligence visible in the eyes and a bright green club in his hand that looked like jade. A goblin shaman. Those are only born in strong tribes. They have magic, and they are considerably smarter than their own people, which raised a question I noted for later. What kind of rift drops an entire goblin tribe onto a road in this province, and the sober assessment underneath it, which the column did not make? If Songjia and I had not been in that cart, 100 goblins could have wiped out the whole convoy, exactly the way kobolds do it, and kobolds have the word human on their menu in writing. Both sides looked at each other. The goblins craned their necks, assessing whether we would work as food. They had only just arrived, and in an unfamiliar environment, the first priority is laying in stores so everybody can calm down. The old one came forward, tapping his club on the ground. Humans. His voice was something between an infant and a crow. Nobody in that column understood a syllable of it, and I understood it perfectly because of the horns. Then he cast a fear spell on himself purely to look more impressive, which I thought showed excellent instincts, and made his announcement. Standing before you is the Goblin Chieftain, Grimgor the Bonebreaker. This is our land. If you wish to pass through it, you must leave something behind: food, metal, and anything that shines. All of these are what we need. That shaman was smarter than I expected, and he had gone straight to extortion, which is a genuinely reasonable opening. People do sometimes buy goblins off rather than deal with them, because individually they are weak and in a mass they are dangerous. He was let down by two things. Songjia's people do not speak goblin, so to all of them it was a small animal barking. And I did understand, and I had no intention of conceding anything, because my head was entirely full of Zhou Ning, and being harassed on a road by something knee-high simply annoyed me. Have your men take up arms and prepare for battle. Songjia paused for about half a second and then barked it down the column. Weapons. We have fought off zombies. What is this little dwarf? The Iron Demon army moved first. They had never seen one of those in their lives, and it made no difference to them at all, because they are soldiers and their job is to hear an order and fight. And my necromancer brought the tyrant forward, right arm still torn off at the shoulder, aura entirely undiminished. Let us begin. The tyrant went into them. The shaman got clear. The goblin next to him took it in the chest and went out over the heads of his own people in an arc. In the old world, there was a tradition of sacrificing to the flag before a war. You would kill some slaves or some enemies and stain the weapons with the blood, and it was considered a sign of victory. The goblins arrived on the wrong road on the wrong morning and became the offering at my flag raising. The shaman was outraged, and I want that recorded because it is my favorite thing that happened all week. It had never expected the enemy in front of it to be that decisive, killing people over the smallest disagreement. That is simply unethical. A goblin. Complaining about my ethics. I snapped my fingers and Songjia gave the order. Fire. Goblin defense is negligible, and against firearms they are nothing at all. The shaman threw up a shield over a 3-meter circle, and everything outside it was cut down before it could take a step. In under 5 minutes, more than half of them were on the ground. Then somebody knelt. Then all of them knelt, because every living thing wants to keep living, and when there is no chance of winning and no route out, kneeling is the only item left on the list. And the last one down was the chieftain himself, who then put his forehead in the dirt, which the whole column noticed. Ceasefire. I walked forward, and a drop of blood came up under my boot. Submit to me. He did not understand fast enough. So the blade of flame took the head off the goblin nearest him. It went up and came down, and the blood went across the shaman's face, and he made a noise that was almost exactly the sound of an infant. Submit to me. That time it landed. He crawled forward and started kissing my boots. And here is why they are still alive. Their attack is worthless, and their construction work is not. As slaves, they will build order housing and order fortifications faster and better than my own people, because it is the one thing their species does superbly, and the shaman can cast. Given time, he may learn to put support auras on my soldiers, offensive and defensive both, and nobody else in this province has anything like that. Find rope and tie them, post soldiers along the route. Anything that tries to run, kill it where it stands. Songjia nodded, because those who are not of your kind are bound to have different intentions, and she has been raised properly. My target is Zhou Ning. That was an appetizer. East Bridge was in winter by then. The wind was howling through it, every plant had been dead for weeks, and the sky was gray enough to be carrying snow. And the people in it were warm for the first time in a month, because the whole city was talking about the horde being broken and the commander killed. You have to hold that against what came before it. Days earlier, dozens of miles out, the base had been surrounded and thousands of people had died, and everybody in that city had gone to bed expecting the zombies at the wall by morning. I have stopped being surprised by any of it. Now they could breathe. There are a great many construction sites in East Bridge, and the poorest people work them with their hands. The crews are mixed and the conditions are appalling, and I say that as a man who works goblins in chains. Fights, injuries, and deaths are routine, and the patrols look the other way, because in this world, human life is the least valuable thing on the site, and as long as the ants keep working and there is no riot, that is sufficient. A construction site is also a black market. Alcohol, information, and underground fights. A hard life sends people slightly mad. The stake in those fights is their own hard-earned rations, and they run once a week with almost no rules, and it ends when the other man cannot get up. People are killed in them regularly. I have built my whole position on people not noticing that. That week's had been cancelled because of the horde. There was a worker with his front teeth missing, thin, comical to look at, eating a dark cloudy pancake made out of roots. It is not good, and he was eating it with appetite. Have you heard? There are a lot of evolved zombies in that horde. They can smash a full-grown tree with one punch. Some of them have wings and can fly. How do you know? If that is true, a lot of ours are going to die out there. With Major Song there, however powerful they are targets. He is a fan of hers. He uses her rank. And then the talk turned, the way it does, and men who have never been within a kilometer of her started on the subject of a woman having saved the city and what that says about the city and each other's mothers. I have since made it policy at home, and a man with a scar on his cheek came into the conversation. What great things can a woman accomplish? I hear this success was entirely down to Lord Qianhu. He personally beheaded the zombie leader, and the name changed the temperature. Because Song Jia is distant to those men and Qianhu was not, and I only learned any of this afterwards from a man I paid. He came to those fights several times. He appeared to enjoy the blood, and he always put up prize money, with one condition attached, which was that to collect it, you had to kill the other man. People in power have the ability to decide life and death, and they enjoy exercising it in small ways. They would gossip about Song Jia freely because they would never meet her. They had seen Qianhu up close, and at his name some of them went quiet. Scar pushed it. Song Jia is a woman. I do not accept that a woman is the savior of this city. And then the actual payload. And what has the war brought us? We have this much food. If you ask me, now that the horde has been beaten, we should rest and recuperate, grow more, make sure there is enough to eat. And the sight went up. Half of them for the Toothless Man and the war faction, half for Scar and the conservatives, every one of them completely certain that his side had saved the city. And here is the shot of that scene. The toothless worker sat off to one side and did not join in, looking at the men he had wound up like a man watching idiots. Then he looked across the yard, and Scar had the same odd little smile on his face, and the two of them caught each other's eye and nodded casually once. Public opinion in chaos. And perhaps that is exactly what both of them were paid for. That is how opinion is manufactured in that city, and I would like to say I found it disgusting. I found it professional. In a clean, bright room somewhere in the inner district, two men were drinking tea. That room is cleaned every day by somebody who comes in for the purpose, which is a luxury not even ordinary professionals get. Zhao Ming, young, and Mr. Shu, middle-aged with a gloomy face. I never expected the horde to be broken that quickly. It completely exceeded everyone's expectations. And Mr. Shu, entirely matter of fact. To support Qianhu, I rushed out another batch of corpse fiends over the last few days. It seems we will not need them now. Another batch. He produces them in production runs, and I want you to hold on to that. There are all sorts of rumors in the city. Nobody knows whether Song Jia or Qianhu took the honors. Qianhu took a lot of help with him and must have made a great contribution. The answer will reveal itself. Zhao Ming stood up. Win or lose, the overall situation in East Bridge is still in our hands. The conservative faction cannot be turned around by one small battle. Let us wait patiently. And they drank tea and waited for a messenger who had been dead for 4 days. The next day at noon, 5 miles outside East Bridge, my column stood in ranks in a cold wind with killing aura coming off them, and behind them, the prisoners. Zombies bound like parcels, and goblins that nobody in that city had ever seen. The road was lined with survivors and professionals, mostly war faction, because Wu Jian had made an exception and let them outside the wall to receive the heroes. And here is the part of that morning I did not enjoy. Most of the people on that road were family. They were looking for faces in the column. The ones who found theirs waved and shouted. The ones who did not started scanning faster and then began to panic, and several of them simply sat down in the road because their legs stopped working. I want that standing next to everything else I have told you. War kills people. Everybody knows that. Knowing it and experiencing it are two different activities. They could not accept it. They had sent somebody out to a war and got back a body or a handful of ash or nothing at all with an apology attached. Then the guns went, and Wu Jian came out through the gate himself to receive us, and they fired a magic crystal cannon as a greeting, and it tore the cloud open over our heads. The war faction was spending everything it had on that ceremony. Beside him, Hao Ran and Yang Lei and the rest of the old guard. And his own face was heavy and his eyes were webbed red because he had not slept for a full day and night. Suppressing Zhou Ning is a step where a mistake is the same as dying, and he had given the order, so there was no way back and nothing left but to go through with it. Everybody walked forward to receive the returning soldiers, and his own people understood that the reception was actually the join, inside and outside, closing at the same time. They had not expected the colonel to take a step like that. They are soldiers. Fighting is their job, and the rest was never their decision. The conservative faction sent neither Mr. Shu nor Zhao Ming. They sent Guo Tao, with those tiger's eyes going over everything. 3 parties standing at 3 points like blades, and all of them closing slowly, and the only question left was whose edge was sharper. My prisoners went to the rear under heavy guard. My summons were at the front, the necromancer ahead of me and Lyra and Mei Li either side like bodyguards. Confident and not arrogant, which is a distinction I have started paying attention to. Songjia came over to me pale. What are we doing in a moment? I do not know what is wrong with me. My heart is pounding. Everything is ready. We clear the conservative faction outside the wall first, then organize and take the city. All of it fast. We must have control before they can prepare. Wu Jian's hand was trembling very slightly when he raised it, and 2 groups of people merged into one without appearing to move at all. And that is the moment Guo Tao understood. He looked round and could not see a single face he knew. No Qianhu. None of Qianhu's soldiers. Not one of the 200 people who had gone out with him. What happened? Why are none of Qianhu's people here? And he took a step forward to get a better look. Songjia got there first and shouted it up the road to Wu Jian. We have fulfilled our mission. The horde has been repelled. We have won. And then the temperature went out of her voice. But Qianhu abused his duty, harassed the troops continually, and harmed his own comrades. The battlefield is unpredictable, and I had no choice but to act first and report afterwards. Qianhu is dead. I killed him. Furthermore, I have conclusive evidence that Qianhu committed numerous crimes. All the bloodshed in the camp recently is connected to Qianhu, and there are others behind him. I demand a thorough investigation of Zhou Ning. What? And Wu Jian went first before Guo Tao could get the next word out. Qianhu is implicated and you are his accomplice. Not only do you not repent, you intend to act now. Men, seize him. I would like to know whether Zhou Ning has ulterior motives toward East Bridge. The curtain came back slowly. Wu Jian's voice went across that road like distant thunder arriving in the chest, and he appeared to have grown several meters standing still, and Guo Tao stopped. Which is worth understanding, because it is the whole mechanism of that man. Wu Jian is an ordinary person, and his individual strength is nothing. With half of East Bridge standing behind him, he radiates an authority that a Silver Peak expert stops walking for. Wu Jian, you have framed a loyal official and had Qianhu assassinated. Are you not afraid of ruining everything and throwing East Bridge into chaos? Guo Tao was reckless. He was never stupid. And then he transformed. His hair grew out across the whole body, and what was standing in that road was a black-furred ape with muscle like stone and teeth that looked capable of taking a bite out of a girder. I did nothing about it, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. Songjia laughed at him coldly. Zhou Ning is colluding with the devil, and you people are aiding and abetting it. Surrender obediently, and I will plead for you and give you a chance to redeem yourself. And I picked it up from there. And this next part is a technique I use often enough that you should learn to see it coming. Originally, I had no grudge against the conservative faction. Things are different now. In the face of a disaster, all of humanity should unite, and you have colluded with life forms from another dimension. That is an irreconcilable feud. And then the turn. You are a cancer on humanity. What is the point of keeping something like you alive? The first few sentences sound like a man trying to persuade you out of the dark and into the light. Then the tone changes in a single beat, like a cold wind arriving off the horizon, and by then you have already stood still for it. It did not get past me. Guo Tao understood he was in a trap. What he wanted was time, so that Zhou Ning could prepare, and the outsider in front of him appeared to have read the plan and would not let him finish a sentence. I was close enough to hear it, and Lyra moved without an order, because she and I think the same way. Cold went through the air, and Guo Tao was locked in place and could not move. And at the moment of the shot, her lips parted and her throat worked, and a sound came out of her, a sharp, long whistle that hit him in the chest like a physical wave. The arrow tore the air and went through his chest and put blood on the ground. He got his chest muscles gathered in time, and the wound was superficial, and at his level that closes in seconds. Tick, tock. And then reality slapped him, because the hole was the size of an arrowhead, and the blood was coming out in a stream and showing no sign of stopping at all. A blessing from misfortune. As a priestess of Rose, Lyra does not only summon a wax-melting demon, she lays enchantments on her arrows, and that one was a curse of continuous damage that blocks healing. You outsider, how dare you meddle in the affairs of East Bridge? Even if I die, I am taking somebody with me. Since you are so righteous, die with me. He went berserk, and he did it with a plan, which is the part people got wrong about him afterwards. His target was me. Two reasons. If he seizes me, the war faction hesitates and he buys the time he came for. And there are too many experts standing around Wu Jian, whereas the outsider looks softer. You should always pick the softest persimmon. He covered the distance to me instantly, with his fist coming round like an iron hammer on a chain, and the transformation completed on the way in. Swollen muscle, dark skin, black fur standing off him like iron needles that take the skin off a hand that touches them. The fist came over my head and created a vacuum in front of it, and what I felt was the sensation of my own face being pulled off. Were we being underestimated? I did not change my breathing, and a small figure appeared in front of me, and nobody saw when. Cat ears, tail, a monkey, and a girl. It looked like a maddened rhinoceros meeting a frail rabbit on open grass, and several people in that crowd shut their eyes rather than watch her be killed in one movement. She took a breath, raised one arm, and went into him. The fists met, and Guo Tao's momentum simply stopped, as though a mountain had stepped into the road rather than a girl who comes up to my shoulder. Internal energy. His body started cracking and clicking like a mechanism that has been assembled wrong and is about to come apart, because she was using softness against hardness and taking his own force to pieces inside him. That is the part I keep turning over. And her guard went up rather than down, because he was also fighting without technique, on pure strength, and she respects that more than anything else. His thought, which I am giving you because it is the best compliment anybody paid me that year: if I hit an enemy with that punch, an evolved zombie would go to red mist. How did this girl withstand it? Where did Li Quan find these monsters? And her own working prayer, which she says under her breath before every exchange, powerful yet subservient to a greater power. Since the peak, her fist art and her technique and her control of force have all gone up together, and she was entirely inside the fight, and he was distracted by being humiliated. I am not reconciled. He hit again, and the ground shook, and Yang Lei stepped in. Seal. He wrote one character in the air with a brush. Seal. And an invincible Guo Tao froze in the middle of an attacking posture with his arms and legs bound by nothing at all. As Yang Lei's cultivation has risen, the characters he writes carry energy, and every character does something different. And I watched an 80-year-old calligrapher stop a berserk Silver Peak expert with one stroke and started planning around him immediately. And Mei Li did what an abyssal creature does. She has seen too much betrayal and too much killing to care about a martial spirit. As long as the enemy is defeated, the process is completely unimportant. One strike to the temple. My Mei Li is expert at bringing the shadow of death in the shortest possible time, and time stopped in that road for a second. His pupils dilated, and blood came out of the ears and the nose and the throat, and there was still resentment in his eyes when the body ran out, and he went down in the middle of the street. A master comparable to Qian Hu, ambushed in front of a crowd and taken off the board without ever getting up. His eyes stayed open like copper bells. Even dead, he did not believe he had lost. Several experts had struck at once, and it was fast enough that he possibly never got the chance to draw on the devil's power at all. His retinue broke and ran for the city, and Wu Jian was already in a mode I had not seen on him. One movement of the hand, and the Iron Demon army and the guns and the knives went in, and that ground soaked through until the red hurt to look at. Afterwards, he was courteous. Second Lieutenant Li, Jia tells me you have many talented people. Seeing it today, I understand that seeing is believing. Thank you, Colonel, but we cannot relax now. If we are doing this, we do it thoroughly and eradicate Zhou Ning's influence in the shortest possible time. And then he asked me the question he had been holding since the letter. There is something I have always wanted to ask. You could have stayed out of this entirely. Why did you involve yourself? Because it gains me nothing and costs me an enemy, and from where he was standing, the ledger did not close. The true answer, which stayed inside my head, is that the Valkyrie he painstakingly cultivated is now under my command, and destroying Zhou Ning will be of great benefit to me. The answer I gave him was delivered with the correct face. This world is full of dangers, and humanity should unite against powerful enemies. Zhou Ning is very likely colluding with creatures from another world. In the face of the greater good, I cannot back down. I said it like a man who would walk forward with 1,000 people against him. Camouflage. I have lived 2 lives and I have honed it, and for me it is not deceit, it is a survival skill. And I did not give him room to dig, because I went straight into the disposition. Qian Hu and Guo Tao are dead, Mr. Shu and Zhao Ming are still standing. I will take my people and intercept Mr. Shu. Hao Ran and Song Jia go to Zhao Ming, and as for Zhou Ning, I would ask Elder Yang to make the trip. Zhou Ning cannot die yet. Elder Yang can seal an enemy. Capture Zhou Ning and the conservative faction collapses on its own. Which is entirely logical. To everybody in that road, Zhou Ning is an ordinary man with no ability, and a Silver Peak expert takes an ordinary man without difficulty, and Song Jia felt something wrong and stepped forward to volunteer in his place. I turned my head and put my eyes on her, and she stopped and did not say it. Jia, do you have any objection? I have no objection. I think this is feasible. Wu Jian was too far into it to notice how she said it. 4 groups. Me on Mr. Shu, Jia and Hao Ran on Zhao Ming, Yang Lei to take Zhou Ning, Wu Jian holding the city against the riot. There is no way back now. It is victory or East Bridge comes apart. Capture Zhou Ning and everybody will be rewarded. And here is the part I have not said out loud to anybody, and I am saying it now because this account is worth nothing if I leave it out. I watched Yang Lei walk away, and something cold went across my face for less than a second, and nobody saw it. Everybody in that road believed Zhou Ning was immortal. I had been in a room with him, and the disgust I felt off him was several times what I felt off Chen Hu, and I was almost certainly the only person alive who knew what that meant. And I did not say it. I suggested Yang Lei. A new emperor means a new court. The obstacle to Songjia's rise is not only Zhou Ning, it is also Wu Jian's influence, and everything attached to it. From the very beginning, this was a purge of the old guard. Guo Tao and Qian Hu were on that list, and so were Yang Lei and Hao Ran. Do not talk to me about the greater good of humanity. In my previous life, I decided nothing, and I watched all of these people die anyway. Now all 4 of my summons are at Silver Peak, and if these men are lost, I can replace them and still hold the insect tide. And the actual reason, underneath the ambition, is one I would defend in front of anybody. The endless argument between the conservatives and the war faction has meant that not one order in that city has ever been executed cleanly, which is precisely why East Bridge has been on the defensive since the first week. It is the cheapest lever there is, and I pull it constantly. My goal is to turn East Bridge into a one-man show in which anybody who opposes me is removed. And about the old man specifically, Yang Lei is nearly 80 and still loyal to ordinary people, and that is a rare thing, and I know exactly how rare. His loyalty to Wu Jian was the stain on it, suggesting that Yang Lei arrest Zhou Ning was a test of one of them and a conspiracy against the other, and it was both at once, and I did it in one sentence in front of 40 people. 3 forces tangled together, and nobody could say which was the mantis and which was the cicada and which was the bird sitting in the top of the tree. If you are not ruthless, you do not stand. What I want is everybody's strength gathered into one rope. That is the world I intend to build. I will not mistreat the people who understand it. The ones who do not can die. Then I addressed my own 100. Victory belongs to us. Anyone who dares oppose us is killed without mercy. The bravest among you will have the chance to become professionals. Take up your weapons, follow me, and we make our own miracle. Into the city, with my skeleton warriors in front, white bone and crimson soul fire in a street. The crowds broke and ran, screaming about skeletons, and Wu Jian had prepared for exactly that. Soldiers at 10-meter intervals along the route, ostensibly holding welcome banners, actually hurting everybody indoors. I priced that the moment I saw it. He learned that lesson 3,000 bodies ago, and he has not forgotten it. The target was the research institute, where that fanatic lives and eats and works essentially around the clock. High explosive grenades. Throw. This is a battle to the death, and I did not have the patience to worry about whether there were innocent people inside a research institute. Those grenades are banned in East Bridge entirely. Nobody mentioned it. The outer wall came apart, and the debris killed several guards where they stood. Wei Shun, go. Lizard transformation. Green scales came up over him, and an enormous tail grew out behind, and inside a few seconds there was a lizard man in my street. He has not used the half-orc body in a long time, and he used it that day because I had told him in advance that this fight would be more dangerous than anything he had been in. The skeletons went after him like a loyal guard. Inside, somebody was shouting for backup, and the shout stopped. My order for that battle was one word: slaughter. The conservative faction is a permanent threat, and every minute of delay could change everything, and what I needed was to take the last limb off Zhou Ning before he could use it. Figures came out of the upper windows periodically. The ones still moving on the ground were finished with a round, and I noticed something about my own people. After enough battles, they have grown into genuine warriors, and when they go into an action, they temporarily shut off their humanity and their thinking, and killing becomes the whole of it. I built that on purpose in an amusement park, and watching it work in a street was not as satisfying as I had expected. From above there was a crack of bone, and a skull came down past me, and even then the skeleton warrior it belonged to was not finished, and the jaw kept working on the pavement. Crack, crack, and then Wei Shun roared, which meant he had run into something serious. Corpse fiends. Mei Li, take your men up there. She turned to the soldiers without a word, with a cold shine in her eyes, and all of them understood immediately. Sometimes a cold look does more than a speech about heroism. Then a wall came out and a monster landed in the street. Sickly white skin, black lips, sharp claws, and snake scale across the whole face with the nose flattened into it. A python wearing a man. Has the corpse fiend program reached its second phase? That thing carried the zombie virus and animal genes together. A snake king. The flexibility of a python plus corpse toxin, and it can push itself through any gap in a building. The conservative faction had a backup plan, and nobody in East Bridge had ever seen one. and the price of it is the line I keep coming back to. Mortality on those is enormous. Out of 10 subjects, sometimes not one survives. It is easy to imagine how many people died producing them and what happened to the remains, and everyone that works can exhaust a bronze professional on its own. I did the arithmetic on how many of those it takes to cut my 100 to pieces and put my right hand flat on the ground. Summon. 6 black tentacles came out of the road, the thickness of an infant's arm and a full 3 meters long. That is the mutated tentacle monster, which is more interested in fighting than in anything its species is notorious for, and it went up the building and cleared floors. Through the windows you could see it working. It takes a corpse fiend, wraps the neck, and turns once, and puts it down with the brain destroyed. 3 meters of reach means its attack range is comparable to a lot of ranged weapons, and it does not run out of ammunition. 5 minutes later, Mei Li and Wei Shun were going through the floors like a cleaning crew, taking out enemies and debris in the same pass. I did not need to do any of it myself. At that point, I was functioning as an arbiter, watching the whole engagement and stepping in wherever a problem started. Target spotted. 5th floor laboratory. Requesting backup. What the hell is that? Get out of the way. Do not act on your own. I had shown every soldier a photograph of Mr. Shu's face before we went in, and it was in all of them. Then a window came out and 2 figures came down through it. Mei Li and Mr. Shu. And his clothes tore in the fall, and it turned out that his legs are not human legs. They are a deer's with hooves, and they land without a sound. And his pupils changed to a snake's while he got up, cold and numb, and his tongue came out forked and made a noise against the air. He was in a rage at me specifically, and the reason is worth understanding. Everything he had ever created was in that building, and most of the results had just been destroyed by grenades. To a man who has given his life to research, that is a blood feud with no expiry on it. And I did not hit him immediately, because I wanted to look. He really was a scientific madman. With considerable strength available to him, he had turned himself into one of his own experiments, and nobody in that city had noticed. His name is unknown. Before the apocalypse, he was an outstanding scientist whose work concerned biochemical viruses, and he was on a wanted list for it. And when the sky opened, he found the meaning of his life, took biochemistry to its limit, and produced the corpse fiend. My soldiers swallowed, and their hands went unsteady on the rifles, because nobody had expected the conservative faction's strategist to look like that. I had the necromancer on one side and Lyra on the other, and Mei Li came up off the ground and looked straight at him, and he told me later that it felt like being circled by predators, with the pressure closing his bones. Li Quan. I underestimated you. He did not believe Wu Jian had gone all in, and he did not believe I had struck to kill on the first movement. Do it. I did not let him finish. Rapid fire. 3 arrows drawing snake tracks in the air. He crouched and went 3 meters straight up because the deer legs give an absurd jump, and he clearly designed for it. And she had the string back before he reached the top. 3 more, coming up like snakeheads. The ground and the air were both sealed. His thought, which is the best professional compliment my dark elf has ever received. 6 arrows in a row. That requires concentration, and it requires strength. A strong man could not draw that bow twice in that time. How is the opponent doing it? In the air, he bent in a direction bodies do not, and evaded 2, and the third went through his right arm. Burst. She had put energy into the shaft and spoke a dark word as it landed, and the arm came apart. And every soldier on that street let out a breath and looked at my dark elf, and there was nothing in the look but respect. Strong experts deserve respect. That is all it takes, apparently. 6 arrows. Hiss. And the stump moved, and more than a dozen small snakes came out of it and wove themselves together, twisting into cords, several of them tearing apart in the process. And inside a few seconds, skin grew over the top, and there was a new arm. My own answer to that question has not changed. That is his ability. Regeneration up to and including limbs, given enough energy. After the self-modification, ordinary healing turned into that, crushing strike. The necromancer put a dark spell into his chest that took the skin off and removed the flesh in layers until the sternum was visible, and the regeneration still won. Press it. Mei Li went up and hit him again, with a leopard's speed and a bear's strength and an eagle's precision. The chemical reaction produced by 3 Silver Peak Masters attacking simultaneously is not something anybody can predict. He became a bag on a rope, went forward off a strike to the back, and left a dent in the road. Nobody told me any of that. I worked it out. He tried to stand and coughed blood. Even with regeneration like that, concentrated attention from 3 directions injures you. My defeat is not unjust. I did not expect you to have this many experts. 3 against 1. I was never a match. You had your own extraordinary encounters and I had mine in the economic development zone. It comes down to the winner and the loser. The Zhou Ning regime is being eradicated today, and anybody attached to it is a primary target. Do it then. He could not move. Over the years, hundreds of people have died in that man's experiments, and it is a number I only know because he told me later without any change of expression. You were going to die. I am giving you a chance. If you want to live, there is one way. Join me. My arithmetic, since you will want it. If I have his loyalty, corpse fiends go into production. That is another formidable force, and nobody else on this planet can make them. What can you give me? Life, and more time to conduct research and experiments. Agree and live. Refuse and I kill you now. Which is completely unreasonable as an offer, and he had already given himself to the research, and giving it up halfway would have been worse than dying. Between loyalty and research, he chose the research, and it took him about 4 seconds. All right. With you assisting Wu Jian, he will be even more powerful. He still thought I worked for Wu Jian. I let him keep it for a few more hours. You have a criminal record. You are temporarily on my side and you still need to prove your loyalty. Kneel and pray to my body. And I transformed, and set against demon horns and wings. His appearance is hardly bizarre, and I watched two monsters look at each other across a wrecked street and reach an understanding. His eyes came out slightly, and then he settled, because a man who has spent months studying corpse fiends recovers his composure faster than most. I submit to you. The mechanism, since it is the point, the flame demon body reaching the peak sharply accelerated my rate of faith collection. I forced Mr. Shu into becoming my believer, and through that I hold him, and any disloyalty will be known to me the moment he decides on it, and it doubled as a test. Devils and demons are blood enemies. If Mr. Shu carried a devil's mark like Chen Hu, he could not have believed in me at all. It worked, so he does not, and then the ground shook. A noise in the distance like space itself splitting, loud enough to hurt the eardrums, and behind it a bloodthirsty will rolling out across the whole of East Bridge, and strange screaming from several directions at once. I put that in my own notes that night. Every hair on my body came up. That is a devil's aura, not a mark on somebody's leg. A genuine aura of hell. Devil. The word went across that city in 100 voices at once. Flame went up to the sky in the dense middle of the district from nowhere, and the noise turned into something with no shape to it. And the screaming was not human. It was sharp and hoarse, and it had a seductive intonation running underneath, and under the influence of it some of the weaker-willed survivors opened their own doors and walked out into the street. That one I did arrange. The devil has descended. I could see figures flying over the rooftops. Blood-red skin, long sharp horns. They came down, took a person off the ground, and opened them with the claws. Nobody knows where those demons came from. One thing is certain, which is that from the moment they arrived, the killing was continuous. And just as everybody was confident that the war faction had the upper hand, the thing that had been sitting in the shadow of that city for 6 months counterattacked. Even I was surprised, and I do not enjoy admitting it. I had not expected anybody here to possess a method of summoning demons at all, let alone a mass summoning. And there is a difference between what he did and what I do, and it is the entire difference. My summoning enforces loyalty. His does not. Those demons come down into this world through a summoning that does not oblige them to obey anybody. They arrive purely to enjoy the pleasure that death and slaughter bring them, and to a demon, a human soul is a delicacy. They eat the flesh and blood, and they use the souls to strengthen themselves. Everybody assemble, attack forward. My people closed up, and on some of them the veins were standing out, and Wei Shun came to report covered head to foot in blood, with a smell coming off him that made 2 of my soldiers turn away. Sir, the research institute is completely searched. 13 people captured. What should we do with them? In this special period, I do not have time to manage these people. I do not need to tell you what happens to that kind of burden, do I? He shuddered. I understand. And I walked away down that street, and behind me, there were 3 sentences. Do not kill me. I surrender. My brother is a professional. If you take me hostage, he will definitely surrender. Please, please let me go. And then a burst. The 13 were core members of the conservative faction, and I want that on the record, because I do not intend to make it sound better than it was either. The devil's arrival had wrecked every calculation I had. In that situation, I could not permit anything unpredictable to be behind me. The best way is to cut the knot quickly. In short, kill. Wei Shun came up beside me with his eyes full of blood, looking more like a demon than anything I own. Walk, and I interrogated my new believer on the way. You were beside Zhou Ning for a long time. What kind of person is he? He answered without thinking about it at all. He is not human, which is not a figure of speech. Zhou Ning is genuinely not human. He drinks the blood of the people who get brought to him at night and do not come back. And I have seen his tail. Long and thin and hairless, and at the end of it there is a growth of flesh shaped like a branding iron. You know he is not human. So why do you serve under him? And his answer is the complete portrait of a man in one paragraph. Whether Zhou Ning is human has nothing to do with me. I only care about my research. It is not that I never approached Wu Jian. He told me I was poisoning living beings and refused to support the work at all. Zhou Ning is different. He can provide enough test subjects. That is sufficient. And on the word research, his whole face came alive for the first time, something frantic in it, and a smile that went through me sideways. Wild man, that is my clearest impression of him, and it has not changed. He has no name and no surname that anybody knows. He does not drink, and he does not go anywhere. Nothing external touches him at all. He found out who Zhou Ning was and remained completely indifferent. It cost me nothing, and it told me everything. He simply lives in his own world, and the research never ends, and he rebuilt his own body into a monster to buy more time inside it. And the irony of my recruitment is that I did not know any of that. I offered him more time for research off the top of my head as a bargaining chip, and by pure accident, I named the only thing in this world he wants. No other inducement would have bought him. Not food, not rank, not safety. And that is probably exactly why Zhou Ning never put a mark on him. For a man like that, the research is everything, and as long as somebody is supplying material, he will not betray them, which is a double-edged instrument. Used properly, it is fine. Used improperly, it removes your hand. My position is the blacksmith's. He wants supplies, he gets supplies, he wants test subjects. That is a conversation we will have. And if he ever develops second thoughts, I kill him. And I have lost nothing. The immediate problem was that the demons had to be stopped at the source, or the whole of East Bridge went under. Little devils first. About the size of a Shiba Inu, one sharp horn on the head, a black spike on the tail, not particularly brave, also not cowardly enough to miss any opportunity for a surprise attack. I watched one come down on a girl running in a crowd, hook the tail round her neck and lift her off the ground with 2 beats of the wings. She was still alive on the way up, and it was going out of her fast. I shot it, and its head came apart like tofu. They are not invincible. I said it loudly, and I said it for the soldiers. The hierarchy of devils runs in 3 steps, and I had to learn it standing in a street. The lower ones get sacrificed by anything above them, and their chance of promotion is effectively 0. The middle are a larger elite with real autonomy, and the higher ones hold positions of power in the structure of hell itself, and the strongest among those are the deep prison demons, who are responsible for everything from blood wars to the corruption of entire nations. I did not find any of that out until later. And what was in that city was steel demons, chain devils, reapers, demons of pain, and succubi. The succubi have enormous black wings like a fallen angel's, and the character to go with it. They revel in desire and in the fall, and what they want is to take a clean soul down into a sea of it. Where a little devil delivers physical pain, a succubus prefers to take apart the person. I have thought about that one since. Everybody, weapons up. Begin. And my justification is not one I am going to dress up. I had already begun thinking of East Bridge as my property, and anybody who damages my property gets punished for it. The psychology of a crowd is worth noting because it saved several hundred people that afternoon. A demon looks appalling, and it is made of flesh and blood, and the moment those soldiers watched me shoot one, they got their nerve back, because nobody wants to be killed while standing still. The soldiers had weapons. The civilians did not. Down the street there were barbed demons, which have a particular appetite for small children. A woman screamed a name. Third son. They had taken her child out of her arms, and she was still turning round when it happened, and I was 90 meters away and running. What was left on the ground was not something I am going to describe. The murder of her child shattered that mother's last hold on the world. She went mad, and the power of maternal love manifested itself in that instant, and facing a creature that had just done that in front of her, she picked up a stone and charged. I would have done exactly the same in his position. Human nature is complicated. Alongside all the betrayal and the conspiracy, at certain moments in an era this dark, something still comes through that is worth looking at. More people were getting up all along that street. Every one of them had lost somebody. They had been holding on to each other to get as far as today, exactly like that woman, whose life had probably ended, along with her child's a few seconds earlier. I have used the same trick twice since. Could a woman be a match for a devil? She did not get the chance to throw the stone. The barbed demon put a spike through her heart, and she went down in it. And my pupils narrowed to slits. I am somebody whose heart turned dark a long time ago, and I do not believe in so-called emotions. That does not make me a dead man walking around. What was in front of me stirred an anger I had not felt in a very long time. Die. The flame whip went round that thing like a steel cable, and the heat started cooking it immediately, and it screamed, and I did not open my hand. The loop tightened, the screaming got thinner, and then it stopped moving at all, burned alive. It is a cruel way to go. Evil people are punished by evil people, and a creature that cruel should be dealt with in a way that is worse. That is my principle, and I applied it in a public street with witnesses, and my soldiers took it up because to live you have to resist. In that battle there were no women and no men and no monsters. There were the living and the dead, and the winners enjoy their lives, and the losers become cold on a road. I left way soon and the necromancer and the skeletons holding that street and went forward with Lyra and Mei Li, who summoned the devils. Without finding the source, none of this ends. And the further in we went, the thicker it got. That was not a battle. That was a massacre. And the sound of it is the thing I have not been able to put down. Help me. Grandpa, Grandma, where are you? Husband, run. Do not worry about me. We both die if you stay. In my next life, please do not let me be a human being again. It is too painful. Let me die. There was a street where the demons were working through the houses like locusts, methodically, one door at a time. A scream stopped in the middle of a word. And an old man walked out of a doorway at a chain devil with nothing in his hands at all because there was somebody small behind him. Mei Li's aura changed while she looked at it. Something of her own came up. Energy whiskers surfaced along her face, and an enormous tail of pure energy stood up behind her, and one strike from her went out like a flood arriving. The so-called devils were not competition. Then she stopped dead and put herself in front of me, and Lyra came up on the other side, and both of them forgot they hate each other and covered me at the same time. The evil aura ahead had thickened until walking into it was like walking into a whirlwind, with soil and splinters lifting off the ground and turning in the air like something with intent. I put half of my body into flame demon form to stand up in it, and in front of me there was a black hole in space, a broken dimensional barrier, about the height of a man, and through it you could see demons pushing their way out one shoulder at a time. There was the source, and there was a man standing beside it. Li Quan, you ultimately chose Wu Jian. If I had known, I should have killed you. The voice sounded like somebody who had not opened his mouth in decades, hoarse, and every word set down separately. Zhou Ning, and not the man from the banquet. His eyes had gone noticeably dull, and his limbs had stiffened, and something had happened to that body, and he was holding a person upside down by one leg, a white-haired old man, Yang Lei, covered in blood, with an enormous hole in the chest where the heart had been taken out, and no other wounds anywhere on him, which is the part that went into me. Yang Lei was killed with one movement, and the greatest calligrapher in that province, a Silver Peak expert of nearly 80 who could seal a berserk master with a single character, did not manage to put up anything at all. I sent Yang Lei to arrest Zhou Ning for 2 reasons, to remove him from Songjia's path, and to find out whether Zhou Ning was hiding any power. I got my answer. The hidden power was beyond anything anybody had estimated, and I paid for the experiment with a man who spent 80 years being loyal to ordinary people, and I did not pay for it with anything of mine. This is the courage with which you challenge me? He looked at Mei Li and Lyra with open contempt. Foolish mortals, I originally wanted you to live longer. Since you have chosen your own road to death, then become my offering. And then the part that told me what I was actually standing in front of. This city should be elevated in death. I hear the crying of souls. Power will belong to Baelnor. I will gain power and take back everything that is rightfully mine. His body twisted and swelled, and the skin split open, and what came out of it made an elephant look manageable. A pair of heavy bat wings across the back, and the smell off them was rot and sulfur together. A scorpion demon, infamous for being powerful, evil, ruthless, and efficiently organized, all at once, which is a combination this world had not seen. An enormous mouth full of sharp teeth in a face covered in eruptions and ridges, lips with a cold reddish shine on them, and reptile eyes with bloodthirst sitting in them like a fact. Devil. And the understanding arrived all at once. I had thought Zhou Ning was a believer who had made a bargain with a devil. Zhou Ning is the devil. Here is the whole intrigue assembled. Dimensional creatures came down onto this land and immediately began slaughtering indiscriminately, exposing themselves to humanity, because that is what they are, a devil's schemes and disguises. That scorpion demon came down at some point nobody can date, stole Zhou Ning's identity, became a human being, and then took control of 70% of the power in a city of 200,000 and became one of its 2 leaders. I had never seen it done before, and I have not seen it since. Devils love to play with what people want. He instigated the whole thing and created 2 camps, the pro-war and the conservative, and he has been keeping them balanced for months. And I was right about the purpose. He genuinely did regard those survivors as livestock, and the objective was a blood sacrifice on the scale of a city. Standing in that street, I felt as though I had gone into cold water. The human soul. It will eventually become Baelnor's power. And here is the price of what I had done, and I worked it out while looking at him. I forced the devil to reveal its true form, which means it will no longer use its previous identity to lead survivors quietly toward the slaughter. It will now use direct slaughter to obtain souls and carry out the sacrifice immediately. His strength is not Silver Peak, it is infinitely close to gold, and our objectives are identical. I am waiting for the insect tide to push me over the last threshold. He intended to use the people of East Bridge to push himself over his. And in my previous life, the scorpion demon took gold and left quietly, and everybody assumed the tide had buried him. He is now enraged, and in this timeline, he will very probably slaughter the whole of East Bridge on principle, which means that even without an insectide, this city is finished. I opened a box I did not know was there, and let out a genuine disaster without meaning to. There is no avoiding it. That is a battle I have to have. My heart rate went up by half, and the vessels came out in my eyes. Ignoring Mei Li and the dark elf, that is because you have not seen my true strength. Both palms flat on the ground. A shockwave. And across dimensions, something that had not appeared in weeks came to me. He had shed the human skin entirely. 4 meters. Larger than an elephant, a scorpion demon is a creature of hell. There is a trace of legendary blood in it, and its true strength stands at Silver Peak, and in hell one of those is a regional lord commanding thousands of lesser devils. That sound has not left me. Hell is a world with a clear hierarchy. Unlike demons, their powerful hierarchical system grants them greater authority, which is exactly why they win 6-1. The moment he came out fully, everything stopped. Demons and soldiers both. Where did that terrifying thing come from? Is another monster attacking the city? And the detail that sold the scale to everybody watching was that the lesser demons, including the little devils, none of whom were under anybody's command, lowered their heads and made gestures of worship. That is the version I believe, and I have checked it. They did not have the nerve to display bloodthirst under that aura. Death, slaughter, and madness. This city will become part of hell. I can smell it. I did not want to obtain all of this by these means. Your foolishness led me to this choice. As a reward, please, die. His nature, since it matters. A long career of slaughter has soaked him in death aura, and his body holds a source of energy so appalling that the whole creature functions as a moving river of the dead. I could not have arranged it better myself. Some evil human cults keep a scorpion demon as a totem. He enjoys fear and blood, and on the appointed days, his believers bring him people nobody is going to look for. And his weakness is his cruelty, which is the only reason any of us survived. Scorpion demons are formidable in melee and formidable as poison casters. In a clear mind, every one of them is a schemer. Once enraged, the animal takes over immediately, and the strength goes up while a portion of the reasoning goes off. I filed that under things to steal, summon, and a small face looked out of a crack in the ground. My sprite in the black cloak, eyes slightly red, watching forward carefully. He opened those fleshy wings and, at 4 meters, generated a speed that had no right to exist and came down at me like a falling object. Gaze of death. It covered me completely, and my pupils dilated, and I did not have the time to move, and being hit by it means dying. Master, you hurt Master. Die. And my sprite came apart at the seams. A shriek at a pitch that has no business existing, and a shockwave, and every little devil within 40 meters started bleeding from the mouth and the eyes and the nose and died where it hovered. Dragon's might. And then it squeezed out of that crack, and there was a tear standing in its eye. The wings opened, and it took me out of the line and put me down somewhere safe, and only then did it turn round and do the job. It inflated like something filling, out to 5 meters. A little girl's head on a body made entirely of clay and corpses. Die! You hurt your master. Die! And it walked at a scorpion demon with terrible steps and did not stop once. He lost the thread for a second and only recovered when it was already close, and his own calculation was that beating that thing would be difficult, and that if he did, he would take the blood and the power for the next tier. I stood there and let it finish. Wealth, status, power. He would go back to hell and take back what was his, if he survived. Bloodthirst technique. His blood came up boiling and dense crimson blisters pushed out along the skin, and the smell that came off it made men 40 meters away sit down, and my sprite did not evade any of it. Having devoured a countless number of strong experts and monsters, its strength has increased beyond anything I can measure anymore. I lay against a wall, barely able to move, and watched 2 creatures hit each other and said the only thing worth saying. A devil is good at calculating everything, so, is everything still under your control? Kill him. You should never have been born into this world. Dark Elf, Mei Li, together. End it as fast as possible. Not far from there, Hao Ran was on one knee with his face white. There were more than a dozen holes the size of a thumb through his left arm. That arm was finished. Saving it would take a legendary healer, and there are none, so what is left is amputation. Song Jia was beside him, breathing hard with her right arm shaking. Do not worry, I am not dying. I miscalculated slightly. I did not expect Zhao Ming's true form to be that. I should thank you. If you had not pulled me aside, I would have lost the arm and possibly the rest. I thought Zhao Ming was on his last breath and he unleashed something enormous right before he died. Around them there were a great many dead soldiers with strange wounds, punctured by something hard, with the insides destroyed, several cut in half. What happened is this. Zhao Ming held a position in the conservative faction equivalent to hers. Two people at the level people call a god of war. Taking him with her, and Hao Ran and a company of soldiers looked settled before it started. I counted them on the way past, and at the end of the fight he detonated. His bones cracked like fireworks going off inside him, and he stopped being a man and became a thing covered in bone. Hao Ran's arm was punched through by 10 finger bones at once. For an ordinary person, using your own bones as a weapon costs you the bones. Zhao Ming's grow back without limit and cut like blades. And in the second song, Jia froze. More than a dozen soldiers around her were cut apart. None survived. The transformation was so fast that nobody could prepare for it. She killed him in the end by spending everything she had, and she took several deep wounds doing it. The body afterwards was bluish, with the skin under a thick layer of bone, and the right arm was a meter of white bone shaped like an enormous awl, which is what he had used on all of them, a bone demon. If I had been there, I would have recognized it on sight, and whether he was a genuine demon or one of Zhou Ning's modifications is a question nobody can now answer, and the sober assessment is that they lived because Songjia is a hero template. With Hao Ran alone, there was no chance at all, and without that arm, Hao Ran can no longer fire 2 pistols, which halves what he is worth in a war. Demons went past overhead while they sat there. I did not expect Li Quan to be right. There really are monsters hiding in East Bridge. Are these things the so-called demons? He has seen a great many dimensional creatures in 6 months. Next to things born with a will like that, he said, all of them were sheep. And then he said the thing that went into her. Jia, never mind me. Go and support Elder Yang first. I am uneasy. I think these creatures must be closely connected to Zhou Ning. Elder Yang is in danger. She had already sensed that I had ill intentions. Zhao Ming and the devils together confirmed it. And although she was unwilling to admit it, if all of this was really connected to Zhou Ning, then the old man was very probably already dead, and she had stood in a road that morning and said nothing because I looked at her. Hao Ran and Yang Lei are close friends despite the age difference. They used to argue about policy until both of them went red, and during the decision to suppress Zhou Ning when everybody else was silent, it was Yang Lei who gave him his support, and he has regarded that man as a teacher and a friend for a long time. That is my own reading of it, and I will stand behind it. She did not let any of it show on her face. She got the wounded settled and then ran for the heaviest fighting. Hopefully a miracle happens. She came at her top speed, putting demons down on the way, and she could already feel a battle aura shaking the ground. How can it be that strong? And what she arrived to was a figure with dragon wings and a swollen body going into a wall. My sprite. And an elephant-sized thing following it in and putting a fist into its abdomen. And my sprite taking that, with clay going in every direction and the whole shape looking about to collapse, and answering with more than a dozen arms. Under the power of a scorpion demon and my sprite, so-called warriors and professionals do not amount to anything, and Songjia herself was a slightly stronger ant. Is this Li Quan's true power? Her relationship to me has 3 parts, and she gave me all 3 later, and I am keeping them. Gratitude, confusion, and a trace of competitiveness. What distinguishes a strong expert from an ordinary person is that when an ordinary person meets an insurmountable mountain, they consider going round it. The strong expert decides to go through. She has always held me in her head as a bar she would one day get over. And if the Li Quan of before was a mountain peak, which effort would eventually surpass, then the moment my sprite appeared, I stopped being a peak in that girl's mind and became an ocean, an azure surface, peaceful and quiet. And beneath it, besides depths nobody can measure, creatures and monsters it is impossible to detect at all. Invincible. In that street, I became an immortal monument, and whatever pride and stubbornness she had left came apart against it. Now the scorpion demon properly, since I fought it, and I want its size understood, it is a high devil of hell, comparable to the demons of the deepest hell. Succubi and bone demons live under its authority. Behind every blood war, the shadow of the scorpion demon can be found somewhere in it, and do not be misled by the face. In strategy, they thoroughly outclass the chaotic demons, which is the entire reason for the 6-to-1. And after taking demon territory, it slaughters. It turns cities to ruins one after another as a matter of policy. In the abyss, the chaotic demons are notoriously indifferent to life, and many of them still go quiet at the name. And that one was one step off gold. If he had taken it, there was no way out for anybody. In a fight to the death, there is absolutely no possibility of turning an enemy into a friend, and I did not try. Lyra, my sprite, and Mei Li, 3 top-tier silver peaks, had him surrounded, and he was still biting, and he was not losing, and the rift was still open, and every minute more of them came out of it. As long as the scorpion demon lives, that never ends. We cannot worry about that now. Flame demon body. My skin went dark red. Strange tattoos came up across the chest. The wings opened out of my back. 2 horns came up out of my head, and waves of heat came out of my mouth. I looked like a demon. I did not look like one. I was one. A long sword appeared in my hand covered in boiling magma, which burns and crushes in the same stroke. The blade of flame in the right hand and the fire whip in the left, and I moved fast enough to leave after images on that street. Surprise attack. His attention was entirely on Mei Li and the others, and he was not expecting it from the human. The blade went through the hide and took one of his arms off, and the fire venom went across half of his body, and the crimson blisters started bursting one after another. If the scorpion demon's appearance had been considered ugly before, at that point it was a pool of festering blood. Neither side had tactics left. Both sides had spent most of what they had, and then he was surprised for the first time because he had not expected to find a Balrog on this planet. It lasted about half a second. He came in with claws that had a dark purple sheen on them, which is his strongest poison. Dark elf. I hooked a boulder with the whip and took myself off the line on the momentum, and in the same instant Lyra put a dark flash into his throat. And here is the detail I want kept, because it is the best thing my dark elf has ever done. That arrow moved faster than any living thing's thought, which means she had already made her preparations before I had finished the first syllable of her name. He rolled explosively out of the path of it and looked at her like a woman who was already dead, and Mei Li arrived. Her eyes went red and her tail pressed down and threw her forward, and both arms went out straight like spears with no bend in them at all. The small muscles were shaking with a hum in them, exactly like a fast explosive an instant before ignition. My own camp runs on the same arithmetic. A nearly transparent red energy paw closed over her arm, and the ground tore open around her, and the trees on that street came down, burst, a fist into his back like thunder arriving. He coughed blood and went into a wall like a cannonball and took half the room out behind it. And my intention was never to injure him badly enough that he would recognize he was outmatched and leave. That was a fight to the death from the first exchange, and the reason is simple. If an enemy like that gets away, everything I have built in Eastbridge could be gone inside a fortnight. I paid an enormous price to raise Songjia. Something like that does not even have to destroy the city. It only has to kill her, and all of my work is nothing. Kill him. And a heavy figure rose up behind me, and my sprite said it back to me with a cruel smile that the dark mostly hid. Kill him. And its eyes were not chaotic anymore. There was a glimmer of something in them, and it looked as though it were repeating my words, and its expression said clearly that it was fully aware of what it was saying. Dragon's breath. Because somewhere in a very long career of devouring, my sprite ate a red dragon, and the technique came with it. And the scorpion demon's eyes came wide open, and for the first time all of the arrogance went off that face, and what replaced it was fear. Lyra used the moment and put a thorn through his right arm, and the blood came out in a fountain, and he did not react to it at all because his entire attention was on me. The Balrog. He is not human. He is a demon. How did he do that? I went to enormous trouble to get here, all of it to gain power by borrowing human souls, and his transformation appears more perfect than mine. When did demons develop disguise of that quality? And then the question that made me a legend inside somebody else's head. And why are so many strong experts gathered around this Balrog? Who is this vicious and wicked man who has this many followers, all looking up to a flame demon? Who exactly is he? He has lived in purgatory for an uncountable number of years and climbed from a small devil into a horror, and he had never once seen a picture that made as little sense as the one he was standing in. He did not get to finish the thought. My sprite's attack came through his body and took it apart, and things came out of the opening, and among them there were soul larvae moving, and even then he tried to get up. I cannot leave you here. I brought the sword round and took the head off, and the body went down and kept twitching for several seconds as though it were still holding on to something. The death was not a normal death. His awareness went out, and what came with it was past fear, a complete crushing, as though body and will were both dissolving into nothing, and then the body came apart as though a decay spell had been put through it. It took me until the next morning to understand why. When that mass exploded, it was like a river of blood bursting its banks in purgatory, and at the moment it shattered, a great many ghostly voices could be heard by everybody standing in that street. Soul imprisonment. I swallowed because that thing could imprison souls, and I have no idea for how long or how many. But in the end, he died. My face went white, and my hands were shaking, and I was smiling. It worked. And the moment the summoner was gone, the rift contracted and vanished as though it had never been there. The demons were already inside the city. Finishing that would take the rest of the night. The scorpion demon is dead. The malignant tumor hiding inside humanity has finally been pulled out. I dropped the form. The wings dissolved, the pupils cleared, the tattoo went off the skin, and I was a man standing in a street again. And then something arrived that I had not felt since I came back, and it was not physical. That was the strongest enemy I have faced since my rebirth, without exception. And in that fight, I was a gambler who had bet everything he owned on the last hand while already going bankrupt. And I won, and I did not enjoy any part of it. And finally, the whole shape of my previous life assembled itself. To the scorpion demon, human beings were a rabbit, or a duck, or a chicken. When they are not being eaten, they are kept and allowed to breed slowly, and when the festival day comes, they are slaughtered. I remember the exact hour. That is why he wanted the monsters to break the city so badly. On that slaughter, he would have forged his own gold. And then, without meaning to, I noticed something. I appear to have become a hero. I touched my own nose, standing in a street full of bodies. It is undeniable that I did every part of this for myself. And by a twist of circumstance, I have indirectly saved a city of 200,000 people. With no conspirator lurking in it, East Bridge can now be considered a genuine human sanctuary. Hehehehe. And a transparent shape came up out of the wreckage like a thread of green smoke. It could have dispersed. It gathered instead and took the form of the scorpion demon, a soul. He had been imprisoning souls inside himself to devour all of them at once and take an unprecedented amount of power. When I took the head off, the souls scattered, and what was left of that horde is under a tenth of it. And out of resentment, the scorpion demon was unwilling to die that way and became a vengeful spirit instead. Only life forms extremely sensitive to the soul get the opportunity to become one. And becoming a vengeful spirit is not the end. It is a new beginning. Wraiths are created through an exceptionally slow and painful death. Their wounds stay conspicuous and terrible, so that they relive the agony of nearly dying continuously and permanently. And a wraith can make its enemies feel exactly the mental anguish that it feels. Their final form in hell is a Styx memory demon. Thieves of memory and guardians of thought nesting on the banks of the Styx where souls are born. Above the waist, a high demon. Powerful body, thick arms, a mouth of sharp teeth, 2 heavy horns, hooked claws, enormous bat wings. Below the waist, a giant slug. The body drags and leaves a track behind it. They dislike casting. They close the distance and beat you to death in melee. And on the Styx, they try to drag an opponent to the bank and throw them in, or hook them with the tail and drink the blood and the memory together. Whoever built that understood people better than I did, and the chance of a wraith awakening into one is small, and it depends on the talent of the spirit. That one's predecessor had been one step off gold. It had kept part of its memory, and it used it. You killed me. A lowly human actually killed the mighty Balnor. I was already more than halfway there. All it would have taken was a little more time, and this city would have been destroyed. Balnor has lost everything. He cannot even get his physical body back. However, I will not give up because of this. Human, you have provoked a being you should not have touched. I will remember your appearance and your aura, and when I am strong enough, I will punish you for every part of what you did to me today. Death is watching you. Your death is already sealed. And I will grow stronger in death. You will enjoy the good times of a victor, and soon I will take all of it from you. And I went genuinely cold, the way you go cold standing bare-backed in a frost, because that was not empty talk, that was a curse. He had put one on himself, granting additional detection, so that wherever I go, my enemy can find me. I will kill you. Human beings are lowly and do not deserve to have life. Balnor, I am your nightmare. I will take back everything I have lost. I will become the hunter of the night, humble human, feel the fear that death brings. A strange smell. A curious little voice from behind it. The roaring stopped mid-sentence. The wraith turned round, and standing there was a figure about 1 meter tall in torn fabric that had recently been a cloak. Short hair, a pair of intelligent eyes. And below the neck it becomes interesting. Silt and corpses. Like a grave, with the same silence and the same feeling. My sprite had shrunk and come up behind it and was staring with total attention and licked its lips out of pure curiosity. Food I have never eaten before. It is soft. It stepped forward, and 2 transparent arms came out of that grave of a body, took hold of the wraith, and tore a piece of its soul off with a short, sharp pull. Everybody in that street stopped. Lyra stood with her lips slightly open, and I have never seen my dark elf lose her expression before or since. My sprite can devour souls. Divine abominations are a combination of all the strange and mysterious things in the world, and I have stopped pretending I understand the mechanism. After an uncountable number of devourings, its body mutated long ago. What is in there is not only the arms of the dead, it is their souls, which cannot leave. Those souls have no freedom and are imprisoned by my sprite, and endless darkness has filled them with grievance, and they take the pain of that imprisonment out on whatever comes near them. And a devil of hell that had been one step from gold stood in that street with fear and horror and hesitation and confusion all arriving on it at once because everything had happened far too suddenly. My sprite swallowed, considered it like a professional at a tasting, and delivered a verdict. Delicious. And the thing that had just promised to hunt me across the rest of my life turned and went like a gust of wind, which is the instinctive action taken in an extremely dangerous situation. All of which was completely useless in front of my sprite, whose explosive speed with those wings is worse than a storm. The transparent arms went out, caught it, and dragged it into the grave inside that body before it could react. My sprite shook for a while, chaotic currents going round inside it looking for a way out. There is no way out. That body has no defenses at all, and no matter how hard the thing inside it struggles, it does not break free. The shaking settled. There was one last thin wail, and then nothing. The scorpion demon, having finally become a vengeful spirit, was suppressed a second time, and this time was considerably worse than the first, because it was devoured entirely and left no trace of its existence anywhere in the world. I have a file on every one of them now, and we had an audience. A flock of little devils had been sitting on the rooftops the whole time like scavengers, waiting for both sides to finish each other so they could feed on whatever was left. They watched a 1-meter girl eat a devil of hell, and then they came screaming down off the roofs and worshipped her as a god. I stood off to the side and did not have a great deal to say. I have spent 5 months building a cult around myself, carefully, with speeches and monuments and oaths, and my summon collected a congregation in 11 seconds by eating something. Then something detonated inside my sprite and a shriek came out of it. Lyra and Meili went pale for a moment and held, because they are Silver Peak. Every soldier in that street lost their footing, and several of the little devils went down and could not get up again. And when it passed, the survivors crawled forward and knelt and started a ritual of worship, and my sprite flinched at the noise and swung one arm on instinct, and 3 of them became a paste on the road. The rest of them stopped, and one of them said, in demonic, in a voice I will be thinking about for a long time, that this was against the rules and that they had agreed they would not be killed if they surrendered, and then shaking. Do not kill us. We are willing to serve you as our master. Powerful master, your humble servant will always be loyal to you. More than 20 little devils went down on both sides of the road in a dense black mass. Demons do not care about anything except surviving the next 10 minutes. Surrender was the only item on the list, and it was also the best one. My sprite was pleased with itself and did not forget the important part, which was reporting. It turned round and looked at me with an expression I can only describe as a child holding up something it found, and my honest reaction was strategic within about 4 seconds. Those things fly. Trained properly, they are an air force. And it is not difficult to imagine what a little devil looks like dropping human high explosive from 400 meters onto a formation of insects. I have stopped being surprised by any of it. Conservative estimate on what came through that rift before it closed. Over 300 demons, silver expert against demon. That was always going to be a massacre in one direction, and it took until sundown. In a corner of the city, a demon of suffering was extremely pleased with itself, having just eaten several dozen more lives. Its biography is worth one line. In hell, because of its status, it only ever ate its own kind out of bitterness and dark creatures when it could get them. Here it can kill and eat openly, and nobody stops it. My own answer to that question has not changed. Over long years, that thing was once a weak demon. The environment of hell is harsh, and in a place where it is eating or being eaten, you become strong or you stop existing. 1 meter 80, the body covered in flesh and blood, eyes the size of balls, and a tongue like a sharp blade with poisoned spines on it that come off like darts. Die, you creatures, less significant than ants. Use your last light to satisfy me. I have found you. And there was a girl with a cat's tail standing in front of it. Meili, with her arms full of energy carrying a metallic shine, every movement moving like poured steel. She brought one palm down as though it could split the space in front of her, and the demon went out in an arc and hit the road, and it only coughed blood. None of its functions were destroyed, which is impossible. Meili does not make a mistake that shallow. If it was not unintentional, then there was a reason for it, and a column of light about 2 meters across came down out of the sky. Vast, sacred, magnificent, righteous, and genuinely awe-inspiring. That beam looked capable of holding up the world. A silver-white wave went through the demon of suffering from behind, and it died where it lay. The twilight was like blood, as though the whole sky had been cut in two by a peerless expert, and I had timed it for exactly that hour. And then a soft beating of wings came down through the cloud, and a girl with wings at her sides resembling an angel out of a legend descended over a street full of bodies. Beneath the blood-red curtain of that sky, lit from behind by the setting sun, she did not look real. She looked like something that had come out of a heaven, untouched by any of it. Then she rose again, looked over the weeping survivors below her, and a warm, holy radiance came up between her brows and spread out across the entire battlefield. Every person in it felt as though they had been lowered into a hot spring, warm all the way through, and a surge of strength coming up out of the bones. An angel has descended. Now the truth, which is mine. Lin Yue was frightened. She had only awakened days earlier, and that was the first genuinely ferocious enemy she had ever faced. Acting alone, one against one, she could not have killed a demon of suffering under any circumstances. All of it was arranged by me. Mei Li, on my order, broke the thing without finishing it. Then the angel arrived and killed it with a weak beam of light in front of several hundred witnesses. She was worked like a puppet, and she did not understand why she was doing it, and as my subordinate, all she needed to do was obey. And there was one effect I had not planned for, which is that people went down on their knees in gratitude, and the most devout among them put their foreheads on the ground, and the last detail of her character arrived immediately. Angel, somebody called out, and the girl heard people using the name, and smiled slightly, and thought to herself that it was not a bad one. If the arrival of the devil put that city into darkness, the arrival of an angel gave the survivors a reason to think they could win. Humanity has begun to fight back. That was the headline by nightfall, and I wrote it. Look at my staging honestly. Lin Yue has essentially no combat experience, and in a fight she instinctively reaches for the most theatrical option available. That column of light is completely impractical. In the time it takes to gather, a demon of suffering kills her 3 times, which is why Mei Li was standing there. I do not do things that are thankless and difficult. I was building momentum, and nobody will ever connect the Angel of East Bridge with the beggar who was lying in a latrine alley 8 days ago. The new biography is short, an awakened one out of order, a genuine angel. And Lin Yue is going to be the face of everything I own. What she did next was better than the kill. She went along the street putting healing on people, and the survivors watched a graze from a fall itch under the light and close completely, leaving nothing behind. I want that standing next to everything else I have told you. People long for light in the dark, and that is exactly what I needed. And here is why I do not put everything on Songjia, since it is a fair question. I would not put all of my hopes on that girl. The title of martial goddess is dazzling, and essentially everything she has was not given to her by me. Wu Jian raised her. She has complicated feelings about that city and about the man, and pulling her over completely is not straightforward and never was. Lin Yue is different. Those 2 sisters have taken the full weight of human coldness. In East Bridge, they were nobody at all and were left in the mud to die within sight of a clinic. I saved them. I cured one, and I awakened both. Compared to Songjia, Lin Yue's loyalty is genuine, and it costs me nothing to maintain, and the strategy on the ruins is simple. The conservative and war factions are sworn enemies, and reconciling them will take a long time, and both need a rebuilding period. My intention is to put my own brand on the conservative faction at exactly the moment it is isolated, leaderless, and frightened. With the conservative faction destroyed and Yang Lei dead, Songjia's loyalty is wavering. The war faction won, and it was the kind of victory that costs more than the alternative. What I need is to take that opportunity and genuinely rise, which may be considered taking advantage of somebody's misfortune. That is what the end of the world is. Strong experts deserve everything, and the weak do not even have the right to object. The hunt took the rest of the night. Wei Shun, my necromancer, Mei Li, Lyra, Sprite, Songjia, and the Iron Demon army closed on the demons from every direction, and no devil in that city escaped a hunting team made of that. My Sprite's recruitment for the evening came to 36 little devils, 1 chain devil, 2 demons of suffering, and a succubus. And the succubus is a silver expert whose charm is stronger than Lyra's, which I have not mentioned to Lyra and do not intend to. Songjia went through that city like a vengeful demon. In under an hour she put down more than 40 of them and left nothing standing anywhere she had been. The last one was cut in half by an iron guardsman who then stood in the road covered in blood and screamed it at the top of his voice. We have won. They are all dead. We have won. And even I felt something loosen, because the end of that meant East Bridge was genuinely under human control again, rather than sitting in the hand of something that could drop it whenever it chose. And after the cheering came the other sound. Survivors went looking for their families. Some of them found them, and there were people holding each other in the road and crying. For the others, the next meeting is with a cold body on a cart. I have built my whole position on people not noticing that. There was a carpenter sitting on the ground holding a woman. Her abdomen was swollen. She had been pregnant. When the demons came down, he had been at work. He ran the whole way home to protect her and found her on their own doorstep with her throat opened. The man did not cry. His eyes were entirely red, and he kept patting her cheek gently, as though he could not accept what he was looking at, trying to wake a woman who was not especially pretty and who loved him a great deal. None of that was my doing for once. The child never saw the sun and never will. And then he picked up a stone and started beating the body of the demon that had done it, and the blood came back up into his own face, and this timid, ordinary man did not care at all. Nobody stopped him. For somebody at the very bottom of this world, that may be the only way he has of getting any of it out. That is life. It is cruel, and it is also realistic. In a side alley there was a young soldier of mine in black insect armor, and the armor was torn open, and his shoulder was open with it, and the blood was going onto the ground. He had not noticed his own wound. He was lifting the body of a boy his own age with hands that would not stay still. The face was covered in blood, and there was a piece missing from beside the right ear, and that is the only way you would know him. Talon, killed by a demon's strike to the chest. Even in insect armor, that kind of rupture inside is not survivable. And Li Guang sat in that alley holding him with nothing at all in his eyes and shouted it hoarsely. We agreed to go home together. Why? We were so close to winning. Why did this happen? And then he cried like a child. Who Talon was. A boy who swore to avenge his parents, who fought viciously, and who signed up for the experiments because he wanted to be a professional and had run out of other roads. His entire life has now stopped permanently at that point in that alley. Why he died is not complicated. He misjudged the explosive power of a demon he thought was finished. He was possibly slightly greedy. He had said several times that he wanted to kill more of them so that he could trade the merit for a sharper weapon. It is the sort of thing I am supposed to have stopped noticing. From the outside, it looks like it was his own fault. An ordinary person went after a demon, even a badly wounded one. Li Guang does not see it that way, and Li Guang is right. Those two came up from the very bottom, and they know that to survive you have to take every rare opportunity that appears, because they do not come round again. To Talon, a badly wounded devil was a ticket to a better life. That day, luck did not smile on him. Li Guang had not cried like that since his parents died, because in an apocalypse he understood that he had to be harder than that, and a boy grew up almost overnight. He is not especially brave. He is honestly a little timid, and as long as his sister is alive, he will not give up hope. And I built my entire hold on him out of that one fact, because his sister is his hope, and an older brother always has to be the stronger one. That is how he became a soldier at all, and by then his count included half-apes and zombies and little devils, and more than once, actual people. If his sister was his hope, then Talon was the crutch. The two of them held each other up over every hill on that road, and the crutch had broken. And every sentence Talon ever said to him came back in that alley, which is the cruelest thing memory does. I know it is risky. Living in this environment, everything you do is dangerous. I am not afraid of dying. I am only afraid of not killing enough of them for my parents. I have not even been to your wedding yet. I cannot possibly die this early. And once I have status, 2 wives would be no problem. No, 3. And then the boy stopped crying and made a decision. You are too weak. He said it out loud, in Talon's voice, and then finished it himself. Because I am too weak. So weak that I cannot protect the people who matter to me. That is what happened to Talon, and if it were my sister, the result would be exactly the same. The truth of it is that by the time he reacted, the demon had already knocked Talon away, and he did not get the chance to reach him. He could only watch his friend finish in his arms. He looked at his own thin arm. Will I end up like this one day? I am too weak. I am not even qualified to protect myself, let alone her. If I were a professional, Talon would not have died. And he remembered the other sentence. I have already registered. There are no problems with my physical condition or my identity. The adults said my name will be on the list for the next batch. He made his decision. He picked his friend's body up and carried it, step by step, to the assembly point. His reasoning is not romantic, and it is not suicidal. The world is dangerous, and luck is finite, and you prepare in advance. Only by having power can a person protect himself and protect the people who matter to his life or his beliefs. He did not want to die. He wanted to become stronger. Eastbridge won, and it was the kind of victory nobody celebrates. More than 1,000 people died in that battle, and there was no time for a ceremony because the bodies were the next emergency. If those started decomposing, there would be an epidemic, and with the medicine available in that city, an epidemic is a second apocalypse. I owed it that much attention. So several hundred bodies were stacked by the survivors, and a few professionals rested beside the pile because their job was to burn it down to nothing. Especially since among the bodies about to be burned, there were very likely my own soldiers, and their own comrades, and their own relatives. 2 of those professionals could not carry the pressure and cried out loud, and then set their teeth and did it anyway, because it was the mission and the responsibility, and the survivors watching had no tears left. They had not managed to say goodbye properly, and the bodies were already turning into dust. The final count, which I am giving you exactly as it was read out to me: 1,630 dead, 309 missing, and a stampede in the southern district producing over 207 more. And Wu Jian did not say anything about the missing figure because it was not a flood and it was not a landslide. Missing means eaten, and there is nothing left that anybody can identify. It is the cheapest lever there is, and I pull it constantly. The one consolation is that he had prepared in advance, so there were only small disturbances, and they were put down in time. And Yang Lei is dead. That old man was a significant part of why he kept his colonel's position at all under Zhou Ning's attention. He was highly capable, and he was extremely good with people, and neither of those can be replaced this year. It is the same lesson I keep being handed. Wu Jian has lost an arm, and he knows it, and I am the reason. The roads in that city were covered in demon remains. Broken bone and fine bone dust, rotten flesh, crushed carcasses, and withered hellflowers scattered like refuse against the fresh human dead. I marked it and moved on. And his political conclusion is one I agree with entirely, and I would have given him the same advice. The leadership of the conservative faction has been almost completely destroyed, which has turned its lower ranks into an unmanageable mass, which is exactly when you need a cold approach, because a mutiny at that moment ends East Bridge. Throughout history, a mutiny foreshadows a change of dynasty, so he chose appeasement, stabilize the conservative faction first, and deal with everything else later. And there was one unexpected gain. Under that much pressure, some ordinary people broke their own limits and awakened, and the city partially replenished the strength it had lost that night. And the last thing he did was a decent one, which I want recorded because I have not been generous about him. Those who live become heroes, and those who died should also be remembered. He established a hall of heroes in East Bridge for the dead. Song Jia was crying in front of a body under a white sheet. In that chaos, a white sheet means the deceased was somebody, and that one was Yang Lei. In one night, the war faction lost its most powerful expert. She had clearly sensed something was wrong that morning, and under my pressure, she did not speak. If she had been braver for 4 seconds in a row, that kind old man would very probably still be alive. Self-blame outweighs sadness. They were not close friends, more colleagues. She cried anyway because she was not mourning him. She had become an accomplice, and she had pushed him step by step toward it. She is still too young. Between goodness and darkness, that girl with her own beliefs always leans toward the first. She is not afraid of blood or hardship or death. Her reference point has always been East Bridge and the people living in it, and she was no longer sure that any of what she stood on was correct. Because you are too weak. I had been standing behind her for a while, and I came out when it was useful. You are the one who killed old Yang. Zhou Ning killed him. It has nothing to do with me. She pressed her lips together and went silent, trying to protest at my composure by not speaking, which does not work on me. In the end, it is because you are weak. Your so-called justice is extraordinarily fragile against reality. You thought you could change everything with your power. You could not get Yang Lei out of danger. And what are you going to use to escape my control? I can grant you freedom verbally. You live in the shadow of your own past. Unless your power can completely crush me, everything you insist on is wishful thinking. And I could feel the red coming into my own eyes while I said it. If you were stronger than Zhou Ning, you would have had the chance to kill him long before you ever discovered his secret. If you were stronger than me, you could have stopped Yang Lei from taking that risk and saved an old man who mattered enormously to this city. But you are nothing. No foundation. No strength. You are a puppet worked by circumstance, and all of your struggling is wasted. That time I did not touch her. I went at what was inside instead, and made her understand exactly how worthless she was, and I watched it land, and her answer came out with blood in her eyes. If I have power, can I say no? Yes. And I enjoyed saying it more than I should have. Zhou Ning's power is destroyed, and the war faction has taken a fatal blow. This is the best chance you will ever get to seize power. On your own, it may not be enough. You have me. I will help you take control of East Bridge. And then I baited it with something true, which is always the strongest option. I will tell you a secret. Zhou Ning was an appetizer. This world is going to become considerably more dangerous, and evil things are watching the home you want to protect. Use your power to say no to this world. Control East Bridge, and you become the strongest ruler on this land. And then the knife into the man who made her. Wu Jian is getting old. He was a hero once, and he has become indecisive. His gradual concessions very nearly walk this city into an abyss. East Bridge needs a new ruler, a strong one who dares say no to every injustice and every enemy. And then the last sentence, which sounded almost human, and which is worse for that. Accept my invitation. Only when we stand on equal footing can our relationship be equal. I look forward to your transformation. I walked round the corner and left her there. She stayed on her knees for a while, and then got up slowly, and a long knife appeared in her hand. One movement upward, and her hair came apart in the middle, and the black length of it went down slowly onto the ground beside a body under a white sheet. She cut off the long hair she loved, the way you say goodbye to somebody. She betrayed us. And there does not seem to be any betrayal in it either. She honors Wu Jian as an elder and a teacher, and their beliefs have gone in different directions, and there has always been a vengeful thing living inside that girl. The feud between Wu Jian and the conservative faction kept it sealed. Since I arrived, the seals have been breaking one after another. That night it came out and took the body back, and what she swore to herself in that room, kneeling next to an old man she helped kill, was this: nobody wields a knife in East Bridge with impunity. No person, no living thing, no being flaunts their power in front of her again. Her family died in the mouths of monsters. Her city was very nearly destroyed. Countless people lost their lives and everybody they had. It cannot continue like this. It is time for revenge. Song Jia shed one tear. The person telling the truth is always alone, and she is going to prove with facts that everything she has done is right. 3 days later, that city displayed a mobilization capacity that genuinely impressed me. The streets were cleared, the wounded were treated, the walls were repaired that morning. The collapse of the conservative leadership and the infighting in its lower ranks produced minor chaos, and it was suppressed on time. I intend to be on the other end of that arrangement one day. And the cult grew without any help from me at all. Reports that an angel-saved East Bridge went through the districts in waves, and by the second day some people were making clay figures and taking them home to pray to. Human beings are afraid of the unknown. Lin Yue appeared at the perfect moment and, with my intervention, a powerful demon turned out to be helpless in front of her. Her popularity exceeded my expectations by enough that even I raised an eyebrow. Strike while the iron is hot. I paid people to talk in crowds and spread that she came from order, and with the usual embellishment, her identity acquired mystery, and inside 2 days there were rumors that she is a genuine angel who came from another world to save humanity. To dismantle a force, you start with its spirit. Everybody discussing that in a queue is a potential believer of mine. Order took losses too, and I am not troubled by the deaths of 1 or 2 subordinates, and that is not cold-bloodedness. I have simply been accustomed to this kind of separation for a long time. What war does not produce deaths? If I grieved for everyone, I would work myself into the ground and stop being useful to any of them. But the system holds. The family of every person who dies for my order receives a large compensation in insect meat and is provided for permanently, and that is what has made soldiering the most desirable position in my order. Nobody wanted to fight at the beginning. Fighting is closer to death, and very few people picked up a weapon voluntarily. After the policy changed, everything changed. A soldier eats his fill. He receives insect meat every week. And above all, if he dies, his family is taken care of. And the reasoning in the housing blocks sounds like this, and it is completely sound. It is dangerous everywhere anyway. You never know when a zombie or an insect comes up. Rather than dying an unknown death somewhere and leaving your family alone, better to use what strength you have. That one I did arrange. People die for wealth and birds die for food. I offered enough incentive to make people risk their lives for me. That is not cruelty. It is a fair trade, and I would defend it in front of any of them. Wei Shun came in looking drawn and slightly nervous. He is nominally the second man in everything I own now, and even Gao Wei does not compare. And the higher you stand, the colder it gets. Order is growing, and new talent keeps appearing, and a considerable number of people want his position, which is why he now spends whole days on the training ground. Sir, the supplies are on the way, and Order reports that the mutated corn has been successfully developed and is being planted. Food is the most important thing there is. In this new century, the strength of a power is decided by its food supply more than by its professionals, and I have never economized on grain research for that reason. Cao Hua has lived up to everything. Part of the mutated food has been converted into something humans can eat, and couriers bring me summaries every few days so that nothing changes in my city without me knowing. Then Wei Shun hesitated, which he does not do. Somebody has signed up for the awakening experiment. He is currently in the personal guard. His name is Li Guang. The experiments are entirely delegated to him. His job is to supply soldiers, and specialists check loyalty and physical condition. He brought that one to me personally and immediately because I once told him to take care of that boy, and he has never once asked me why about anything. Li Guang, my fanatic believer, the one whose thread was twice as bright as anybody else's in a courtyard, who took the oath first. For any evil god, that is a very important reserve. The closest comparison is the assassins of the old world, who gave loyalty to a master without reservation and who never betrayed them, including under death. I paid a man to tell me the rest. Understood. Bring him. Wei Shun let out a breath, having guessed correctly. He arrived not expecting to be received by me at all. My lord. 1. My name is Li Guang. The pressure I put out has gone up with my strength, and there is fear mixed into it now because I have killed a great many people and the power was forged on top of them. There was a bead of sweat on that boy's forehead, and he stood steadily, which meant he was not entirely useless. I know your name. He flinched. You have signed up for the awakening experiment. You should know it carries certain risks. In 3 months, you are 18, and you have a younger sister. What happens to her if something happens to you? There was a detailed file open in front of me before he came in. Past merits, number of enemies killed, daily habits, family composition. That is not about him specifically. There is one of those on every soldier I own. Gather the information. It makes management and retrieval straightforward. His answer came without hesitation, prepared in advance. I want to become a professional because I want to protect my sister. My best friend died in the battle a few days ago. I need power. Only then can I protect the people I care about. I let the silence run until his palms started sweating. It is genuinely a touching story. All right, I accept your proposal. Thank you, sir. I will not let you down. He had not expected it to go smoothly, and I do not think he entirely believed it was happening. Come with me. My necromancer's holdings are an enormous field of skeleton warriors, and he has set himself up an office in an abandoned residential building. The recent death of a large number of demons gave him rich material, and he has spent every day since processing skeletons and zombies. I watched the whole of it, and did nothing. Bring out those 2 bodies. The scepter came up, a crack opened, and the smell of blood came out of it. The scorpion demon, and the bone demon. Even after several days, both corpses remained lifelike, as though they had died that morning. They gave off a powerful will, as though either of them might sit up. Choose one. This is the source of your power. Sacrifice. Exactly what was done to me when I received the myriad manifestations. I fuse a demon into a human being and give him a new life. Time runs slowly inside the necromancer's space, which is why the bodies had not even stiffened. I had been keeping both for a summoning, and one boy's request changed the plan. Li Guang went white. He is an ordinary person. He had been uneasy about the skeletons, and those 2 bodies took him to the edge of it. Even dead, the scorpion demon radiates power. Standing next to it, he could hear something like breathing, as though the thing were asleep and might wake if startled. And the bone demon is black over the whole body, with a right arm of bone whose point is like iron. What he knew about it came from rumor. Awakening means attaching a monster's ability to yourself and gaining control of the power. And what settled him is the best line I have on faith, and it is not mine. Although the demon in front of him was terrifying, with Li Quan beside him, Li Guang only had a brief moment of panic before returning to normal. That is trust and worship from the bottom of a person. There will not be a problem as long as the adult is here, and it is not blind faith. It is an answer derived from countless battles and practical experience, because I am the man who appeared when he and his sister were at their most helpless, and that may be the whole difference between a fanatic believer and a believer. He looked from one body to the other, closed his fist, and asked me a question. Can we have both together? I like ambitious young people. He did not realize how much weight that sentence carried. He simply thought that if he had to choose, 2 must be better than 1. Choosing both will certainly grant you greater power. Have you thought it through? The danger doubles as well. A slight mistake turns you into a corpse. And his reasoning is the reasoning of the whole of that generation. Everything changed when Talon died. Retreat now, and what happens next time? When the monsters come down again, will you be able to get out of the way? All or nothing. That boy had prepared for the worst before he came through my door. I have made up my mind. Please accept my request, sir. My own calculation is that each of those demons is enormously strong, and fusing both would produce a total that reaches the sky. And for anybody else, it would be suicide. Li Guang is my fanatic believer, which means I can feed him spiritual power directly. Not a great deal, enough to stabilize a will and stop it coming apart in the first 4 seconds. Call Mr. Shu here. Mr. Shu lives under supervision and does not leave his building, and I wanted him for one thing. Blood, because after taking a concentrated attack from 3 silver peaks, that man healed completely in 2 days, which means his blood carries the healing with it, and I am now in possession of a walking pharmacy capable of saving people at the exact moment it matters. Royal jelly and healing blood. Li Guang drank both under pressure from me, with difficulty, and went red in the face doing it, and we put him on a bed beside them. 58 days ago, I stood in a locked basement with 100,000 yuan of my parents' money on a table and bought a dying animal so that I would have something to sacrifice. Tonight I own 2 cities, an angel, a valkyrie who has cut off her own hair, a divine abomination that eats devils, and a boy who came to me at 18 and asked for both corpses instead of one, because his friend died in an alley and he has decided never to be too weak again. And I put my hands into a demon's body in front of the necromancer and Mr. Shu, and my fingers went in through the skull like hooks, and the blood came up over my wrists, and I looked exactly like what I am, and then I said the word. There is no way back for anybody in that room. Advice would be unnecessary. Somewhere under this province, an emperor has finished putting worms into people and has stopped waiting.